A lot of you question whether or not I'm here for truth. Question if I was a real flat earther or not. Well, the reality of it is there are no flat earthers. There are only globe deniers. Every flat earth evidence really is just a globe phenomenon, explained by the globe. Don't you see that? See, I'm still here for truth. And now there are certain people in my way. What is up, party people? All right, so here's the fun part. Yesterday, I had a fun conversation with Right the Hand, which was going fine right up until we got to this thing we call faith, and he was misrepresenting my claims, so it kind of irritated me. So that's kind of why it ended the way it did. But I've been talking to Right the Hand in the comments of my live stream, and I keep trying to illustrate that to me, it's not faith that I understand gravity or what the properties of gravity are. And I thought, who better to have this conversation with than my friend Khaliq? I want to have this conversation with Khaliq because I know we can actually go somewhere with it. So this is what I'm going to do. Probably for the first 20 minutes or so, I kind of want to just go me and Khaliq because I want to be able to go back and forth with no one's frustrations. And then I'm going to open the panel right up. It's not going to be an hour long. It's not going to be a stream of this. It's just the beginning part. So enjoy, because I kind of wanted to get my point across. And Right the Hand was going to show up, but he has, I guess he's going out of town or something. But he wants to come in on Friday. So Friday we'll do that. Wait, tomorrow's Friday, isn't it? So he wasn't here. He's not here today to be able to. He'll be here tomorrow. Okay. Khaliq, you are being heard. There we go.
All right.
Yeah. So me and Right the Hand were talking in my server, or he was talking, and I kind of added a few things, and then I had noticed he had said in there that he had crushed me because I don't know the source or the cause. Or I honestly, I didn't really read it because I hate that shit. That's why I do these panels. But you had said something in the chat that you wanted to. I know we were going to have a conversation about the gravity thing before, but the main thing to me that I wanted to talk about is this idea that he thinks my understanding. And I'm going to use me because I don't want to generalize. My understanding is based on a faith, and I wanted to clear it up that it wasn't. And like I was saying a minute ago, I think you're the best person to have this conversation with because you have a very good, strong argument in why something's a belief and or a faith type situation. So you kind of said that you understood where he was coming from. I'm not going to hold you to any of his claims, but I do want to hear you out on it.
Okay, this is the part. This is what I got out of it. Now, wait a minute. My headphones working right here because I can't hear myself.
I can hear you.
Okay.
We're good on my end.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. This is what I heard. What he said was that you both made the same observation, right?
Yes, things fall.
Okay. Right. Now, at that point, that's the facts that you have to work with at that point in time, right?
At that point, yes.
Okay. Now, what he was saying was if you don't know what the cause is, well, anything after that is faith, because if you don't know what caused it, but you are guessing that you do, well, he is saying that you have faith in your guess. Now, that's what he's saying.
Okay. Is when you say the cause, or when he says it's the cause, because this is something also that I'm not going to lie, I don't really know what the difference is and what it really means because I don't use these terms, cause and effect. Let me clarify. I know what it is. I don't understand why it's so much of a point. When it comes to gravity, no one knows the source. With you, I know you understand when I say that. With right to hand, he kept trying to turn it. But again, I don't need to know the source of gravity to know the effects of what we call gravity.
Sure. But the problem with that is see, the way science works, it's all about cause and effect. See, so knowing the cause, knowing the effect and not knowing the cause is only half of the situation. Now, if you see the effect, but you guess what the cause is, like if you just assume what the cause is,
right?
Well, that's faith, because what's happening is you're not proving that cause. You're just guessing what the cause is and saying, okay, I guess it's this, so I'm just going to go with that. That's what faith is. That's the same thing. That's what he meant when he said God. He said, well, I could just guess that God did it and have faith that God did it, because that's what happens when you guess the cause. So cause and effect is a two-part situation. Just the effect is not enough.
Okay, but here's how I see cause and effect in this situation. I see the effect, something falls. The cause, gravity. The cause isn't the source. It doesn't describe the source. The cause describes what is making this effect, gravity.
Right, but that's the thing. You're not really verifying that it's gravity. You're just saying that it's gravity without verifying. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
What would be
so that's where you get. I'm sorry.
What would be the steps to verifying?
Okay, that's where the scientific method would come in. You would have to get in variables, your independence, and variance.
Okay. Hang on. Let's do step by. Let's do a step. I want to do it step by step.
Okay.
Couldn't my variables be my lighter, a quarter, a Sharpie, and a cigarette? Can't those be my variables?
Well, no, because all you're doing is that you just got some objects and you're going to watch them fall. Yeah. But that's not going to tell you what caused the fall.
Well, hang on. But here's the thing. So right now I have a lighter and a quarter. I am holding the quarter at the bottom edge of the lighter, and I'm going to let them go at the same time. Now, before I do so, I want to make a prediction. Even though the lighter and the quarter, matter of fact, I'm going to show you. Okay, so here we go. And yes, I just got off work, so fuck everyone. I don't have a shirt on. Okay, so
now I can't actually see what you're doing, but I can picture it.
Okay, well, everyone else can see it. Yeah. Well, that's why I want to turn the camera on so everyone can see. So, I have a quarter, and I have a lighter, right?
Okay.
Now, obviously, you're not going to be able to see
I
this
see the
at
quarter.
perfect timing because the lag. But I predict when I let go, that these will hit my desk at the same time. Even though this lighter and this quarter, we know, I mean, Slick, we can both agree these do not weigh the same. They do not have the same density.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to drop it. Most likely you guys will be able to hear it, but you're not going to be able to see it because of where my camera's set up. Ready?
Okay. Yep.
No bullshit. They hit the desk at the exact same time. Now, the rate of acceleration, that means to me that the rate of acceleration is the same.
Okay, but my point is, see, what you did was you just did an observation, right?
Yes.
You observed two items dropping at the same. Okay. So now, what's your next step?
My next step, okay. Let's think. That's a good question. What would be my next step? Because so we understand. I've verified one observation so far. Wait. No, I've performed one test.
You've seen the effect.
Yes.
What happened is you've seen the effect. What happens when you drop two objects? So you saw an effect. Right. Now you're trying to figure out the cause. Right.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out the cause. But before I've done that, I'm pretty sure I've done that with one object. We can agree. We can fast track that one. Me doing that with different objects and testing the rate of fall. So what I was doing is verifying that is true.
Sure. In other words, we can assume that you drop items and they pretty much do the same thing as your test that you did just now. So for purposes of our discussion, sure, no problem there.
Yeah, perfect. So you can say that is one method of verifying observations.
Well, you've done is
I see why I can't say verify yet because we don't know the cause yet. I don't know the cause yet.
Right. You just observed an observation so far at this point. Right.
Exactly. What would be my next step? I'm not going to lie. I'm throwing a brain fart. So if you had something to say, I'm trying to think of something.
No problem. Let's just say that you assume, like you come up with a hypothesis. You say, you know what? I wonder if those items were brought down by the earth. That sounds plausible to me, and I wonder if that's what it was. Okay. Now that would be your hypothesis. You came up with an idea of what made it happen.
Yeah. Okay. Prior. Yeah. Okay. Sure. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Now comes the test part. Now you have to test it and see if that's what it was. So that's where your independent and dependent variables come in. Now you're saying that the earth pulled it down. So now that's your variable. Your independent variable is earth itself.
Okay, but then at that point, I think I know another test that I want to do. I think I'm going to take objects. I can't do this right now, but I'm probably going to take the objects that I use to verify my observations, and I want to scale them up, and I want my elevation to be a mile, up in the sky. So I'm dropping it out of the helicopter. We'll say. Why? Okay. Because I'm thinking in my head a bowling ball and a feather should have the same rate of acceleration. So hang on. And I know everyone in the chat's going, what? I got it. So I'm going to go do this now. So I drop the feather and I watch it float for a very long time. I see it not hit the ground for hours. I drop a bowling ball and I watch it fall. And it reaches terminal velocity. How do I know terminal velocity? Because I'm slick, and not you, but I'm slick. But I have a radar gun and I'm clicking on it. Sake of story. So I know its rate of fall and everything, and I know it's at terminal velocity. But my feather floats down, and I go, okay, there's a problem here. Then I go, wait, the problem is the atmosphere. So I'm gonna change it up. I can't do a mile, but I can do 30 feet. I'm sure I can find a chamber. Let's imagine we're at a chamber now. And I got that feather in the bowling ball, and I drop them. We've all seen it. We can tell without atmosphere, nothing, or without resistance is a better way of saying it. The ball and the feather have the same rate of fall. Now, yes, it's the same, in my opinion, the same test, but I've changed the variables.
Okay, now let's examine what we've got.
And I've changed the variables dramatically twice now, or 3 times,
Okay.
because I did it over my desk, I did it in an airplane, and now I went to a chamber.
Okay, now so far, what do we have? We have an observation at this point, correct?
Yes. So far,
Okay.
all we're doing is observations.
Right. So now, what is your hypothesis of what made them fall? You said that you guessed that they were pulled down by the gravity of the Earth. That's your idea, right?
I'm going to say pulled down by a force. I'm not giving that force a name yet.
Okay. So now you have to test to find out if that force is doing it, right?
Yes. Because and now that I'm classifying this as a force, I'm going to do some other tests now.
Right. In other words, see the idea that it's a force, that's your hypothesis. See, that's your theory. In other words, you see the observation, and now you have an idea of what happened. Now you've got to test that idea to see if you're correct or not.
Yeah, I'm in my hypothesis right now. I'm still not. It's not a theory yet. But
it is. That is the theory. In other words, the theory is your hypothesis. In other words, you're saying that it's a force cause.
Okay, I'm adding to my theory. That's probably how I think it would go, without knowing exactly the steps. In 100% conversation. But I do know that I've scaled it up, and off the top of my head now, I'm thinking of other experiments that aren't the same. So now I'm going to try to explain my second verification of this force.
But wait a minute, we're moving too fast, Sean. You're moving too fast.
Yeah.
Because right now this force is just an idea. You haven't gotten to the verification stage yet. That's our next step.
Okay. I'm comfortable saying I'm comfortable saying it's a force through my first 3 steps, or my first.
Okay, this is where
steps.
This is where the problem comes in.
Okay.
Because you're just declaring that it's a force based on what you saw. You haven't actually proven it yet. So do you see the difference?
Yeah. Okay. I want to classify then. Do I know of other forces?
The thing is, right now, it's just in your mind, it's an idea that it's a force that is causing what you see. Yeah, that's your idea at this stage.
But okay, I know normally I'll say the buoyant force, you need gravity. But for the sake of the argument, we're not going to make that connection. But do I know?
Right, because you haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah, but do I know of the buoyant force, or better yet, do I know of any other forces?
Right now you don't know of anything. Right now, all you know is when you saw what you saw that, and now you're trying to come up with an idea of what's causing what you see.
Okay.
Now, now, in your mind, you have the idea that it's a force. Now, that's where we're at this point.
I'm going to say it's a very limited idea if it's a force. Then at this point, I'm going to take less off my confidence it's a force, because I haven't got that far yet, and my next step actually helps that, and that's why I want to push it back as a force in this argument. So I've done all these things drop observations, but I live in California. I love swimming. I take my son to the pool. We got a beach ball, and I notice that when my son takes that beach ball under the water, that beach ball pops up into the air and then drops back to the surface of the water. Now I'm going, wait. You're telling me that beach ball somehow makes its way shooting straight up, but not down like my lighter, like my pen and my cigarette. Okay. That's not correct. That something doesn't make sense. But I noticed something, Slick. I noticed that when my son has that beach ball full, he can't take it down as far. And that's not but I also noticed that its rate of acceleration up actually changes due to the fact that after he's played with that ball all day, that ball loses a lot of air, and it actually doesn't shoot to the surface of the water as fast as a full one. And to me, that was weird. To me, it's something I know. Okay. I'm now classifying this a force. Why? I'm going to say it's a force because something had to make my stuff fall to whatever surface, and something had to have made my ball go up. And yes, I'm Don't know
Sure.
much, but I'm classifying this construct called a force. And
Okay. Now
I'm saying a force is something that you need that force to make any of my objects do something.
okay, but now hold on because we got to back up a minute
Okay?
because you're moving a little bit too fast now
Yeah.
with your kid with the beach ball going under the water. Isn't that another observation?
Oh no, everything I'm going to say for right now, as far as I can remember and
In other
can
words,
say, everything's going to be an observation.
sure. So at this point, you just saw what happened with the ball. Now you've applied a force, but you're moving too fast because you haven't verified that yet. See, so it's the same thing as the other things. You have to verify it first before you can say it's a force. It's just an idea in your mind until you verify what happened.
Correct.
So, right. So that's why you have to do a test to find out
Yep.
if it was a force.
You're
You have
right.
to find out what caused that ball to shoot up like it did.
Okay, perfect. So you accepted the verification that things fall but we didn't call it a force yet, but we are understanding that all those observations we have seen that things do fall at a same rate. They
Sure.
do have a terminal velocity, and now I've moved to the pool. So those things were verification of those observations. Now we're obviously changing a different observation. I would say this is a part of the variable. I mean, we're changing all these things, right? So I gave the first example with the beach ball in the pool. Now I'm gonna change it up a little bit, change the variable up, and I'm gonna use 100 balloons, all filled up with helium at different levels.
Okay.
And I'm gonna see what happens when I let them go, because they all float on this string. I don't know why they float on this string. It doesn't really make sense because, again, remember, I've seen this happen, but it didn't happen the same way. I saw this.
Sure.
I saw the beach ball go up, and I know if I let go of these balloons, they want to go up. So again, 100 balloons, all different levels of inflation, and I noticed that I drop them, and again, I got my mythical helicopter, and I'm actually following this cluster of balloons, and I noticed that one by one, they stop rising, and they kind of pause,
Okay.
and then they actually will eventually start falling back to the surface of the earth. So
Okay.
and I'm noticing that they're not falling at the same rate as all my other stuff. I'm kind of confused still. But
Okay.
I've now verified that objects with less density than the atmosphere, because again, I'm mythically have constructed all this because that's going to be my argument about the pool and the ball full of air, and it's going to be my argument for helium. And so I'm fast tracking that. So
That's okay.
yeah. I just wanted to clarify for everyone else as well. But so I verified that things do go up, but but again, I've noticed that they don't all go up at the same rate like all my other things. So
Okay.
so what I'm going to deduce from this is that there's going to be, again, I'm now classifying as forces now, because I have to explain why things go down and why things go up, and I'm going, without giving them names yet, I have to classify them as what I'm considering these things called forces.
Okay. Now, before you go on, let's just stop right there so we can
Okay.
see what we've got. Let's summarize what we've got. Okay. We've got items dropping at the same speed, like with the lighter and a quarter,
Same
and
rate.
a whole
Yeah.
bunch of other things. Right.
It's
Okay.
not the
Same
same
rate. Okay.
Yeah.
Same rate. Okay. Now we have the pool with the beach ball scenario. We got that scenario down, right? Under that observation, that's another one, right? The beach ball in the pool. Okay. Now our other observation is with the helium balloons that you just explained. So right now we have a whole group of observations. Now that's all we have at this point is observations, right?
Yep.
At this point.
Yes.
Okay. Now continue.
Okay. Now with these forces that I haven't classified yet, but that do two different things. One goes up, one goes down.
Okay, this is what we got to stop, because see, all you have right now is observations, but you're bringing the word forces in. So you haven't established any forces yet, because all you have is observations.
Yep.
Okay,
perfect. I'm not gonna lie, kind of cornered you into saying
that's okay.
that.
That's all right.
Then I have to give them a name.
No. What you have to do is find out what is the cause of your observations?
Yeah, and that's the name. I'm gonna give.
Okay, so what you want to do? So right now you're trying to come up with an idea of what's causing what you see, right? So that's your hypothesis. In other words, you're saying to yourself, I wonder what's causing this.
Mhm.
And that's your idea. Now,
Sure.
so far, all you have is an idea. And now what you're saying
Yes.
is, I have an idea that there
Mhm.
is some force causing this.
Yes.
Now, that's where we're at right now. You have the
100%.
idea that there's a force causing it. Okay,
Yes.
now what is your next step?
Okay. Again, I got a problem. I'm now making a lot of observations, clearly.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Slick, but I have to give them names. I'm sorry. I know. Hang on. I get what you're saying, but for now, because I've made, we'll say, 2 observations for these 2 different forces, I'm going to be confidently giving them names until my observations prove different from me.
Okay, but the thing is, Sean, you don't have to.
You may not
But
agree.
you don't have to do that.
But
No, it's
but I
okay.
need to. I feel like I need. Dude, I smoke weed. I'm a stoner.
Dude,
I
you're
got a
fine.
short-term memory.
I'm not knocking you. You're
I know,
fine.
I know,
I'm
no.
trying to tell you.
But
When I'm trying,
I really want to give them names, though. I just need to.
you can do that. I'm
Okay.
not saying you can't, but what I'm saying is keep in mind that at this stage, it's just an idea. That's all I'm saying.
All we're doing is observing effects of what?
Right.
Who knows? Yeah, we're not at the point. We don't know yet.
Right.
But
you got some ideas that there's forces involved.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. Okay.
Okay. But the problem is let's say I'm going to pick a random name. Phil KO in the chat comes in out of nowhere and goes, "What the fuck are you guys talking about?" And I go, "Oh shit. Okay, I can't. Flick. I can't. I'm not going to explain everything again. We just retracted twice. Caught up twice. Just to clarify, we're both on the same page. Phil, dude, I got these forces. Again, I got to name them. I'm going to call this force that makes all my stuff fall at the same rate. I'm going to call it Guggenheim. Guggenheim. Yep. And then I got this other force that goes up. I'm going to call it Wiener Schnitzel. Why? Those are fucking perfect scientific names. Why the hell not? It's better than some stupid off-the-wall name like gravity.
So in other words, you've named your ideas. You got a couple of ideas, and you put names on them. No problem. That's not a problem. You can do that.
Yep. Okay, perfect. Now, I'm going to kind of veer away from droppity stuff and uppity stuff for the verification of them, of my theory, and because I feel like I need to. I feel like I'm getting blinders on this effect. So what I'm going to do is I want to figure out what the F is it going to? And then so I'm going to get a bunch of observations. Again, everything I'm going to do observations, my friend. I'm sorry. But I heard about this thing called a plumb bob. My friend told me about it. I don't know what the fuck it really does, but he told me that wherever you put that plumb bob, it will show you straight down to a point. And I'm like, to a point of what? And I'm like, so if I go on a mountain, will it change? Because, dude, it always goes straight down. And I'm like, straight down to effing what? And he's like, I don't know. It just does. So I'm trying to figure that out. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to take that plumb bob, and with my helicopter, or actually I'm going to trade my helicopter in for a nice Learjet, because, styling. Okay. And I'm going to go around the world, around the earth.
Okay, hold on. Now this is where we have to stop.
I didn't want to say it.
That's cool, but the thing is, see, you're already getting too far ahead because you've already determined that the Earth is round. You ain't got that far.
Okay, yeah, you're right, and that's why I actually. Okay, hang on. Before I say that, who did I just do that to? Mighty Mouse. I didn't mean to delete that. I was actually trying to give someone a wrench, and in the middle of the conversation, without trying to not listen to the conversation, so I wasn't paying attention to the chat part. But it's fixed, so don't think I was pissed about that message. I'm sorry, Slick.
That's okay. See, right now you just have some observations.
Yeah, you're 100% right, and I caught myself. I said around the world. It's not. It's to these different areas on this Earth.
Okay.
And I have noticed that every time I take a test with my plumb bob, it always points down, straight down.
Okay. No
Um,
problem.
again, I don't know why. Again, you're right. I don't know why at all. But I do know something. And this is actually something I do. It's actually a really cool trick grade checkers do with plumb bobs. Usually, I'm using a plumb bob to find a spot, and I'm hanging it, or I'm usually holding it with my hand or whatever. But what happens is I need to know the spot on the ground, even though it's hanging above it. So we do a little trick where we pick it straight up, and then we just drop it. It's just free fall. And what it does is it drops straight down to the spot at which it hung. And in doing so, I have another observation of things falling to a spot every time. I go on a side of the hill. It's not straight down from the side of the hill surface. It's straight down. And it's all over the world. Now, again, I don't know it's a globe. But that observation, I really felt like I needed to do, and I'm going to put it in my files.
Okay, so far you're adding that to your list of your observations. The other things falling, we got the beach ball doing its thing, the helium balloons doing its thing, and the plumb bob doing its thing. So far we have all these observations, okay? And you have an idea that there's some force causing it. So that's where we're at right now.
Yes.
Okay, continue.
Okay. Another observation or another test, I'm going to call it observation, that I've just realized I want to do is I want to figure out why, or how about this? On my trips around, I've eaten a lot, and I've noticed I feel it's a little harder to walk and run and climb. I want to figure out it's kind of hard to have this. Do I know what weight is? Do I know?
You don't know anything.
Yeah, see, that's
right
the thing.
now,
I don't know if I
you
can
don't
weigh
know.
myself.
All you have is your observations right now.
Okay.
So that's it.
So we are starting kind of cavemanish-esque.
Well, that's how everything starts, because you're starting with an observation. All you have is what you see at this point.
True.
Now, as far as weight goes, now it's okay to assume that you weigh something, that there's some substance to you, because you can feel that you're not just floating. Okay, so it's okay to, sure.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Oh, actually, I kind of got to go back. In the first observations I was making when I was dropping stuff, I was like, remember, I knew that my quarter and we both didn't catch this. My lighter in my quarter, we both just kind of brushed over the fact that we both said we know there's a different weight in that.
Well, we knew for the sake of the conversation, we understood that things can weigh differently and do what they do in your observation. So we're just, for the sake of conversation, we're assuming that that's the case. Okay, perfect.
Oh, yeah. Okay, perfect. So now that I've constructed this weight thing, because I'm going to say I constructed it, and we both have verified we can weigh ourselves, so we understand that. But now I'm going, why? Why can we weigh ourselves? I know things drop, but now I have a question. Now my question is, yes, everything falls, and things that are less dense than its atmosphere do rise, but what constitutes that? So I understand. I'm going to call it mass. Everything has to have a mass to be weighed, because it has to have something in it. So we might as well call that matter.
Okay, hold on. Now, just before we get too far, is this just an idea? You're still at the idea stage, right? You just got some ideas.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm trying to correlate.
You're formulating a hypothesis of what's causing. Yes.
Yeah. Why are these things falling? And I'm saying, well, everything that I've made fall, it has substance. It has substance. I'm going to call it matter. And
matter's fine.
Okay. And then what constitutes matter? I'm going to say it has to be able to be weighed. Fuck it. Why? I don't know. And then I'm going to start weighing things. But that's also going to make me really kind of start thinking.
In other words, put it like this: some things are harder to pick up than others, right? Like your quarter may have felt easier to pick up than the lighter, that kind of thing. So just use that as because that's your observation. You are observing that different things are easier to move.
Yes,
right?
exactly. Hmm.
Okay, so that's your observation. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm thinking. Okay, so in that, now that I get what I'm constituting as matter, we understand it has a mass, and because we know all these objects have these things, that we can comfortably say these
Well,
objects
hold
all
it.
do fall
Not
at the same rate.
Okay, hold it. Not yet, because now what you're doing is you're kind of just making a declaration. The only thing that you know right now is things have substance and some things are easier to move than others. Now when you say that it's mass, now you're just throwing something in that you haven't really verified. You're kind
Sure,
of just making a statement,
you're
right?
you're you're
So
100%
you
right.
have okay.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, so you're right. So what I'm going to do is because I know their matter, and I'm going to have to classify these things because quarter weighs less than lighter. I kind of want to be more accurate because that accuracy will justify, in my opinion, will justify everything falls at the same rate, because I want to know that these different, I want to know that the quarter and the lighter had the same rate of fall because of this thing I'm calling a force, and not that they're just so close in weights.
Okay. Now use a better example. Use that bowling ball and feather because they're
Okay.
much different
Yeah.
in amount
Okay.
of matter. So that's a better example.
Okay. Perfect.
Okay.
Oh, perfect. Actually, damn. Okay. So here's the this is actually going to be my verification of a force. Okay.
Okay, hold on now, because when you say
Mhm.
verification, you're telling me that you're doing an experiment
Yep.
to verify it. Okay, so this is your
Yes.
experiment that you're doing now.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to Okay. So because we've done this test where we watched the feather and the bowling ball fall, and we know that they.
Observation.
Yes. I'm sorry, but
Observation.
it is
Okay.
a test. It's a
Okay.
test. It's a,
No, no,
call
it's
it.
not. It's an
Well,
observation. It's only an
well,
observation at this point.
don't you observe a test? Don't you observe an experiment?
No, but at this point, all you have is your observation. Now, if you're going
But
to
those
do a test,
no, those
now
are
that's
tests.
another.
But
Wait a
remember
minute. Hold on. That's where we're getting confused.
yeah, okay. So, but the lighter, the balloons, the bowling ball, the feather,
I'll
those are
tell
all tests
let's for
or
simplicity's
experiments, I
test,
guess, right?
for simplicity, let's just focus on the bowling ball and the feather because
Okay.
we know that everything else is related. As far as
Okay.
the dropping things,
Okay.
we know
Perfect.
that. Okay, so let's just go with that.
Mhm.
Okay,
Okay. Perfect. I actually agree with that one. Kind of convolutes the argument when we're trying to remember all these different things.
right, right.
But now that I remember, we know that these things have the same acceleration, a rate of fall
We've got
in a
the
chamber.
observation.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Okay.
I am going to argue that these observations are tests because I'm actually doing them. They're not just nature. I'm actually invoking the objects. So I'm going to I have to classify it as a test or an experiment because I'm the one doing it, and it's not just me looking and seeing it.
Okay.
I'm actually the
No
one
problem.
doing it. These are
I
my
understand.
yeah, okay. So
Okay.
I'm jumping back. I'm going, oh crap. I know these things fall at the same rate,
Okay.
but how the hell does a bowling ball and a feather fall at the same rate, and when they're so different? Well, I have to justify that they're different. So what I'm going to
Well,
do
see,
is
this is the thing.
well, hang on. I got to justify
Okay.
that they are so much different, and because we're just now getting on this weight thing, I haven't quantified their weights. So
Right.
what
But
I'm going
let's just go some terms. Let's just
to
use some terms. In other words, you see the effect of the bowling ball and the
yes,
feather falling
I
at the now that's your
no,
effect.
well,
Now
I'm going to correct you. I see
okay.
effects. I don't know what they are. Remember, we don't know what they are yet. So I see effects. I don't see the effects of anything because you kind of said
No,
of.
in other words, your observation, you've made an observation where you see the bowling ball and feather fall at the same rate. Now that's your observation at this point, right?
Yep.
Okay. So now you said that you want to do a test so that you can find out why that is, correct?
Yes. So I'm gonna.
Okay. Okay. Now hold on. Hold on. So
Okay. Yep.
all I want to do is get terms together. In other words, what you saw was an effect of the bowling ball and feather falling at the same speed. I mean, at the same rate. Now, what you want to do is find out the cause. So, just so we have terms, now you're looking for a cause. So, you're doing a test to find out the cause, correct?
Okay, what would be so? Yeah, I feel like those were tests because the accumulation of those would verify it.
No, the thing is, all you've done so far is you just done an observation. You see, in other words, like out in the natural world, you saw things fall. That was an observation. When you
Yes,
took your bowling ball and feather in a vacuum chamber and dropped them, well, that was just a
that's a
a
test.
man-made. Yes, no, it was just a man-made
Okay,
observation.
then
It's still an
then
observation.
classify to me what a test is.
A test is something when you go to find out what's happening.
Mhm.
That's the test part.
Okay, but didn't I go to find out what happens when I drop a lighter and a quarter and the other objects?
No, what you did was you went and saw an observation. See, those were See, those
Oh,
were
okay, okay,
your
okay.
observations.
I see
Okay,
where I see. This is the difference for me. An
right.
observation, just an observation, is the phenomena as we see. A
Yes.
test is when we create these phenomena to happen for an observation. That's a test.
Well, not really. No.
Well, okay,
It's
okay, okay. So
in other words, it's like
wait.
this.
Okay,
It's like
hang on,
this. I can
I gotta
clear it up.
hang on. So if I'm in school and a teacher has taught me a bunch of stuff, what isn't the test to verify the methods that are taught?
Right. The only difference that I'm trying to make is that you have different types of observations. You have natural observations and you've got your man-made observation. That's all I'm saying. They're still observations, is what I'm saying.
But isn't but when you see it, or when you see the phenomena in nature,
Okay.
that's an
Yes.
observation.
Yes.
And in doing so, okay, then we have to back up because everything that we've done are tests. But I don't have.
No.
There's no. But yeah, exactly. Because there's no reason for me to be doing these tests because we haven't discussed the phenomena that I saw. Because
Yes, we did.
No, we didn't. Because that's what distinguishes between a test and an observation. Because
Right.
because just an observation of a phenomena isn't a test. Going
Right, but
out
I can
and then but putting yourself in the position to view that phenomena on multiple situations or observations, that becomes a test because now you're
Right.
involved in it. It's not just happening. You're involving yourself.
Sure. But now in your feather and bowling ball, right? That is an observation that you set up, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so at this point, that's all it is. It's still an observation. It's
But
not
you said keywords. You said the observation that I set up. That makes it a
yes.
test. That makes it a test.
Okay. Okay, we're getting confused on what a test is. I think that's where we're hitting a brick wall. Because
I'm
see,
sorry.
to me,
I don't feel
let me
confused
tell you what
on the
my
test.
idea what a test is.
Okay,
My
perfect, yeah.
idea of a test is to find out what's causing the effect. Now that's my idea of the test part.
Okay.
What is your idea of the test?
Yes, I agree. But again, I'm
Okay.
gonna specify that the cause isn't the source.
But you can't specify anything because,
Damn.
in other
Okay.
words, causes
I see
can't be
I
causes
see the
can't be
problem.
specified.
I see the
Okay.
problem in my argument. Okay, so
Okay.
for me to say gravity is the cause, I am saying that is the source of the effect. Yes. Okay. Fuck. Yeah. That's a
Right.
real bad part of the argument. Okay.
Exactly.
In that sense, in that sense, we are scaling our terms to determine a specific position. And if that is the case, and I'm going to say this very clearly for anyone listening that's a flat earther, it's like I know you're hearing me, so that's why it's not to you.
That's cool.
For this discussion, the source is gravity.
Okay, now wait a minute. Now, see, for me, this is where you're jumping a little bit of ahead because you haven't found the cause yet. In other words, you can't just declare a cause.
Yes,
you
I
have
can.
to. Okay, this is where the argument always gets off track because in science, you do experiments to discover what the cause is. That's the whole point of an experiment, to find the cause of an effect. You can't just declare what the cause is.
But I'm not
and
declaring.
That's when you say yes, but when you say it's gravity, that's a declaration because you haven't done any tests to find out if gravity is the cause.
Again,
you're just making a decision.
I think we may hit a wall because again, I am going to classify everything we've discussed as a test. The only thing we did not discuss is the phenomena in which ensued me wanting to test these things.
So
And
let me ask you
I
this.
think because we did that, it gives validity to you saying they're not tests, because all we're talking about is observations, as if
Okay.
they're just observations. No, those are all tests. We didn't talk about a phenomena that made me do these tests.
Sure, but I just want to ask you a question because you brought up gravity. See, my question to you would be, what is gravity and what makes you think that gravity is causing these things to happen?
Gravity is the name I gave the force that made all my objects fall at the same rate, the same object that resisted the buoyant force that made things go up, and the reason why that bowling ball and that feather have fall at the same
Sure.
rate.
Now, do
I think
you
I kind of
realize
said
that
it twice.
so now do you realize that this stage, all you're doing is giving a name to your observations. Now, are
Yep.
you clear on this? Okay. Now, so all you're doing is taking an observation, something you see, and you're putting a name on it. But you're not hold on, I'm almost finished. It's
I'm
just another
creating
second.
the
Hold on,
independent
Sean.
and
Sean,
dependent
you got to let me
variables.
finish.
Yes,
Sean, you
sir.
got to let me finish. I was
You're
almost
actually
done.
right. I apologize.
Sure. That's okay. The only thing I'm saying is you haven't discovered a cause yet. You just got a name for what you see. That's different than knowing what the cause is. So are we clear at this point?
Hmm.
Okay.
For me, justifying it is the phenomena I observed is the effect. The cause is gravity. The source in our argument is gravity. The source
I
of
understand.
gravity is unknown.
Okay. Now see, here's where the problem is. You haven't tested to find out if gravity is the cause of this. What you are doing is you're
No,
making a conscious, hold on, you're making a conscious decision that gravity is causing this. Now, do you know the difference? So you understand what I'm saying?
in a sense, yes. I think here's I'm sorry, I cannot move away from the fact that I think that every observation that we discussed were all tests.
No, but that's the thing. Okay, so let's back up with observations. If you're walking down the street
Or if
and
anything, let's start over. Let's start completely
no,
over.
sure. Well, let's just say you're walking down the
Mm-hmm.
street, you see an apple fall. Is
Yep.
that a test?
That's a nope. That's a phenomenon.
Okay,
That's a phenomenon we
right.
see in nature.
Sure. In other words, but it's not a test, right?
Nope.
Okay. So now at this point, all of your observations is the same as that.
Nope. Too far. Again, I was walking down the street and I observed an apple fall. I observed the phenomena happening. At that point, I got curious to why that apple fell, and then I started my tests.
Right. But Sean, I'm only saying this for the purposes of our conversation so that we
Mm-hmm.
don't move too fast. See, because you wanted to go into the test phase, and I'm trying to back up to show you we haven't gotten to the test phase yet. You're still in the observations phase. But what you have done is given names to your observations. That doesn't mean you've done any tests. You just called your observations names.
If anything,
So
I
you
feel
have
like, but that's the
you
thing. I
haven't
feel like I should have called it a name before I did the test. I'm because I would have seen this observation. I would have made my guess, and I'm going to guess it's this thing called gravity. I'm going to start off by saying that.
Okay, but that's your idea. See, we've
Yep.
gotten that far.
Yep.
That you have an idea
Yep.
that it's a thing that you're calling gravity.
Yep. From
But
the
at
start.
this point, yes, but at this point, it's just an idea in your mind.
Okay.
You
So yeah.
haven't done any.
Then
See,
let me
hold
ask
on.
this.
The test is
Hang on.
what comes.
Yeah. Let me ask. Like, this is where I'm going to ask, because I want to know what
Okay.
you would do. Okay. So
Okay.
we're walking down the street. We observe an apple fall. We both declared a phenomenon has happened. What would you do next as your first test?
Okay. If I want to find out what the cause of that fall was, I would try to come up with an idea of what caused it.
Okay. What's your idea?
My idea is that you plant seeds in the ground, and the sunlight, uh, the apple seeds grow into a tree using sunlight energy from the sun. And what happens is that apple gets ripe, and then once it gets ripe, it releases some of that energy and falls. Now that would be my idea of
Okay.
what's happening. That's
Perfect.
my hypothesis
All right.
at this stage.
Perfect. Okay. Now continue.
Okay, so at this stage, that's all I have. I don't know you know what I'm saying? Because I haven't done an experiment to see that, the tree grow. Well, actually, yes, I have, because I know that a tree will not grow without sun. In other words, I could try to grow a tree without the sun. You know what'll happen. And I can put a tree
Mm,
with the sun and see what'll happen.
I
So
no
I
no
know
wait
that the
wait
sun. Okay.
problem. I
Well,
can grow.
okay.
I can grow. I I have grown without the sun.
Okay. So okay. So how do we look at this? So what have you grown without sun? Like, in other words, you've grown without light.
No. I've used UV lights,
Okay,
artificial
so
sun.
I'm talking about the light. Okay, so in other words, I'm talking about light. In other words, the tree got energy from the light.
Okay, so you're saying that if you have a light source,
You can grow something because,
loose term on source, um, it will grow in that direction.
well, it's not really about direction. It's just that it'll grow, period. Because what it's doing is it's taking energy from the light. See,
Well,
that light has to be powered.
well then
That
why do seeds grow up?
Well, I'm not into that part yet. We're
Okay.
just talking about, yes, we're only talking about what caused the tree to grow. Where did that tree had to get energy from somewhere to grow? Because if you try to grow an energy and grow a tree in darkness, it won't grow. So you can do an experiment and say, okay, you know what? This tree will grow when I put some light on it. What does the light have? The light has energy. Okay, we know how energy works. I mean, long story short, energy transfers. You can't create it, you can't destroy it, but you can transfer it. So it transfers from the sun, which is a light source, to the tree. Now that tree has energy because it's transferred from the sun. So now that apple is up in the tree from the energy of the sun. So
Hmm.
now when that apple ripens, it gets too heavy for the branch that it's falling on. Now when it falls, that energy is released. So I've accounted for my observation with everything I needed to accomplish it, and I didn't mention gravity once.
Okay. Does how did you verify it that it's pulling it down?
Okay, no problem, because that's where it came from. See, everything has a natural resting place in physical existence.
But
Existence. In other words,
whoa,
hold on,
slick
let me just
problem. There's a
elaborate. Just give me a
but
second.
there's a
Just
problem
give me a
though.
second to
Okay.
elaborate. No, if
Okay.
you give me a second, I can
Okay. Yeah.
elaborate.
My bad. Yeah.
Because
I
in
jumped the
order,
gun. My bad.
you're okay, no problem. In order to have physical existence,
Hmm.
things have to have a place in that existence. That's
True.
just a
Okay.
natural law. Okay.
Okay.
So the natural place for those seeds and the apples and all those things is the ground. Their natural resting place ain't in the air, it's on the ground. So
Problem.
that's why. Problem. What is it? Go ahead.
You don't know that it's its resting spot. All
Okay,
you've made
let's establish it.
all you've made is an observation.
Sure. So let's establish it. Let's see if I can prove where its resting place is. Let's do a test.
Nope.
But that's the thing. In other words, I'm not just
But
making a
see,
claim. I have
but
to back it up. So I want to back it up.
but your claim is that it falls to its resting place. You haven't done all you've done is an observation.
I know. And I want to back that observation up. That's my next step. That's what I'm going to do for you right now.
Okay.
Where
My bad. So you saw the observation, and everything you've said so far is just your hypothesis.
Right. In other words,
Okay,
I
my
see
bad.
an observation, and you're
Hmm.
right. And I got
Okay.
okay. And now I'm doing my test.
But
The reason I'm
wait. But you said that everything falls to its natural resting place. What's the difference between that and me calling it gravity?
okay. The thing is, right now, I'm only establishing that physicality means that things have a place in that physicality. Now, that I know from just experience. In other words, I see things where they are. Like if nothing's touched them, they have a resting place. Like a
But when
boulder. You see a
but
boulder.
but when have you seen something start somewhere?
Well, that's my point. I'm saying I see things where they are.
But you don't know where they started.
No, I don't. But all I have to
Th-
do is do a test to find out
Perfect.
where they
Okay.
started.
But you haven't done that yet. But again, you can't say that things fall to their where they started because you don't know that yet.
I know, but what I'm trying to establish with our conversation, I'm telling you how I know that. Because it's easy. Things have a natural resting place. Like if you'll notice, everything comes from the earth. Isn't
How,
that the start of
but
pretty much everything?
how do you know
I'm
that?
saying, what's it? Okay, just from experience. In other words, I can do a test too. In other words, all I have to do is a simple thought experiment and ask myself, have I ever seen an apple just floating in the air?
Is
Have
that a
you ever seen an
test?
apple? Hold on, just follow with me. Have you ever seen an apple floating in the air?
No.
Okay, so we can know from that 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 is not the apple's resting place, because if that was the apple's resting place, we would see apples floating in the air.
Okay,
You
then
understand?
what about branches that have never fall?
I don't understand. What do you mean? What branches that never fall?
Like a tree grows. Now the apples may fall off, but the branches don't.
Okay, the branch is still the tree has enough strength to hold attached to the branch. You see how thick those branches are?
But what does it hold? What is that strength holding against? What, like when I
What do
think
you
of strength, I'm thinking, if I'm thinking of an apple and you're saying the tree's strength, I'm thinking that tree is having to hold that apple up. But if it's having to hold the apple up, that means that apple's constantly trying to go somewhere.
Well, right. See, don't forget that tree has energy from the sun. So
Okay.
the reason that it can hold on to those branches is because, remember, that tree has energy in it.
Okay. But everything does want to go to the ground.
Well, no, don't say to the ground. Everything wants to go to its resting place.
Okay. But how do you know it does go to its resting place if you don't know where it started from? How have you? I mean,
Okay.
how do you verify it is its resting place and not its final place of rest?
Very easily, because think about it. Where have you ever seen an apple on its own anywhere else but on the ground?
Yes, in a tree.
Okay, but I'm not talking. Okay, let's not use apple tree. Let's use a rock or something instead
Okay,
of the apple
sure.
on the tree. Okay, have you ever seen a rock in the air floating?
Yes. Oh, float? No, not floating. Sorry.
Okay, so where have you when you're walking down the street and you see rocks? Where do you see them?
Rocks on top of boulders.
But on the ground is my point.
Well, the boulders are on the ground. One boulder's on the ground, but the
And
three
in
other
other
boulders
words,
aren't.
no, in other words, you don't see any floating, right? If it's not
No,
floating,
nope,
it's got to be on the
nope.
ground. So it's got
None
to
of
be on
them
the ground.
Nothing's floating.
You only got two spots. You're either in the air or you're on the ground.
Okay, just to clarify, have you done any tests so far? What we're talking
No.
about, have any tests been done?
No, what I'm trying to do is establish resting place, because
okay,
that's what our question was, right?
Yeah,
So
you're right. I just wanted to make sure because the big argument is about this test thing. So I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. We haven't done any test yet. Okay.
Right. We're just establishing that resting place. So
Yeah.
that's why when I say things want to be in their resting place, because that's where they're starting from. Now, the reason I say even when the apple is in a tree, the resting place is on the ground, because where did the original seeds for the tree get planted at?
Did you plant
On
the tree?
the ground. No, hold on. I'm just saying.
For the sake of argument, yes, you planted that tree because that would actually be, for your argument. It would literally be that, yes, I do know the start of where it started from.
Right. So in other words, I've established the resting place because it started from the ground. So that's why. That's why I know that.
So
that's why I know the apple.
You didn't plant. So you saw this apple fall. Can we say that you then decide to plant an apple tree to verify these things?
No, what I'm saying is all I've done is made an observation. I planted my seeds in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
The energy grew the tree. So the apple was raised in the air from the energy from the sun.
Okay.
Then when the apple got too heavy for the tree, it released and went back to the ground because that's its original resting place.
There's a problem.
Okay, what is it?
Would you say you just told me cause and effect?
I'm telling you the theory of my observation.
But you're saying cause and effect.
Yes.
Okay, the problem is that when I was giving you mine, you told me I couldn't have cause and effect until I did tests. And even though I had thought I did tests, I still hadn't. You said I still hadn't. That's why I keep going. We haven't done any tests yet, because you're giving cause and effect without tests, and I gave my cause and effect with tests. My opinion of tests.
Right. So I don't understand what we're wrong. See,
I think because here's the problem.
We're moving too fast.
I said the cause was gravity because of the effects that I observed in tests. We had an issue with the tests, and you said I couldn't tell you cause and effect without tests. And I've asked twice now if we've done any test in your on your thing, and you said no, we haven't. But you're establishing cause and effect.
Okay, but the thing is, Sean, you got to let me say it. In other words, you're moving in and jumping in so fast, you're not really giving me a chance to finish what I'm saying when I say this. What I'm saying is I'm making an observation,
Hmm.
right? Now, what I'm saying is that in that observation, I have some understanding of some of the things that I'm observing. See, I'm already with the understanding that energy can't be created or energy can't be destroyed. You know what I'm saying, things like that. So I'm trying to say these are natural laws, right? So, what I'm basing my understanding on some
But
laws that have
you,
already been
you can't do that.
understood to be natural.
I'm saying you can't do that, Slick, because I
That's
couldn't.
fine.
Remember, we went
Sure.
caveman.
Dude, that's fine. I understand it. So we can
Okay,
do that. Let's
okay.
back up.
No, no, no. We
Okay.
don't even have
So
to. It doesn't really matter because
the
I've
thing is,
already. Mhm.
Sean, the thing is, from experience, I know that you can't get something out of something that you didn't
Okay.
put in.
Can
In other
you?
words, if you
Let's
hold
fast.
on,
Let's fast.
let me give you my example.
Okay.
Sean, come on, man.
I know.
In other words,
Fuck.
if you're driving a car, you
Fuck you, Slick. Quit being right. All right. My bad. Okay, go.
yeah, okay. In other words, like if you put gas in the car, you're only going to get out of that car the gas that you put in it. See, so I don't really have to make that assumption. I've been around enough and have enough experience to know that you're only going to get the energy out that you put in. So I don't even have to know of any law to know that. I know it from experience. So that's why I can use that hypothesis when I say that the energy coming from the sun is going into the tree. And then when that apple releases, it's just releasing some of that energy. Because I know from experience, you have to have energy to make something happen.
Okay.
So I did all of my hypothesis without gravity. Now, I haven't done any proof of anything yet. I just have an idea at this point. So that's why I'm saying I'm not jumping ahead. This is just my idea. Like you have an idea that it's a force. My idea is that it's just energy release.
Okay,
So
but
that's where we're at this point. We
so in
both
the,
have ideas.
yeah, so in my idea, you are conceding that I can call it a force and I can call it gravity.
Well, you can have an idea
Yes,
all you
yes.
want.
Okay,
Sure.
okay. Okay, so let's kind of move ahead. Can you give me the first or one, or it doesn't have to be the first, a test that you would perform in this?
Okay. The first test, what I would perform to see if the tree would grow in the dark. That would be my first test.
Okay, so what makes that? So you would plant your own tree. You would
Right. In the dark.
you would
Right.
put it in a dark room, and
Right.
every day you
See
check
it
it. You
to
would
see if it grows.
you'd water
Right.
it because you know no matter what it's going to need water. But
Okay.
okay, so in doing that, you are creating that phenomena
In
yourself.
other words, I'm testing my hypothesis.
Yeah,
See,
yeah.
my
But but
hypothesis
but
is
but
that
but, but when you're doing that, you're creating. That means you're creating the situation.
yes, in other words, I'm doing an experiment.
Oh, okay, perfect. Okay. Oh, okay. Then
Right.
everything I said I did is a test and experiment.
But you haven't done any experiment yet. So far, you just named your observations.
Slick, there's a problem. You
Okay.
just now stated that because you planted a tree and put it in the dark and observed it over time, that was a test, that was an experiment. I did the same things with my objects.
No,
I
see, this is
I
what
cre-
Sean. This is
no,
what you're
look, look.
missing.
You created the phenomena you saw, but you changed the situation. I did the same thing.
No, this is what you're missing, Sean.
Okay.
See, the part that you're missing is that I have to find out if that tree actually has energy in it in order for me to be able to make
Oh,
that claim.
okay.
Correct?
I do apologize. I got a super chat. I got to read it.
Okay.
C4, thank you, my friend. He says, "My hair falls out my head. Did it start on the ground?" I think
Oh, are you asking? You're asking me?
yeah, it's a question to you.
Everything about him started from the ground.
I can't. If C4, I don't know if you wanted me to argue that. I don't know where to start on that. It kind of I don't know. That's his answer, I guess.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
And I challenge him to show me that he came from anywhere else other than the ground. He didn't. You don't see C4s floating around in the air, do you?
I don't know. Dude's a little wacky.
Right.
um,
But do you understand my point? See, the thing is,
I
in order to know, Sean, that my tree has energy in it, is because I do a test to see if it'll grow in the dark. Now
Mhm.
we can fast forward and know that the tree needs light, and
Okay.
light is a source of energy. Now,
Okay.
just
Okay.
for
So
the sake of our
just just to clarify, you just said that you had to grow a tree in the dark as a
to
test.
find out,
Okay.
yes, to find out.
Now here's why I know I did a test. Your
Okay.
tree, you growing a tree, is me getting a lighter and a quarter and dropping it.
Okay.
Me,
Okay.
then you observing it every day is me getting the lighter and the quarter and dropping it every day to make sure that they do fall at the same rate, making sure the balloons float up all at different rates because they're all filled up differently. The bowling ball and the feather, that they do drop at the same rate. Due with no atmosphere, because atmosphere
Okay.
creates resistance, but it does still drop in that resistance. Those are all tests.
Okay, here's the difference, Sean. I've established where my energy came from for the tree, right?
Yeah, in your idea.
No, hold on. Period. I've
Mm,
established, well, Sean, we know that a tree won't grow in the dark.
no, wait, no, because again,
Oh my
I have to
God.
uphold you to the same standards. At this point, you don't.
Okay.
Otherwise, you wouldn't do it.
Okay. So, like I said, it's real for the see. I'm trying, Sean. What I'm trying to do is for the purposes of this conversation. These are something that has been proven already. This is something that has been done. Now, that's something that if you don't know that yet, then that's going to stall the conversation.
But
Because from my experience,
Slick, you got to say you'd have to agree. I have to hold your observation to the same standards as mine.
okay. So let me ask you this. Let me ask you a question then.
Yep.
How do you think a tree grows?
From start or as it grows.
Period. In other words, what makes a tree grow?
Um,
What are the ingredients that a tree needs for growth?
you're not gonna like this answer. I know a tree knows to grow up because of gravity. How? I have no fucking clue.
I didn't say that's not what
But
I'm
what is it?
asking you,
Oh,
Sean. I'm
okay.
asking you what are
What
the
does?
ingredients that a
Okay.
tree
Oh,
needs to grow?
my apologies.
Okay.
Water and light.
Okay. Now, so why are you telling me that I haven't established this yet? That's my point. We have established what causes a tree to grow. So
Then why are
that's what
you
I'm
doing it
trying to.
then why would you do it in the dark?
No, that's just to test to find out if the tree will grow without water and light.
Okay. Well,
That's the experiment.
okay.
Now I found out in my experiment that that won't happen. But
Okay.
when I tried to grow the tree with the light, then the tree grew. So that is my experiment telling me that the cause of the tree being able to grow was the water and the sunlight. I have proven my test. That is an experiment that now I have confirmed the cause of the tree growth. I'm not just making it up. I've confirmed the cause.
Okay.
Now, in your situation, you
Okay.
haven't confirmed any cause yet.
Okay. Well, okay. My cause is me picking the lighter up, and then
That's your
the
observation.
effect is it falling at the same rate. And because
Okay.
I'm again, everything you're saying is it's the same. I'm Slick. I don't know what we need to do, but I'm going to
Okay,
say
do
that
this.
I'm going to say this. You verified that everything I did was a test.
Hold on, do this. Did you see the example that I used with trying to grow the tree in the dark and then trying to grow the tree in the light? Did you see that example? You
Yep.
remember that, right? We
Yep.
just okay. What was your example of how you found out that it was gravity? What did you do to find it out?
I dropped the bowling ball out of my helicopter, and then I dropped my bowling ball and feather in a chamber.
Okay, so what is it?
Just like I did what I mimicked the dropping something in regular Earth like I observed, and then
Okay,
I
let me ask you
changed
this.
it and took the atmosphere out of the equation. Just like you
Okay,
took
let me ask you
just
this.
like you took the light out of the equation.
Okay, no problem, Sean. Let me ask you this question. What happened when you removed gravity and did that same drop? What happened?
No, I removed atmosphere.
I know, hold on. I know what you
It's
removed. I'm
different.
asking. I know, I
But
heard you.
hmm?
We know, Sean, I know that
Yes.
your observation is in a vacuum. So we already know that. I'm asking you, you said that the cause was gravity, right?
Yep.
Okay, now here's my question to you. What happened when you dropped those two items when you removed the gravity?
You can't remove gravity.
Okay, so now what you're saying is that in your test, it was only one way because all you could do your test is what your idea was. You didn't
Okay.
use you didn't remove that idea and see what
Yes,
happened.
I did.
So do you see
I re- I
how?
I removed atmosphere.
But atmosphere isn't the problem here. You're saying
Mm,
that is okay. Is atmosphere what caused them to keep from falling at the same rate?
yes.
Okay, so your cause is atmosphere.
Okay.
It's not
Then
gravity.
okay. So then what would then when I dropped it both those in a chamber, then my verification, what would that be my cause? What would be my cause
In,
there?
in other words, this is what I'm trying to tell you, Sean.
Uh-huh.
You said that the cause of them falling at the same rate is
No.
gravity, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, yes.
Yes, you did. Now,
Hmm.
what I'm asking you is that in your test, how did they fall when you removed the gravity?
You can't remove the gravity.
Okay, now, so what are you telling me is that you don't know what would happen if
Nope.
you removed your.
I'm telling you,
Oh my.
I'm telling you, just like you know light makes a tree grow, that I know things fall for a reason, and I made it
Okay,
gravity.
but let me tell you the difference, Sean, in our scenarios. I removed the light to see if the tree would grow. Now, you didn't remove the gravity to see if you would get that same fall, did you?
It's not the same. We're not testing the same things.
Okay, okay, now
The
hold on.
question.
Let's stop right
Hang on.
there.
No, 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 no. Because the question isn't what makes a tree grow. The question is why did the apple fall?
I understand that. But do you understand that my whole hypothesis is on the idea that that tree has to have energy? So I have to find out whether that tree will grow without energy. So I've done my test to find out that the tree has to have energy to grow. So I've done a test, but you haven't because you all you've done is decided that it was gravity, but you didn't see what would happen if you didn't have the gravity there. Like I removed the light. See, I removed the light from the tree growing. So I'm saying when I removed the light, the tree wouldn't grow. Now, when I say, Sean, what happened when you removed the gravity? You said I couldn't do it. So our scenarios are not the same. You
Okay.
couldn't remove yours.
And here's the thing. If that's the case,
Mm-hmm.
then my argument for gravity as a force is even stronger because
Why?
it's a constant. It's in everything I do. It's in everything you do. It's in everything everyone does. Therefore, it's a constant, which means
But here's the problem.
because I can't take that away. I know.
But here's the problem.
I know. Hang on. Because I can't take that away, I know there's a force involved.
Right. But here's the problem. What you're doing is this. You're saying that my idea is unfalsifiable. So since it's unfalsifiable, I know that it's a fact. That's what you're saying.
Nope. I haven't tried to falsify it.
Okay, but you said that you can't unfalsify. You said that you can't unfalsify it because you can't remove it.
I didn't say I couldn't falsify it. I can
Okay,
falsify.
so
I can,
then,
no, no. How I would falsify it is again, I don't know very much to the extent of making it my argument. But if I was going to say I would say electromagnetism.
no, Sean, listen. See,
What?
you're getting too far away here.
Huh.
See, Sean, when you do an experiment, you
Mhm.
have to be able to manipulate the variable to find out the cause.
Okay.
Now, you just said that you couldn't do that.
Exactly. So what I did,
Okay, so hold up. No,
what I did.
there's
Hang on, hang on, hang
no.
on.
There is
What
no
I did.
substitute.
Well, yes, there is. Because what I did instead is I changed the variables of its surroundings to verify that it was a constant. To verify that my matter that I classified it as having mass, which is its weight, that it all drops at the same rate, no matter the weight. But all those objects not only do that, but they also stay on the ground when I release them. So yes, you may be right about your tree starting from the ground, therefore the apple goes to the ground. That works fine for your theory. But the problem is I look around and I see everything not floating up. So what keeps it there?
Right, dude. Like I said, I hear what you're saying, but all you're doing is you're making a declaration. This is what you're saying.
I'm not.
I have dude. Listen, just hang in there, Sean, because I listen to you.
Yes, sir.
What you're saying is this: I have an idea, but I can't falsify it because I can't remove the gravity out of the way to see what will happen under that same circumstance. So what you're saying is, since I can't falsify my idea, I now just get to declare that my idea is what's causing it. Now, that is not science, Sean. No matter how much you try to convince yourself that it is, it's not.
It's the same thing. Our steps were no different from each other except for the objects we were using.
No, they were different, because what I did was I removed my light. See, in other words, I moved the light. See,
you changed the variable.
Right, exactly. In other words, I saw what happened with the light, and then I saw what happened without the light.
I got a question for you.
Hold on.
No, I got a question. Hang on. I got a question. No, I need this one, Slick. If that's the case, all you did is verify that apples grow on trees.
No, what I verified was that the tree would not grow without that light source.
Okay, what about an orange?
Come on, Sean. I don't want to start playing, man. We're having a good conversation.
No. Okay, here's the situation. I had objects. I tested them, in my opinion. I changed my variables, and you didn't accept any of them.
Sean, listen. You're running away from what I'm telling you, and I only want to stay on this one point until we clear it up.
Okay.
Now, I tested my tree growth by using a light and then removing a light, correct?
Okay, but the apple...
John, say correct. Oh, my God. Sean, okay. I'm only asking you a simple question. Okay, I don't want to get into a...
I understand
that.
So, me picking up a lighter and holding it to a spot at the same elevations of each other, and the lighter and the quarter, and then dropping them at the same rate is me changing the variable.
Okay, would you slow down, Sean? Because I want to get an answer to my question first. In my experiment, did I not use the light and then remove the light? It's just yes or no.
In your experiment,
okay.
Yes.
Okay, yes. Now here's my next question. In your experiment, did you have the gravity and then remove the gravity? Yes or no?
You're asking me, did you? No, there's the thing. No, I didn't. But you're asking me, okay, if I'm asking you the same question, I'm going, did you remove the seed to see if the tree grew without it?
Yes, I can do that too.
Okay.
I can do that experiment. Okay. Sure.
That's the same thing then.
Sean, no, it's not. This is what you're missing, Sean, and you're fighting me on this. The thing is that in my experiments, I am using the item, my variable, and then I'm removing it. In other words, I'm manipulating the variable. In your experiment, you're not manipulating anything because you can't. See, no, you're just making... I can. Okay, well, how are you manipulating the gravity?
You can't tell me what to manipulate that verifies only. There's going to be dozens of things that I can manipulate in a situation. The object, the atmosphere, the conditions. Like you're saying that my variable has to be gravity, and that's not true, because then your variable has to be the seed.
Let's try this. Let's talk about boiling water. So let's talk about science. So we seem to be at an impasse of what science is. So let's talk about finding out the boiling point of water. Okay, let's try that for an example.
We're changing the subject insanely now.
I know, not really, because we're at an impasse, and what I'm trying to do is go into something that'll cure this impasse.
Okay. Well, how about let's hold off. You know how we do. I do want to open the panel.
Okay.
Yeah, because no, it's like
we'll pick it up later.
Yes, exactly. I think that's the best thing we do, because it does stop anything from happening. I like that. And
no problem.
Nothing but respect to you for the conversation. I do appreciate it.
Sure.
We're going to have disagreements. We obviously are going to have disagreements, but thank you for not being disrespectful, as I'm sure you feel the same. It does change the dynamic. And for everyone in the chat, I do get glances of what you're saying. I don't care how right or wrong he was. I wanted to have the conversation about gravity, or what he thinks it is. Regardless of where we got to, it doesn't fucking matter. Why? Because me and Slick are going to have this conversation some other time about something else, or something more extended to it, or maybe even the same thing over again. But guess what the fuck's not going to happen? Slick's foot's never going to be in my ass.
Right. In other words, and let me say something to the audience. It's because we're talking to each other with respect. We're respecting each other and talking about ideas rather than each other's personalities. We're not bringing personalities into it. We're just talking like people trying to hash out ideas, and that's why we're getting along. It's not important who's right or wrong. We're just having a discussion.
Yeah, the idea who's right and wrong, that's a presupposed answer that everyone here does, even before the conversation started. So what's the point of that? I'm going to go ahead and open the panel real quick. Again, Slick, I do appreciate that was fun.
Sure.
I think we started a different topic because of Right the Hand, but don't think we don't have issues still with our conversation originally.
No, the thing is, we're going to continue it. That's how this works. We'll keep going at a later time. We just don't want to hold the panel up.
Exactly. And I'm not going to lie, I'm extensively researching how to debunk the crap out of your properties thing.
Oh, by all means, by all means. All right.
No,
but I'm gonna hang around if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right.
But yeah, the panel's open. If Slick wants to engage with you, go ahead. If that's what you want to do. But again, I'm not going to let it get all crazy. We all got to do that already. But again, it's one of those things. To me, when we're talking about these topics, I mean, we're both arguing our right points. Oh, actually, before we start, hang on, Carlos. I got super chats I got to read, and I don't want to get yelled at by everyone for missing them. Hang on. Okay, so there's that one. Catching up. C4. SJ, can you prove you came from the ground? Or, yeah, Slick James, can you prove you came to the ground? Or came from the ground?
Certainly. I mean, like I said, I can prove that by the idea that everything in physicality has a natural place.
Okay. Again, if you guys are asking questions, I'm not going to argue anymore. I kind of just want to relax now. GPS says, what about mass or magnetic fields growing trees? I guess that means, have you tried it that way? I don't really know. GPS, if you want to ask that question again without the super chat, I'll try to answer it.
It's okay. I can answer it.
No, I meant try to answer
his question.
Oh, okay.
I can answer his question.
Okay, cool.
My answer to his question is no. I've never attempted to grow a tree with magnetism.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I see. All right, so Point and Laugh asked, did you use anti-gravity spray? Dum-dum. I guess he was talking to me. Yes, that's exactly what the fuck I used. Anti-gravity spray. Oh, yeah. And that's the other thing. We're going to talk about my title. Because, yes, Einstein was wrong about some shit. Get this in here. You guys are all free to go now. You guys can talk. You're not being... I'm just reading super chats, so I may cut you off for that.
Leroy Jenkins.
What's up, E-Monk?
What's up?
Hey, man.
How you been?
That was really painful.
I'm sure. And again, I'm not a fucking genius, people. so yeah, I may have missed a lot of points or a lot of steps, but it was the conversation I enjoyed. So, I mean, you guys all have your chance now. Yes, C4. I read all the super chats, I think. I don't think I missed any. Oh, I missed the last one. C4 said, Slick James, you did a long observation. It can take almost 10 years for an apple tree to produce apple. Okay, yeah. C4, we fast-tracked everything. I can even answer that. Yeah, we fast-tracked it. Remember, I was flying in jets and helicopters and shit. None of which I own.
Right. In other words, there were things that we understood.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, everyone, you guys can all go at it now. Anyone wants to join, more than welcome to. But if that's the case, I have no problem bringing up my problems bringing up with what Einstein was wrong about. And some of you may have heard my new researching topic on this about Einstein and general relativity and Big Bang. It's pretty interesting. 1 second. All right, so one thing that science has established, again, to all you smart motherfuckers out there, I am not a science denier. So please Do not come at me like I'm saying Einstein whole theories on or general relativity. I'm not saying he was wrong in those theories. I'm just saying these are a couple things that he is wrong about. 1. Expansion of the universe. With his understanding of gravity, he thought that at some point the expanding universe would come to a slow and then crunch on itself because of the gravitational pull from the Big Bang. Now, understand, Hubble has proved that's wrong. We clearly know the universe is expanding. Not only is it expanding, but it's expanding faster. That is one idea that Einstein had that he was wrong. Now, here's another one that I just learned about. And I had brought it up in Jose's panel, and George decided to rumpus me again. I had clearly stated that this was a idea that Einstein had, in which he was wrong again. I'm not going to say he was wrong. It just hasn't been proven, nor I don't think it could ever be. Here's why. So I brought it up. Repellent gravity. This is part of general relativity. This is another idea that Einstein had and how things happened. General relativity does have an idea. It's not part of a theory, but Einstein did include it, and he does have an idea that So how do I say this? Because I know exactly how to say it, but I don't want to fuck it up. I'm not saying this is the creation of the Big Bang. This is not minutes before the Big Bang. This is what it states. That, how do I say it? General relativity states that, how do you say this without just okay, so the expansion that the Big Bang created, in theory, is this repellent gravity, the pushing force. Does that make any sense? So gravity pulls to the mass, where this repellent gravity is a pushing force, which is what pushed all that dense moment into the universe we have. Now, there are other things that I didn't realize general relativity states that, again, I'm not saying is a fact 100%, but in my idea of what I was researching, that yes, the reason why they're trying to figure out string theory, super string, semi-string theory to the max, and all that shit, is because of these theories that Einstein came up with. The idea that this repellent gravity is what is causing the expansion doesn't explain what is making it speed up. So this is another reason, in my opinion, that there's a real thirst in knowledge on what dark matter is and dark energy, because these are the type of things that would help explain how the universe can be expanding the way it is. But there is something, like I said, we know that Einstein was incorrect, 100% incorrect. The universe is not slowing down in its expansion, and it will not crunch on itself because it's of its gravitational effects. So I wanted to lay that out there. Not denying science. I am repeating how science interprets these things to the point where I'm basically telling you verbatim. Wait, I already read that super chat. I thought there was another one. Oh, there it is. All right, so, there's two of them. Damn it. Oh yeah, here we go. Thank you, Anamorphic Mind. He says, Einstein did not kill himself. Laugh out loud. I don't think he did. I don't think anyone says he did. If anything, I think people keep assuming he's alive for some odd reason. It's weird. Oh, thank you, Kit. I appreciate that. He says, great show, Sean. Thanks for participating and sharing your ideas with us. Oh, okay, see. He says, great show, Sean. Thanks for participating and sharing your ideas with us, Slick. That was from Kit.
John G, I got a quick question. Did
Yeah.
the layout change on the Google Meets? The layout looks different on the tiled. It gives 6 icons instead of 4. To me, I don't know.
I got-
It didn't happen this morning.
I got 5 icons. 1, 2,
Okay.
5.
Yeah, you don't see yourself, but
No.
I got 6. You know.
Oh, okay.
I
Oh
don't see
yeah,
myself.
okay.
I
Yeah.
actually got 6.
That's weird.
I got 8.
But it's cool. It used
Well-
to be. It used to be 4.
Well, I do know that over the next like 3 months, Google Meets is going to change big time. Like they're improving daily, I think. And remember, Jose, there's a whole side of these Google Meets that we don't use. Like,
Oh yeah, it's a big. I
Yeah.
was looking at those all the settings yesterday. It's a lot. No, but
Yeah.
in the actual, if when you hit the bottom right on the layout, you should have the. Damn it! Let me click it. When you
Yeah.
click it and you got the change layout, you got the sidebar.
Yep.
Is the one you're using. The spotlight and then the title. The tiled is got more icons on the
Oh.
screen more than it used to. That's the one I did. I say.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I only got right now. I
Oh,
got 4.
yeah, you see, no, the one mine shows different. Mine shows 6 in the bottom one. The bottom one, you click it, yeah.
Okay, yeah, mine
Right.
shows 4. Maybe it's because I'm the host. I'm hosting it.
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Oh.
Mine have 6. It's odd.
Yeah, well, I know that I know that's a change because when I'm on your panels, I've never seen it like that.
I look squished though.
Excuse me?
I said I look squished.
No, that's
And look,
just
and
you.
the present screen got 3 options. It got your entire screen, a window, and a Chrome tab. It didn't have the Chrome tab option before.
What the
This
fuck?
is
I don't.
new.
I
You're
don't
probably
have a
gonna
Chrome
have
tab.
You're probably gonna have to do some kind of an update or some shit like that.
Okay. Yeah, that's crazy.
Hey, Sean. On one of your streams, you told me to stop. What are you referring to?
I didn't say. Are you talking about earlier?
I think it was earlier
Yeah,
or
on
yesterday's
Jose's.
stream. Oh, Jose, yeah. What the heck?
You see, look
Oh,
at this. Look at the bottom.
I
Look.
said stop.
You see?
Oh shit! Yeah, mine definitely does not look like that.
And then over here, presenting. Oh, it doesn't give you, but it gives an extra option when I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're not presenting.
They're trying to compete with Zoom, so
Yeah. Well, they've been having these. They've been talking about these changes way before Zoom became anything, or before before the coronavirus
Yeah, when we
it
had the
became
hangout,
something.
yeah.
Yeah, but they've been talking about
So
this
you
for a
think
long
we're
time.
Going around trolling people.
Yes.
Is that what you said earlier?
Yes, you've been a fucking troll. Yeah, what the fuck? Are you really asking me this? Really? Are you fucking kidding me, Carlos?
I have not. I've not.
Oh, okay.
I've not been-
Oh, okay.
So
You know what?
Are you saying that I've been going
Carlos,
to ranting
Carlos,
to ranting
you know
to troll?
what time it is? You know what time it is? Peer review time. Oh, I feel so
Okay.
much better on Discord, but we'll do it anyway. And I'm not even asking you, Carlos. Crash. Has Carlos been going to random panels and trolling?
Yes.
Emok. I don't know if you've been seeing Carlos
I
around
haven't
much.
followed. Sorry.
Okay. We'll just say yes. Jose?
Not last week. Not
No,
from
I-
a week. Before, he was. He was
Okay,
going.
thank you. SE Montreal.
Yes, sir. I witnessed the crime. I was there in a few of the events.
Where?
Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me, Carlos. No questions.
Where? Randy, for one.
Uh-huh. Here.
Okay.
Jose's.
Okay. I did not troll at Ranty's.
I didn't hear you on Ranty. I wasn't talking about Ranties.
Okay.
Slick. Has Carlos been running around panels doing a little troll game?
Insufficient data.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And Carlos, to set this to bed, you actually admitted to it because remember you kind of disappeared and then you made that Leroy account.
Yeah. Okay. That was completely just to do a mild troll. Not really troll.
Okay.
Troll, but just kinda
Wait. I
silly.
didn't. Oh, that's still trolling.
Yeah, but no. Here's my thing. I thought you were talking about me going to Ranty's and talking. I thought you were talking
Oh,
about
no,
that.
I
You were saying
didn't
that I
know.
was trolling.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
I just said that. I didn't say you were. It was because of my experience of you popping into my panel and Jose's with little troll comments and jumping out. As of the past week, you haven't. But we're not talking about the past week. We're talking about the previous weeks You know, when you kind of disappeared and then popped in all the time just for a 10-second troll and then jump out?
Well, okay, that yes.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about me
Not
going
to
around
mention
this
the
whole, like,
different name, Sean.
Yep, exactly. Sock accounts.
yeah.
Yeah.
Only at Jose's one time. But anyway.
No,
But no,
no. Leroy hasn't been on many of my stuff, but the troll Carlos has.
Okay.
Sean
Yeah.
even trolled me personally once.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know who he was. And then he goes, hey, it's Carlos.
Yeah, like seriously, it's like how your denial is terrible.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Like you deny cussing, even though everyone heard it. You deny trolling, even though everyone saw it, and you admitted it.
You got a decision?
The only troll that I was denying is that going over there at Randy's. I did not troll anybody except for Shrek.
My verdict is no one cares about Ranty's panel. Carlos, you were trolling.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Anyway.
Again,
I got a question for SC Montreal. SC Montreal, you got any new arguments or evolved arguments that you're going to bring to my show soon, or what? Or you aren't going to show no more because you've been stopped in the tracks of the parroting the memes once and for all?
I have one question after that.
I'll come on your show, Jose, but you banned me from one topic. What's going on now? You're banning things? You're making things a meme? What's up with that, bro?
Very clear. The gas pressure next to a vacuum is a meme that has been explained many times. There's no need to ask that way. You can talk about it, but you got to rephrase the question however you want, but don't parrot the meme. Just that.
Yeah, but it's unlike you, bro. You would never do such a thing in the past. You would never stop a conversation.
Hey, we all evolved, brother. We all evolved. It's better times now, man.
Okay,
more
it's your
honest
show,
times.
Bro. You can do what you want, but I don't agree with that. That's all. But anyway. I'll still come on your show. I got no beef with you.
SC, I've been meaning to ask, how do you feel about Jose's intro song that features you?
It doesn't bother me.
Yeah. That's copyrighted. That's mine. I own it. Boom.
Dang.
You can have it, and I wish you success. I really do.
Do you wish my success as well, SE?
Yes, I wish your success as well. I got no beef with anybody. This is not personal.
Cool, man.
I wish
cool
everybody success. I truly, from the bottom of my heart, do.
I'm gonna change my favorite flat earther from Janice into you now.
Oh, I'm touched, Carlo. Thank you, bro.
No homo.
Better not be.
And Sean, shut up.
Okay, should we sing the Kumbaya now? Slick, throw the first note. We're gonna go in A, in C, in little C, middle C.
Little C. Oh, the key. Let's just turn this into lunch lady mode now. No, I'm just kidding. I ain't gonna try.
Well, I'm not SC. I ain't made up anything, so everything's still the same with me.
Yeah, what I heard was very telling. That Slick, you say like, no, this is my experiments. I have provided everything, but Sean G, no, Sean G did do no experiments whatsoever. Didn't tell me any experiments, but Slick did. That was kind of interesting take, interesting interpretation of what I heard.
Well, you know, you've shown your bias. You know, you're showing it again. Nope, nothing new.
In the key of little G. I like that comment.
I don't get it. I just don't get it.
So, Jose, that subject is barred on your show. Official. It's official.
Well, what subject?
Gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum. That's officially
dude,
barred.
everybody can do that. You grab a tire of a car tire. Actually, in your garage, if you got a vacuum cleaner, you put it next to your car. Boom, done. That's it. We move on. We don't need to talk about that. If you want to talk about the atmospheric pressure and then the space, where there's very little atmospheric pressure, you can talk about it. But you're not going to ask this gas pressure next to a vacuum, or because there's no topic. You can go to your garage, as I say, wash the tires of your car, and put a vacuum cleaner next to it. That's it, done. What is it to talk about?
Hey,
You see,
SE,
Yeah.
here's the deal. You can have an open conversation as long as you realize it's closed.
Yeah, but that's the whole thing, bro. Like, yeah, that's not the Jose that I knew before. I mean, this is news to me. Like, I'm shocked at this, Jose. Really,
a tire
man.
isn't a closed system.
That's not the
No,
issue.
but it's a gas pressure. It has gas pressure in it.
Oh no, okay. I thought someone just said it.
Yeah.
It was
A tire, a full a car tire have gas pressure in it, and then you want to see it next to a vacuum, then put a fucking vacuum cleaner next to it. What is it to talk
like
about?
that.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, there's nothing to talk about. If you want to talk then about the space, the very high up above the earth, then you're gonna have to phrase the question, because, I mean, what else is to talk about? If you want to parrot it, if you want to phrase it the way you want.
Yeah, but how are we gonna phrase it, Jose, the way you want? Come on, man.
No, the
You're
way
being
I want,
unreasonable here.
just not on the meme way that you want.
But who decides it's a meme, Jose? Come on, man.
When you've been explained that it's a meme, and everybody have told you why you misunderstanding and why you're phrasing it wrong, when they have explained to you hundreds of times, then it becomes a meme. That's why I don't want to do it anymore, because I'm sick and tired of listening to the same meme being answered to you and others. And
All
that's
right.
fair. That, from my point of view, is fair.
Look, it's your show. We'll put that aside. But what next? Are you gonna decide something else next? Is out of let's say we go on to open, closed, then isolated, for example. Are you gonna say
probably
tomorrow,
we're gonna
let's see,
no.
no more?
No, we're gonna specify. Are we talking about regular physics or thermodynamics? About the we're gonna decide, because there's two things we got to talk about the just regular physics on Earth or the thermodynamics.
Okay, look, I'll put it to you this way.
I'm still okay. I'm still okay when talking at it. I'm still okay with talking about it, because I gotta learn it well myself. So I'm okay with it.
Okay, I'll put it to you this way. Me, I have nothing personal against you. I'll come on your show. But if I see that you're blocking stuff, then I'm gonna stop coming on your show, bro. Because then it's not. I always used to brag about you. Say what you want about Jose. He lets everybody talk. He doesn't stop conversation. I used to brag about you. Even when people put you down, I used to brag about you. I don't want, if that stops, then there's nothing really left to talk about, bro. See where I'm coming from?
You are a grown-up man. You can do whatever you want, Montreal. You're welcome on my show. Just go if you want to.
That's exactly right, Jose. Just understand what I told you, bro. That's all.
Does anyone have a comment on what I was saying about Einstein? Are we all in agreement?
Einstein did not kill himself.
What'd you say?
I'm impressed with that.
Einstein did not kill himself.
He did not. I want to look at more. Yeah, but I want to look more into it, because I've been saying, I've been talking about the graviton, but I'm sorry, it kind of gives validity to looking for something.
But that is good, that you are bringing up problems that you see, because most people aren't seeing problems in anything as far as they're concerned. This has been nailed. They got it down. They know what they're talking about. End of story. But you're seeing problems and you're bringing them up,
Yeah, it's a super big problem. Again, as far as I'm concerned, if you don't question what you know, why are you questioning what other people know? It doesn't really matter. Kind of got to understand what you're talking about to have a conversation, or at least be interested in gaining understanding of it.
See, that goes back to my blue pill, red pill philosophy. Some people are only interested in pushing what they hear. The establishment said it, They stand behind it. I don't care what it is. See, that's blue pill. Now, if you hear something that doesn't jive with you and something sounds wrong, you question it. That's red pill.
Yeah.
Curious as what the issue is with boiling water.
What are you talking about? What issue with what boiling water?
You said you wanted to discuss boiling water because there was something wrong with it.
No, you just misheard. What I wanted to do was use boiling water as an example to help fill the gap in our conversation. You just misheard because you probably heard what you wanted to hear.
Have a good one, Sean.
Have a good one, Chris.
Man, I get a kick out of running them out of here. I'm sorry. I just enjoy that.
You're mean, Slick. You're a mean dude.
I'm telling you, man. It gets hot. See what happens there? See, I turn up the heat, and it gets hot.
I hear you, man.
I'm not sure what happened. I was in the chat. Sorry. All I know is I just heard Crash said he was leaving.
No, we're just messing with Crash. Crash is cool.
I turned the heat up on him. He had to get out the kitchen.
GP.
So
Okay,
I heard you had a temper tantrum in Gym Panda and you rage quit also, Slick. What went down, man?
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you what happened there. He's tried to do one of your numbers and like control me and tell me what I can and can't do. And I don't play that. You don't control me. That's just how it goes. I got my own mind. You don't control me. I don't give a damn what you got, what show you got, who you think you are. You can kiss my ass when it comes to controlling. I control me. That's how that goes.
Yeah, shout out to Sean G. At least you got some places still open, boom.
Well, like I said, it doesn't matter to me, man. Me and Sean are fine. Sean doesn't try to control me and tell me what I can and can't say. We have an open conversation and we'll respect each other. And that's all there is to it. He's not trying to use because it's his show saying, well, Slick, you can't say this, you can't say that. He ain't ran that kind of thing on me. So we're fine. And I'm not worried about places to go. I don't need these kinds of things for something to do. Come on, man. If that's what you think, you really need to get over yourself.
Who is you? Who's you?
I mean, you really think that you somebody because you got a show for people to go to? Is that why you getting all this attitude change? Because you think you somebody now? Yeah, you're really into yourself. Maybe that's why your faces is changing and you're coming up with two faces now.
What are you talking about, Slick?
Yeah, because you think you somebody now. You got these two faces. So you think that you can play with people's heads and stuff because you think you got something that they need. You think people need your show, so they're gonna bow down to the bullshit that you put to them, like you trying to do to Montreal by trying to tell Montreal what he can and can't say. You think he needs your show, so you think that you can state the damn rules. Man, don't nobody want to hear that shit. Sit your two-faced ass down somewhere.
Well, it's like he can.
Dude, I don't even speak proper English. What are you talking about? Manipulating people with my smooth talk or something? You mean like what is going on?
No, trying to set the rules. In other words, you have a show that's supposed to be an open panel, but you're taking one group members of that show and you're trying to regulate what they can and can't say. That's called mind control. You're trying to control people's minds and force them to do what you want them to do. See, that's some bullshit that ain't falling for that shit.
I tell everybody, every single person that step in my channel is forbidden to talk about the coronavirus. Boom, that's an example. So yeah, it's my show, it's my rules. I'm all right.
Yeah, but like I said, that's one thing, but telling somebody what they can and can't say about the topic that you do allow, see, so you're just talking some smoke and mirror shit there. You're just trying to mix some bullshit in because you think you slick, but you're not. I see right through your two-faced ass. That's just all there is to it.
Damn, they go with the ass. Thank you. You all right, man?
Yeah, I'm all right. Why wouldn't you think I'm all right? Just because I'm getting in your ass, you think that there must be a problem or something? There ain't no problem.
I mean, I don't know how you're doing that because I'm just, like in the other side of the world.
Remember,
man.
we talked about how you call bullshit. Know how you always talking about you call bullshit? Well, I'm calling your bullshit. That's all this is. Your bullshit gets called too. You ain't immune to having your bullshit called.
But like getting in my ass? What do you mean? Like
man,
literally or metaphorically?
You know what I'm talking about, you two-faced son of a bitch.
Like I really don't get it. I mean, my English is not very good looking. You gotta explain to me every time you say ass in what context you're trying to say it. Please.
Okay, well, since your English is no good, you need to shut the fuck up and just listen instead of talking. You can't talk, so be quiet.
Whoa, why so patty mouth, man? I'm being
Well,
very
like you said,
decent over here.
I don't give a damn. That's just your other face. I told you, motherfucker, you got two
Oh,
faces.
Slick, you worry
Shut
about
the
yourself.
fuck is you talking about?
Worry about yourself.
You think because
bitch.
you jump up with your other damn face, all of a sudden that's supposed to mean something? Man, I'm not into that double two-face shit. Fuck that.
Potty mouth, potty mouth.
Potty mouth my ass, you two-faced motherfucker.
You ass again.
Excuse my language, Sean. I hope I'm not going overboard. Let me know if I'm getting too rough.
You're good. No, Jose's fine. I don't care.
I mean, I can take it. I'm a big guy. I know.
Yeah.
You know, he's just trolling. You know,
Yeah,
I'm just letting him.
I'm not
vent,
trolling.
Something
Trolling.
happened to him. You know, I
Bitch.
hope you're alright, Slick.
Dude, you think this is trolling? You two-faced motherfucker. This ain't no damn troll. You fucking two-faced bitch. Fucking talking about a damn troll. You's a two-faced, fake, flaky-ass motherfucker. That is not a troll.
We got David Rakia in the chat. You need a prayer, Slick. We got
Prayer
some
this
Christian over
motherfucker.
here.
Shut the fuck up. Prayer this asshole.
Everybody put Slick in his best wishes. He needs help.
Damn, you really into you that much into yourself that you don't see that you's a two-faced motherfucker.
Sean Hawkins, Jose didn't deserve any. Jose's a grown man. Jose just said that. Why do you guys act like I'm supposed to save Jose?
White died for me, Sean.
Okay, my
Come
bad.
on, you got a white knife for me.
Stop. Stop it, Slick. Stop it now. Because I told you to. Is that better, people? Thank you for the super chat, RT. He says, "Don't tell me what to do. No one can tell someone else what to do." Quote, Slick, you need to shut up and get out of here. Also, Slick. That's from RT96.
Whatever you say, big timer.
Yes, and Sean Hawkins, yep, that's correct. I said that Slick is nice if you are nice to him. When I'm nice to Slick, Slick is nice to me. What the fuck?
Am I being mean to Slick? I asked a legit question. I say, why did you have a temper tantrum and you're running out of places to go? I mean, this is a true story.
Wait.
You got two faces.
That's all I say. And then he went up.
No. Fuck Jose.
Because
fuck Slick. Sean Hawkins. In what world? I don't. He's like, Jose didn't do anything and Slick blew up. Okay, and Jose has said repeatedly he can handle his fucking self. What makes you think I'm like, shut up, Sean? That kind of stuff aggravates me. What the heck? I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. Like, what the fuck? Like, okay, hang on. Jose, are you okay? Are you okay? Don't just whatever you do.
I don't know, man.
Believe in yourself. You just gotta keep.
Just
strive on. Is that better?
Maybe
Sean
it's
Hawkins?
me. Maybe I did something wrong. Maybe I need an exorcism, and I'm
You got two
misbehaving.
faces. You got two faces. You're a two-faced son of a bitch. That's the problem.
As entertaining as the bickering is,
Why do you
can
think
I,
your name is Flip Flop?
can I
Why do you
just
think
jump
they
in
call
for a
you
minute?
Flip Flop?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if anybody wanted to interject and stop it, that's good. I'll be for that. I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
I'm not
just-
booting
it's
nobody.
gotten
I don't give a
really
fuck about
boring.
that part.
Hey, hey, Slick. Sorry, man. I
Holy
dropped the super
shit.
chat a little bit earlier, and
I read
I'm
it.
sorry to interrupt, guys. But
I didn't
no.
write it. I didn't.
So the super chat was that can you prove that you came from the ground? And you said yes, and then you said a line of bullshit. So can you please explain that one more time, please?
My bad.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Thanks,
Everything okay, do you understand that in order for something to be in physicality, that it has to have a place in that physicality?
Okay, so you're saying everything comes from the ground?
No, damn, did you hear what I just said?
Yes, I did. That's why I asked. That's why I said my question.
Okay, so in physicality, everything has a place. So my place is on the ground. The cloud's place is in the air. See what I mean? So everything has its place.
No. I don't see what you mean.
Missing? What are you missing?
No, I don't see what you mean. You saying that you came from the ground? So please prove that you came from the ground. That's all I'm asking.
Well, that's okay. I came from somewhere. Can we establish that?
Sure. Was it from the ground?
Okay. Well, I'm okay. Where am I right now? I mean, for all
in-
intents and
wait.
purposes, you know what I mean. If I'm
Yeah.
outside, well, I'm on the ground.
Yeah.
I'm not floating up, am I?
Right. Well, okay. Yeah. All right. Go ahead.
Okay, so do you understand? In other words, like if I don't exist any type of effort whatsoever, where will I be?
All right. So we have to back
I know,
up.
but I
'cause
need you to
this is
answer that
literally
question.
this literally has nothing to do with my question.
Okay, well, I'm trying to answer it.
I know. All right. So all right. Try again then.
Okay.
Real quick,
In other
before
words,
I try to do it at the pause. I'm sorry. I was trying to do it at the pause. I got another super chat. Davro says, "Are you okay, Jose? Hope your behind has no foot."
I was just in the bathroom shaking myself up, but I'm all right. Thank you.
So
Fucking
in
A.
other words, C4, if I'm not applying any effort whatsoever, in other words, I'm just limp, where would I be?
Where you are now?
Yes, in other words, and where is that?
Where you are now?
Yes, exactly. But when I say where I'm at that now, is that in the air or is that on the ground?
I don't know. I can't see you.
Okay.
Pretty sure you're
My
in a chair.
question again was, can you prove that you came from the ground? Because my super chat was my hair fall. The first one was my hair falls from the body. Did that come from the ground? So, and then I think my next one was, can you prove? You said you came from the ground. Oh, you could prove that you came from the ground. So, can you prove that you came from the ground?
Yes, I keep telling you that because in
You're not
physics,
saying anything that makes sense.
okay, well then if you keep cutting me off, why are you going to even ask? It
All
doesn't
right,
make
I won't
sense
cut you.
either.
All right, go ahead, speak.
Okay. The thing is, in physicality, everything has a place. So where is my place in this physicality?
Define physicality.
In other words, a physical existence where you have objects.
Okay. Go
Okay.
further. Define it further.
I mean, what do you mean further? I mean, what are you looking for when you say further?
It's a physical place that there's objects, but what do you mean? Like my coffee cup is on my table?
Yeah, you got a coffee cup on the table. There's a lamp on it, these
Right.
kinds
So,
of things,
okay,
yeah.
so you're sitting in your chair right now. Right, let's go with that. Let's go. You're sitting in a chair right now. That's the physicality of where you are, or what you're saying.
Right, and yes, in other
Okay,
words,
great.
let's say when I'm outside.
Now
in other words,
reverse that from your chair, from when you first started your existence. Did you come from the ground? Reverse the time from where you're sitting in your chair. You're sitting in your chair right now. Let's reverse time.
Okay, and I go all the way. Are you talking about when I go all the way back to my mother?
Oof, yeah. All right, good question. No, how about when you came about?
Okay, so like as a person, I told you, whenever you're just doing something with no motion, in other words, if I'm not exerting any energy whatsoever, where would I be? Would I be floating or would I be on the ground?
I think I'm missing your point because energy has nothing to do with it. I'm actually asking you to prove that you came from the ground. So
right, and I'm trying.
Where's the ground? I understand that, man. I get it.
Earth.
Where's the ground? Yeah, okay. It's below my feet, right?
You're talking about the earth. I'm talking about the earth.
Where's the ground? Is it below my feet or above my head?
Okay, you know where the earth is. Come on, man. Stop playing.
I know. All right, you're right. All right. So you said you can prove that you came from the ground.
Everything has a natural resting place. Mine is the ground.
Hank, how do you establish that?
Because when I am not exerting any energy whatsoever, I'm on the ground. That's what natural resting place means.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
Hang on, C4.
Yeah.
I've only got 10 minutes, and there's a couple of points I want to hit.
Go ahead.
You keep making an assertion that everything has a natural resting place. How do you justify that?
Well, tell me how it doesn't.
Because it doesn't actually establish any causal link between the two.
Okay, the thing is, what I'm saying is this: when I make that statement, does it sound? Let me ask you this: when I make that statement, does it sound plausible or not?
No, it doesn't sound plausible to me because it's incomplete.
No problem. Tell me what doesn't sound plausible about it, so maybe I can understand where you're coming from.
Because it doesn't explain things like when you're sitting in a chair, for example. You're exerting a force on that chair. If you were standing on a scales, we could measure that force. Where is that force coming from?
Okay,
that's what's incomplete about it.
Sure, but the thing is, you just made up this word force.
No, I didn't.
Yes, okay, then where'd you get it from?
It's a measurable, testable thing that we can examine in real life. It's an observable phenomenon.
So are you talking about weight?
Weight is a force. Weight exerts weight is something that we can measure by the force that you exert on other objects. Yes.
Okay, like I said, now that's your story. That's something that you made up. Have you ever verified that and tested it?
I can observe it.
Okay, so there we go again. See, so you made an observation, and based on an observation, you've made a declaration. So is that how it works?
I am stating my observations. Yes.
Yes, sure, but that's all it is an observation. Just because
and
you have
you're stating your observations.
Right, but you're the one that's bringing a force into it. I didn't bring in a force. You did.
But you can experience. You can actually feel this force right now.
Dude, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just in my natural.
Yeah, you
Dude,
know,
listen,
you're absolutely. No,
I am in my
hang
natural resting place.
Please, I've only got a few minutes. Dude,
Sure, take your time.
No, I can't take my time. I have to get this out.
Okay, you know what I mean. Go ahead, knock yourself out.
Okay, when you're sitting down, you can feel the chair under you, right?
Yes.
That's because the chair is exerting a force on you, equal and opposite to the force you're exerting on the chair. If we were to put something under the chair to measure the force, we could measure the force, the downward force of the chair, the weight of the chair, expressed as its downward force. When you sit in it, that measurement will increase because you're exerting more force on the chair's exerting force on you, right? These are simple observations we can make, simple measurements we can do.
I don't understand your point. So you don't have much time.
Thank you very much, Monk. I'm learning.
Hurry up and make your point.
Thank you, Monk. I'm learning a lot.
We can observe these forces directly.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you because Two-Face was interrupting. Could you say that again, please?
Can we just focus? We can observe.
I'm trying to focus. I can't help it because Two-Face came in from the side.
Well, you can ignore him, man.
I can't ignore it because there's noise in my damn ear.
Just ignore him.
I know, but I can't hear him and you at the same time. Don't tell me to stop. Who do you think you're talking to?
Please,
yeah, watch your mouth. Just watch your mouth. Don't talk to me like that.
I'm trying to get.
Yeah, but don't tell me to stop. Watch who you're talking to.
I'm just trying
to
get.
Hey, man, you're going to boot up your ass.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Hang on. C4, hang on.
Just don't talk to me like I'm a kid because that pisses me off.
My other point that I wanted to touch, and I've only got 5 minutes left. So the other point I wanted to touch, in your tree growing, and that's the cause of the apple falling in some way, or the light is the root cause. How did you eliminate the other requirements for a tree's growth as being the causes?
Sure, by trying to grow a tree in the dark and see if it'll grow.
Okay, what about trying to grow a tree without water and seeing if it'll grow?
Same thing, whatever, all of that, sure. All of that mixed together, sure.
How do you then identify which is the actual cause of the apple falling?
Well, if you do enough experiments, you find that to make a tree grow, it takes all of those things, the water and the light.
Okay, so which is the root cause of the apple falling?
Like when it gets too big for the branch to support it? Is that what you mean?
So we started with an apple falling, and you worked through a hypothesis towards light is the reason.
No, maybe you missed what happened. I think you missed what happened because what you're stating is not what I said.
Did anybody else?
Carry on, Imon. Yeah, I understand perfectly, and thank you for giving us those ideas. I mean, I'm learning a lot, so thank you. I know a lot of more people is learning, so this is what's beautiful about it. You know, we see both sides. We see the uneducated side from Leake, and we see just the simple examples from you, Monk. Thank you.
Okay, so Monk, what I told you was that the reason that the tree grew is because it got energy from the sun. That mixed with the water and other things that it needs to grow, that's how the tree grew. So what happened was when that apple ripened to a point that it couldn't be held on by the branch anymore, it released that energy and went back to its resting place, which is the ground, which is where all seeds and all that come from in the first place.
So you're saying that the apple, as a result of the tree growing, has gravitational potential energy?
I didn't say anything about that. You did.
Okay, in that case, what kind of energy does it have? What has the energy been transformed into that
causes
it to accelerate when it's released?
What type of energy comes from the sun?
I hate to jump in, but Slick, did you try growing a tree not in the ground?
No, what I said, remember we fast track for the simple purposes of knowing how a tree grows, so I fast track. That's what we're doing.
Okay, but I just realized that you don't need to grow a tree in the ground.
I know, but for simplicity, just to keep this as simple as possible.
Okay.
We're just growing a tree in the ground.
All right, cool. Yeah, I get it. No worries.
I got it. Okay. So do you understand, Monk, now what's happening here?
I'm not sure that I understand what it is that you're saying, no.
Well, okay. Do you understand that the sun gives off energy and helps tree growth? Do you understand that much?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You also understand that energy can't be created or destroyed. You understand that,
Yes,
right?
I do.
Okay. So the energy is transferred from the sun to the tree. So the tree has energy. So that apple has energy in it. Do you understand it to this far?
Yes, the apple does have energy in it.
Okay, so now what happened is when that apple gets ripe and too heavy for the branch, it releases, and that energy that it had, it releases that energy and goes back to its resting place.
That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, well, tell me how it doesn't make any sense.
Because the energy that the apple has is in its mass and in the chemical bonds that it has and so forth. That's where the energy goes. What form is the energy in that causes the apple to head towards the ground?
Well, the thing is, when the apple is on the ground, it's at rest. In other words, so there's no energy or force being applied to it. So
There is
all
a
the
force being applied to it, yes.
hold on, dude.
There's
so
actually two forces being applied to it.
Sure, I know, but that's your story. I'm telling you my story, so you can't.
No,
have
these are
me
things that we can measure.
Listen, this is what the whole conversation was about. We ain't measured nothing. All you have is an idea that you're just assigning a force to. You haven't actually went in the lab and did an experiment to see if this force is a thing. You just made a decision.
Yes, I have. What do you mean?
In other words, you've decided that your observation is caused by gravity. You just decided it.
No, I haven't. I've actually done experiments to identify that there are forces.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Have you ever done an experiment where you had gravity there and then removed the gravity and see what happened? Have you ever done that experiment?
I wasn't
It's just a yes or no question. Have you ever done that or no? Okay.
Nobody's done that.
Sure, exactly. So that's my whole point. You haven't done that. So all you're doing is that you're just slamming a gavel down and making a declaration that gravity is a thing that you haven't verified.
No, I'm saying that we can observe and measure forces. I didn't actually mention gravity in that case.
No, but see, when you say you can observe forces, first you have to establish if a force is there. You're just deciding that all you're doing is deciding that a force is there.
No, I've measured the forces.
You haven't measured. What do you mean you've measured the forces?
I mean, I've measured the forces.
Okay, but what do you mean?
Experimentally.
How does one measure this force? How did you measure the force?
So the simplest way is with a scale.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Have you excluded that the item may have its own weight independent of any other force? Have you excluded that?
No, that's
okay, so
nonsensical. No. It has mass.
Yeah, it's nonsensical because that screws up your argument. See, so you haven't done your
nonsensical because weight is mass times gravity.
Sure.
So if you're going to use weights.
Right, Monk, this is what I'm trying to tell you. You haven't used your variables all up to find out what the cause is. So you haven't done a valid experiment. All you've done is an observation, and you're just calling your observation gravity. You haven't proven anything. You're just naming it gravity.
I didn't actually mention gravity. I said forces. We can measure the forces.
Okay, forces. So you made up some forces in your head.
No, I've observed some forces acting on objects in the real world.
So have you done an experiment, and this is what I'm asking you. Have you done any experiment where you applied the force and saw what happened, and then removed the force and saw what happened? Have you done that experiment?
Yes, okay, hang on.
Here we go.
Barney's in the chat, and he's asking some questions that I kind of are good questions. So he asked, Slick, did you experience the energy in the apple? Or are you just making it up, or are you just repeating the words you heard? Ask him to show us energy.
Okay. We already know that it takes an object at rest will stay at rest unless a force is acted upon it to move it, right?
Move is the wrong word. Accelerate is the correct word.
Okay, so when an object is at rest, right?
Yes.
So in that saying, an object at rest will stay at rest until a force acts upon it. Does anywhere in that statement say acceleration? C4,
Actually,
you got to do something with your mic, dude.
So what you're using is essentially a layman's formulation of that statement. The full statement includes acceleration and unbalanced force.
So, okay. So that statement in of itself just doesn't mean anything, is what you're saying.
That statement is incomplete.
Okay. So you got incomplete statements now.
The statement is incomplete. It's like I say, it's essentially a layman's version of the full formulation.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If the statement is incomplete, why make it?
Because it's easier for people to understand that way. For people who don't
I know, but here's the problem.
Understanding of the physics behind what's going on, it is easier to have partial statements that approach the subject, but don't completely describe it.
You're breaking up. I don't know if it's just me. Here's the problem with your layman statements. If you make, it's not my fault if you make layman statements that are incomplete. What you should do is, if you have incomplete statements, don't make them.
I didn't make that statement. You did.
I know, but your people did. I didn't make. I got that from you, from your guys.
Don't call them my guys. I didn't make that statement. I can't be held responsible.
I know, but
for a statement I didn't make.
Yeah, but your people
responsible for a statement I didn't make.
I heard you, but your people that came up with these forces made that statement.
They're not my people.
I know, but I'm saying it's the same people that you are relying on for these forces.
I'm not relying on anybody else. I'm using my own direct observations.
Okay, whatever, dude.
Well,
whatever you say.
You keep telling me about things that other people said. That's got nothing to do with me.
Well, I'm just telling you, an object at rest will stay at rest until a force acts upon it. Period. Layman's my ass. That shit don't mean nothing. You just talking.
So the full statement, as I said, the fully detailed version of that has been simplified down to make it easier for people without a full background in physics to understand. The full one mentions unbalanced forces, which is an important factor, because if you've got two things pushing at it in opposite directions, it won't move, right?
Hot Mikey,
Do you agree with
C4.
that?
Okay, here's the problem. I'm going by the layman statement. So don't ask me anything about your advanced statement, because they made the layman statement for me since I'm a layman, right?
They made it to help people start to understand, not to gain a full understanding, yes.
Well, how do you know? Who are you? How do you know what they did it for?
Because
did they tell you? I mean, did somebody call you? Hold on. I know. But I'm asking you a question. Did somebody call you up and say, hey, Monk, we got two different versions of this statement. One is the layman's and others is for advanced if they want to study further. Did somebody call you up and tell you that or something?
Of course they didn't. That's a ridiculous
Nobody
question.
called me. I'm just saying, nobody called me.
The problem with Slick's idea of every...
The problem is, don't get mad at me because you make incomplete statements.
I thought I was talking.
Hang on, Slick. Paul, I would like to say welcome, my friend. It's been a long time.
No worries. Long time no see, Sean.
Yep.
Yeah, the problem with Slick's statement of everything has its natural resting place is that it has absolutely no explanatory power whatsoever.
That's your opinion. Thanks for expressing it.
That's right. And that's why it's false, because it has no explanatory power.
Okay, that's your opinion, that it's false. You have an opinion. Thanks for stopping in and dropping your opinion.
That's right. So why are you proposing such a thing when it has no explanatory power whatsoever? The notion of gravity and force, I'm not finished yet. The notion of gravity and forces and the way we understand them has explanatory power, which makes it much more useful.
Like I said, that's your opinion. Thanks for dropping it off. Thanks for stopping in. You
Okay.
brought your opinion. So what?
That's exactly right.
Okay, right. So what's the problem?
The problem is that your notion of things having a natural resting place has no explanatory power. So why are you proposing it?
I heard you. That's your opinion. See, that's what I'm saying. You're not...
I know. I'm asking you now for an explanation of why this notion of things having a natural resting place is so useful.
Because I understand physical reality. That's why it's useful.
How is having a natural resting place got anything to do with physical reality when I can show you that things don't have a natural resting place?
Well, I'd like to see you try.
Okay, so where's a natural resting place of a rock?
As far as on the ground.
On the ground. So if I dig a hole under it, it keeps on falling. Its natural resting place was on the ground, and yet if I throw it down a well, it's not on the ground anymore and it falls. Why is it falling?
Okay, so what's at the bottom of that well?
Why is it falling?
I know. What's at the bottom of the well? I'm going to tell you. What's at the bottom of the well?
What about a meteorite?
Is the ground at the bottom of the well?
Is the natural place of a meteorite out in space or on the Earth?
I don't know. What meteorite are you talking about?
Meteorite is a rock, basically, isn't it?
Okay, so what meteorite are you talking about?
Any of them.
Okay, so what about them?
Where's its natural resting place?
Where do they... First of all, have you seen a meteorite?
Sure.
Okay, so where did you see a meteorite come
from?
Well,
I'm asking you where its natural resting place is.
I know, but you're the one that brought up meteorites. I didn't, so I'm asking you.
You're right. You're right. I did bring up meteorites, and now I'm asking you, according to your theory, where is the natural resting place of a meteorite?
Okay, first of all, what meteorite are you talking about?
Any of them.
All of them.
A meteorite is a meteorite.
Where is its natural resting place?
It's just, dude, here's your problem. You're asking me to explain something that you brought up.
Exactly. I'm asking you to use your notion, to use your theory to explain something. Nothing wrong with that, is there?
Okay. No problem. Yeah, but I'm trying to find out where are you getting this meteorite from? Where is this coming from?
Paul,
it's a meteorite.
Paul, can I just modify this?
In other words, this is what I'm asking. Did you just, in other words, give me you had an observation of something? Okay. Is that what you're saying?
We'll change it to something else then, Slick. Where's the natural resting place of a balloon?
Well, I want to know what Slick's definition is of a natural resting place.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I said, I can't answer.
Apparently, everything has a natural resting place. Slick knows what the natural resting place of everything is. Where's the natural resting place of a balloon then, Slick?
On the ground.
But how come a helium balloon doesn't go to the ground?
The ground?
Oh, hang on. It does go to the ground when there's no air, but sometimes it doesn't go to the ground. Sometimes it does.
Right, but you know what? You need to calm down.
Does it? No, I don't.
You seem awful triggered.
No, I'm not really.
But you
can make that claim, but I'm not triggered. I'm just pointing out some things, Slick, because it seems as if a balloon has two natural resting places, one up in the sky and one on the ground.
Okay, first off, can you slow down a little bit? Because a balloon now... Okay, listen, dude, you're getting on my nerves. Now, does the balloon...
Hey, listen.
No, hold on.
Let the guy answer your questions, man. Let the guy answer your questions.
C4. Hang on, C4.
Yeah. Because having a conversation...
Now the balloon, when you ask me about the balloon, does the balloon have anything in it or does the balloon not have anything in it? I want to get clarification before you ask me where the natural resting place of the balloon is.
But it's a balloon. A balloon has a natural resting place.
Guys. I'll catch you all later.
Okay, so the natural resting place for the balloon is the ground. Thank you for being on.
But apparently not.
What do you mean apparently not?
Because a helium balloon rises.
Okay, I just asked you, did the balloon have anything in it or not? And you said it didn't.
Okay, the balloon has helium in it. Where's its natural resting place?
Okay, the natural place for helium is up.
But if I take the air out and put a helium balloon in a vacuum chamber, it goes down. I haven't changed anything about the balloon or what's in it. So does the natural resting place depend upon the object itself, or does it depend upon what's around the object?
Well, that's what I'm saying. See, when you listen.
No, that's not what you're saying.
Okay, listen, do you want to answer for me? Listen, I'll tell you what.
No,
you want
to have a conversation
with yourself?
I want to point out.
I'll tell you what.
You actually
have a conversation with. Why don't you have a conversation with yourself?
I am having a conversation. You pointed out that every object has a natural resting place. I'm asking you where the natural resting place of a balloon filled with helium is. You told me it was on the ground, but I was up.
I did not.
You said, listening. Sorry. Okay. So you said it was up in the air.
So you're so busy talking that you're not listening.
You're busy interrupting me now because you said, I'm correcting myself. You said that the natural place of a balloon filled with helium was up. And yet I pointed out that if you put a helium balloon in a vacuum chamber, it actually falls down. We haven't changed anything about the balloon or the helium inside it. And yet somehow its natural resting place seems to have changed.
Okay. Let me know. Just let me know when you're finished.
I am finished. Go.
Okay. Now, excuse me for making a mistake, because when I was talking about things having a natural resting place, I wasn't thinking about vacuum chambers, because a vacuum chamber is some man-made invention that is not out in the natural world. I was talking about things have a natural place in the natural world. So forgive me, I'm not finished. So forgive me for not thinking of vacuum chambers. I apologize.
So a helium balloon, it depends on whether it's in a man-made environment or a natural environment. What does the word natural mean?
Well, natural is just something that's out there. Like, in other words, like you go in a park, trees is natural, waters, rivers, bushes, ducks, shit like that. These are natural things.
So is a vacuum chamber not natural?
Well, like I said, show me a vacuum chamber in nature. Is there one?
Yeah, when a man builds a vacuum chamber, that's a vacuum chamber in nature.
Hey fellas, hey Sean, man, what's up?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I got to ask this. Hey, I asked this question in the chat, and I don't know if y'all answered or if y'all asked them either. But Slick, you saying everything returns to its natural resting place. Well, we know that meteors come from the sky and fall to the ground. Where is their natural resting place?
Yeah,
well, that's what I said. When you, I hear you, but when you say we know. Okay, what do you mean we know?
Have you ever seen a meteor shower?
Well, I've seen what you call meteor showers. Okay, what's your point?
You've seen one, right? Those are rocks falling out the sky.
Okay, have you examined these rocks?
Have you ever been to Egypt?
Dude, have you examined the rocks or not?
Bro, listen, I'm asking, you ask me a question, I'm gonna ask you a question to show you the logic, Have you ever been to Egypt?
No, I haven't ever been to Egypt, but I'm not making any claims about Egypt.
Hold on, are there pyramids in Egypt?
I'm not making any claims about Egypt. I've never been to Egypt.
It's a simple question. Do you know that there are pyramids?
Didn't I just tell you I don't know? I haven't been to Egypt.
Oh, so Egypt might be a hoax. Okay, there we go.
Hang on. Everyone stop. Khaliq, hang on, stop, because it's kind of taken away, and Paul and Slick kind of had a thing going. We kind of went over the meteor thing, and Slick didn't want. Yeah, Slick didn't want it because he asked Paul the same question, and Paul said he has. So he kind of bypassed wanting to talk about it. So that's
a very dishonest position to have, Slick. But I want you to know, Slick, that's a very dishonest position.
But hang on, guys. I do want Slick and Paul to continue on.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, so what I'm basically pointing out is that Slick's idea of everything having a natural resting place is full of bullshit. Because the helium balloon example, for instance, has 2 natural resting places. In fact, it can have 3 or 4 natural resting places, according to what we observe.
Listen, like I told you, I understand. Didn't I tell you I conceded? I didn't think about your man-made vacuum chamber when I was talking about things have their natural resting place. I'm talking about just things that's naturally in nature. So if I left that out for the second time, please forgive me.
Sure. Okay. Let's go for a different example then. What about a tree trunk that's fallen down and it's now in a river? Where's its natural resting place?
Okay. So what are you saying? A tree trunk that's falling down. Okay.
Yeah.
So a tree trunk's natural place is the ground. We know that, right?
Why does it float on top of the water then?
Okay. Well, so that because the water is isn't the water holding it up and keeping it from going to the ground?
Yeah, but isn't that where it's resting?
I know, but isn't the water keeping it from going to the ground?
What? So you're telling me that the ground is not its natural resting place in that circumstance? Because it seems to be resting on top of the water now.
I know, dude. Are you listening, or are you going to just dominate the conversation?
But I want clarification.
I know, but you got to stop talking. If you want clarification, you got to stop talking.
I don't have to stop talking, because what's the definition of resting place?
Where something's where it is content to be. In other words, where it desires to be, where it's sort of, I'm using generic terms, but where it's at home, you might say.
Well, okay. So a tree log in a river seems to be quite happy to be floating on top of the river, and yet you're telling me that its natural resting place is on the ground.
It is.
Then why is it floating happily, content on top of the river?
I'm trying to tell you, it's not content. It wants to get to the ground, but the river is holding it up.
You seem to be confounding the term resting place.
Maybe you're
with
confounding it.
contentness. No,
Maybe
I'm
you
not.
just maybe your preconceived notions is just
I
getting
guess
in the
we
way
need
of.
to. I guess
Dude, I
what
tell
we
you
need
what.
to
Do you
is
know what
agree.
it means to let do you know what it means to let me finish my statement
Sure,
before you
I
start
do.
talking?
It
Okay, well
seems to be a common problem
stop
that you
talking
have.
in the middle of my conversation, please. That's annoying.
Monologue, he
Right.
means monologue.
You done now?
When you guys are done,
you
I would
done?
like to say something.
Damn.
Yeah, because I think we need to very carefully define the term resting.
Yes, exactly.
No problem. A
Yes.
natural resting place you could call its home. That's where a home is.
So you mean that it starts from there? Like it wants to go back there because it's where it started?
Dude, it's simple. That's home.
All right, great, cool. So like it started from there and it wants to go home.
Dude, it's home. I mean, I don't understand. If you want to make this complicated, why are you trying to
No,
drag me in?
no. Listen, I ain't making it complicated. So like you say, everything has a natural resting place, correct?
Yes.
So and you want to observe this in nature. So when a bird lays an egg in a nest in a tree, and then that bird hatches and then flies, and eventually when he gets old and falls out of the sky and dies, how come he doesn't go back to his nest?
Because the nest is not where the bird started from.
Yeah, it started from his mom and dad. So why doesn't it go back to his mom and dad?
Right, because they came
right.
from...
Well, why doesn't it go back to his mom and dad?
So listen, are you doing like them where you just going to keep cutting me off? That shit is annoying.
I just looked up...
I cut you off once. That's annoying.
Stop. Hang on, C4.
Grow up.
I just looked up natural resting place, and it's natural resting place is referring to where it's basically its final place, not its beginning.
Exactly. Exactly.
Okay,
that is my point.
Dude, would you stop it? Now, Sean, are you sure? Sean, are you sure you're not talking about final? Are you sure you're not talking about final resting place?
Yeah, I hang on, let me show you. I typed in natural resting place, and what I got for it was basically natural resting place. And it's everything's about burial ground. What is a natural burial?
I see. That's final. They're talking final resting place.
Well, that's not what I. Well, it could be, but that's not what I typed in.
Right, but burial ground. That's the giveaway.
It doesn't matter, Slick. You're saying the natural resting place is where they come from, and then they go there when it's done.
Dude, I don't understand why you're making this so complicated.
It's not complicated. It's very simple, actually.
Dude, would you calm down, please?
I'm very calm, Slick. What do you mean, man?
It's just we're having a conversation. You sound really hype. Okay, well, take it easy. Are you in a hurry?
I'm always in a hurry, man.
Damn. Now, I said it before, in physicality, things has their place in physicality. Now, if you don't understand that, dude, I'm sorry.
Right,
I'm not finished.
All right, finish, because I'm gonna address the point. Go ahead.
Now, if you don't understand that things have a place in physicality, I can't help you.
All right, can I talk now? You remember earlier when you said physicality is like me saying that my coffee cup is on the table, right? That's physicality.
Dude,
we talked about that. Remember that? Remember we were talking about that? And we were talking while we were talking about that. Don't interrupt me. I interrupted you. I'm sorry. So don't do it to me. I'm sorry. But we were actually before that. We were talking about that. You said you could prove that you came from the ground, and which is the only reason why I jumped on. And I'm really waiting for that point that you said you could prove that you came from the ground. So I'm waiting for that.
Okay. What I am saying is this. Now, you talking about proving coming from the ground and all that. That's your statement.
No, that is literally what you said.
Dude, listen, now you just said that you're going to stop interrupting me.
All right, go ahead.
Now, my original statement was that in physicality, everything has its place. Now, you threw a curve at me about proving that I came from the ground.
No. You said you could do it, though.
Dude, you know what? Don't talk to me.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. You know what? It's a conversation. It's a conversation, man. You interrupt me, I interrupt you. Get over it. It's a conversation.
I'm done talking to you.
Okay. Why? Hey, really? You're done talking to me?
Well, maybe he can talk to me then. I'm still waiting for an explanation of where the natural resting place of a helium balloon is.
I told
On
you.
the ground.
The natural. See, when you say helium balloon, you're talking about two things. You're talking about helium, which has one resting place, and a balloon, which has another resting place. So
Do you know where helium? Do you know where
do you know
helium?
how to wait till I tell you what? I don't want to talk
I'm
to you.
sure I
either,
do.
Oh my goodness!
Listen, dude, if you're gonna listen, I'm not gonna have a conversation with somebody that every time I get 3 or 4 words out, you're gonna just start cutting me off. That's very annoying. I'm tired of it.
You guys are being unreasonable, man. Paul and
Wait,
being unreasonable.
hang on, Montreal. Hang on. What
question I want to ask?
Hang on.
Question I want to ask.
Hang on, Paul.
Okay.
SE, what have they asked that is unreasonable?
No, not that what they asked. They're not letting him answer. They're bombarding him. I know the feeling.
Okay, well,
ask a question, be quiet, and listen to the answer. That's all I'm saying.
I will say that kind of needs to happen. Just in the fact that Slick's going to react to being cut off. And the only way you're going to be able to have that conversation without him doing it is letting him get it through. Even when he does say things wrong, I did it. He had to correct me, and I apologize. It is something that does happen. It just goes along with more than one point being talked about it in one sentence.
Yeah, I did it. I did it Slick, and I'm sorry about that. But he also did it to me, so it's a back and forth.
Yeah, well, let's get over that because I've got a real good question for Slick now. He's talking about helium now. I want to know where the natural resting place of helium is.
Okay, I was beginning to answer that before, and I'll try again.
Go.
Now, helium's natural resting place is not on the ground. It is created on the ground, but its natural resting place is up. Now, I don't know where exactly up because I haven't been up to where helium actually goes, but I know it's not on the ground.
So you acknowledge that helium is created in the ground. That's where it starts. That's where it originates from.
Yes.
And yet you're saying that its natural resting place is not in the ground. And yet in the case of the apple, you're telling me that it is created like that, that it depends on where it's created from.
Yes. Would you like an explanation?
Resting place is. You're saying that the apple was created from things that are in the ground, and so therefore that's where its natural resting place is. Well, helium is created in the ground. Shouldn't that, according to your theory, be its natural resting place?
No. And would you like an explanation? I will give it to you. Now, an apple with nothing over it whatsoever will still be on the ground. In other words, if it's free to float up, it won't float up, right? The apple will stay on the ground. Now, the reason that the helium is not floating up from the ground, because it's being held down. See, it's being surrounded. It's in cavities. It wants to go up, but it can't. See, just like your tree trunk in a river, it wants to go to the ground, but it can't because the water is stopping it. The helium wants to go up, but it can't because the cavern that it's in is holding it down. Once it gets free from that cavern, it's going to go to its resting place. Now, I need to know if you understood what I just said or not.
Sure, I understand. It's a load of nonsense, but I understand what you said. Another question. Another question. Where's the natural resting place of water?
The natural resting place on the water, depending on the form that it's in. The natural, like in a body of water or like a glass of water, that would be on the ground. If it's like in a steamy, sort of vibe, because it has 3 states: solid, liquids, and gases. If it's in a gaseous state, then it's more or less can be some on the ground, anywhere in between. It could be up in the clouds, in the air, all over the place. So it depends on the state of water will determine actually where it is. So when it's
how do I determine what the natural resting place of something is?
By observing it in its natural state.
What if I had something that I've never seen before, all right, and I want to determine what its natural resting place is? How do I do that?
Okay. First of all, the first thing is, where are you first observing it? That's the first start.
I'm not observing it.
Okay, so what do you...
I know its physical properties. I know its density. I know whether it's a gas or a liquid or a solid. I know its atomic weight, etc. How do I determine where its natural resting place is?
Right, but you're confusing me because you're not telling me what this something is. In other words, what is this out? You're seeing something. What are you seeing?
It doesn't matter. It's a completely new substance that you've never seen before. But you know its properties. You know whether it's a gas or a liquid or a solid because you can see that. You know how dense it is because you can measure that. How do you determine where its natural resting place is?
Well, the problem I'm having finding with you, I'm trying to picture what you're talking about, but it sounds like you're making something up and trying to make up a resting place for it. And I'm not following you.
That's what I'm asking
That's
you.
exactly what he's doing,
How do you make up where the resting place is? How do you determine where that natural resting place is?
By observation. In other words, where something wants to be, where something is naturally. That's all. This is not rocket. This is very simple. You might be trying to complicate it too much.
Did you come up with this yourself, or did you read some Aristotle?
I don't have to follow people. I have my own mind. I can think.
I know. I'm asking you, did you come up with this yourself, or did you?
I didn't get
Aristotle.
I don't get anything from Aristotle. Damn Aristotle.
I know the guy just came
he
up
actually
with a
has that
theoretical
same kind of
thing.
theory.
So you
really? I didn't know that.
So you made all this up, Slick?
No, what I'm saying, I use my own mind to think.
Right, so you made it up.
Dude, if that's the spin you want to put on it, and that helps you.
That's what you just said. You say I made
No,
up
I
my
didn't.
own mind.
No, I didn't. I said I use my own mind to think.
So this idea that you have came out of your mind, right?
It's an observation, dude.
I'm saying the idea that you got from this observation came from your mind alone.
And in other words, yes, I am thinking. Yes, exactly. In other words, what I'm telling you is that I'm not parroting what somebody told me. If that's what your question.
Right.
Yes,
You
I'm
made
not
it up.
doing that.
So
no.
Hey, one question, Paul, please. Let me get one question.
Yep, sure. Go ahead.
Again. Okay, Slick. If you took, I would say, 90 days studying physics and trying to actually learn how the world works from the professionals that do the tests, that do the experiments, that you can also do yourself. You can experiment. You can do these experiments yourself. If you really, really, really want to know what's going on, instead of just making up things, you can really get the knowledge instead of just making up stuff out of your mind. Because what I see you doing right now is you're trying to come up with anything you can come up with just to deny gravity.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
You're trying to deny gravity, so you're coming up with these ideas on your own to deny gravity because you want gravity to be fake.
I heard you. Now, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
These people that came up with these ideas, let's take Aristotle, for instance. Where did he get it from? Did he use his own mind, or did somebody tell him what's going on?
No, he made observations.
Right, like I did. He did the same thing I did, right?
So you came up with the same observations as Aristotle.
Right. So, but what I'm saying is Aristotle made observations. Did he use his own mind to say the things that he said? Right. So does anybody have a problem with Aristotle using his own mind?
Well, no, but things changed when the scientific method came around and he could actually do some experiments.
Sure, take it easy. So now if you don't have a problem with Aristotle using his own mind, why do you have a problem with me using my own mind?
I don't, but it's the 21st century where we've come a long way since then.
Okay, so I've got something else to say here now. Okay, so you've got this, Aristotle came up with this theory of things having a natural resting place. And
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, hang on, I'm not finished. Okay, not finished. Let me make my point. Thousands of years later, other people started investigating Aristotle's ideas, and they asked other questions and they made various observations, and they realized that they could not actually explain what they were seeing in terms of Aristotle's ideas. So they came up with other ideas that they made up. Okay. So pursuant to that point, I'd like to ask you a question. If I throw a tennis ball up at 10 meters per second, how high will it go? What do you need to do to work that out, Slick?
Okay, well, listen, I've never tried to work that out, so I don't have an answer for you.
Okay, but surely you can use your theory of things having their natural resting place to do that.
Well, this is how I would explain it. It took energy to throw that ball, so you put energy into it, and then when that energy ran out, it went back to its resting place.
Okay, so that's fine saying that sort of thing, but I want you to actually calculate how high that ball will be when it runs out of its energy.
And I just told you, You're asking the wrong person to give you the math, because I don't go through all. That's other people do that.
But your theory of natural resting place explains all these things, doesn't it?
Yes, but I just explained it to you without
well, then use
using
it,
math.
please. Use your theory of things having their natural resting place to explain when the energy will run out of the tennis ball. I throw it at 10 meters per second. I've given you a number. Use your theory to figure out when that energy will run out.
Okay, didn't I just tell you I'm not a math whiz where I just throw these math equations in my mind, compute them, and spit out an answer? I just told you a second ago that my mind, I don't function like that.
Yeah, and here's the problem. You see, the thing about the theory of things having their natural resting place, like I've just pointed out, has absolutely no explanatory power whatsoever. And so that is why people like Isaac Newton came up with other ideas that do have explanatory power and are useful in everyday life.
Well, I mean, like I said, when I said that everything has a physicality and has a place, well, you can do all kinds of math to measure the movements of these things in this physicality. That can be done and is done all the time, and I've never denied that. So I don't really know what your point is.
Okay, my point is that what kind of things does that math use to make these accurate predictions? What notion, what concepts does that math use to make these accurate predictions?
Well, math is math. It just uses numbers. Like, simply, it's just all math is addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division, and you can complicate that up in a zillion different ways. So that's all math is. It's just an abstract tool to measure physicality. That's all.
Sure, but what do the numbers that we're using in that math actually mean? What do they represent?
They represent values.
Values of what?
Values of, say, like energy, values of space. Like, in other words, if you move something 10 feet, that's a value. That 10 feet is a value. So numbers are used to represent values so that you can relate to this physicality.
Okay, so what other values do we use in calculations of, let's say, ballistics, trajectories and stuff like that? What kind of values do we use?
You're asking the wrong. I've never used any calculations in ballistics, so you're just asking the wrong person, dude.
Okay, so you've never used any calculations in ballistics or trajectories, and yet you're quite happy to sit here and say that it's all wrong and that the thing is.
I didn't say anything about.
You're interrupting me. I didn't finish yet.
I made a mistake. I apologize.
I'm still not finished. I'm still not.
I said I apologize.
Yeah, well then stop saying you apologize and just let me talk. Right? You sit here and you say that these things don't work, and yet you've never done them. You don't know what values are used and what properties are used in these calculations, and yet you're quite happy to sit there and assert that everything has its natural resting place, but you can't use that notion to actually do anything useful with.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Does math show where things' natural resting place is?
No, because that's a notion that is totally useless. We don't think of things in terms of natural resting places anymore.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this question. What point are you making? Just tell me in a nutshell.
Right. The point I'm making is that this theory of things having their natural resting place and that's why they fall is utter nonsense, because it's absolutely useless in everyday life. It doesn't predict or explain anything with any accuracy. That's the point I'm making.
Okay. See, this is where I'm having a problem in this conversation. It seems like you want to have this force that you're talking about, right? Because that's what this is about, forces, right?
Sure, it is.
Okay.
And you're right. Okay. I do want to have this force because that force seems to have a great deal more predictive power than your notion of things having a natural resting place.
Okay, I really wasn't quite finished. You kind of jumped in. I mean, I appreciate it because there was a pause, but I was going somewhere else with it.
Sure.
Okay, so my point is that this force that you're talking about, have you ever established it scientifically? Yes or no?
What do you mean established it? We see its actions all the time.
Okay, but
you're talking about a force.
That's not my question. My question is, this force that you're talking about, have you ever established it scientifically? Like, have you ever did cause and effect on this force to see if it's a cause? Have you ever done this or no?
Sure.
Okay. When did this happen? Because as to my recollection, I've never seen a story where gravity was discovered with cause and effect. Every time I ask people what's gravity, they say they don't know. So maybe you know something that everybody else doesn't.
Sure, and I'm going to go to that good old experiment, the Cavendish experiment, which you're probably going to say wasn't an experiment, but of course it is. All right.
But that's not my question. My question is, when I ask people what is gravity, how come they keep telling me they don't know?
Because they don't.
Okay, so here's the thing. How can you know something is, but you don't know what it is? Do you understand how something sounds wrong?
That's quite possible. Did the ancients know what air was? Sure. They knew that air existed. They breathe it every day. They move through it. It's nothing unusual. Did they know what it was? No. They didn't know that air was made up of oxygen and nitrogen and carbon dioxide, etc. But they knew that air existed, certainly. You don't have to know the cause of something to know its existence.
Okay, no problem. Now, to make a long story short, I'm going to tell you where my problem is. When I ask you what is gravity and you tell me you don't know, right there, my plausibility meter goes off, because anybody can make something up. And then when I ask them what is it, if all they have to do is say, I don't know, and we move on, then people can make up anything that they want. Now, do you agree with that or not?
Sure, I do. You're right. People can make things up, and that's what Aristotle did. He made something up. And thousands of years later, other people experimented and looked at his ideas with more rigor, and they found that his ideas weren't useful.
Right. That has nothing to do with what I just said, but if that helps your case.
Absolutely everything to do with what you said, because you were talking about people making things up. Aristotle made something up, and it lasted for thousands of years because people didn't really think about it. But once they started to think about it, they found out that Aristotle's ideas weren't really useful at all. And so they made something else up. That's what Newton did. He made something else up, which was a whole lot more useful than Aristotle's ideas of things having a natural resting place.
Sure. Like I said, I understand what you're saying, but here is my thing, and I'll just state it concisely one more time. If all you have to do is just say that you don't know, but I'm going to go ahead and invoke it anyway, the point that I'm trying to make to you is that anybody can do that. Anybody can come up to me and say, you know, yo, Slick, this thing is this. And then I'll say, well, how do you know that? We'll say, well, we don't. But it is anyway. So my point is, the reason I don't accept that, because if you can do it, now I got to let everybody do it. Now I got to let everybody who has an idea, now I got to accept it, because all they have to say is, I don't know, accept it anyway. I don't operate like that. When you answer me, you don't know, I just drop you like a hot potato because you don't have a clue. Now that's how I operate. Now you cannot, hold on, you can operate any kind of way that works for you. But that's how I operate. If you don't understand that, that's not my problem. That's just how it goes.
Yeah, the problem with that, Slick, is that we don't just say, I don't know, right? I don't know is not a good enough reason to dismiss the idea of something, okay? And I don't know doesn't make it false, doesn't make it not useful. Sure, we don't know what the cause of gravity is. We don't know where it originates from. But we use the notion of gravity quite accurately in everyday life to predict and measure things all the time. It's useful. It's a useful idea. Just because we don't know where it comes from doesn't negate its usefulness.
Sure, and Santa Claus is useful to children.
Hey, Slick. Hey, Slick. Since you like observations, let me ask you this, my brother. You do realize that you can look through a telescope at Jupiter and see his moons orbiting. You do know that, right? That you can actually do this. This is not somebody telling you something. You can actually do this. Another observation we can make is looking at the ISS, and the ISS is so great because it's something that you can't deny, and if you deny it, then you're just being dishonest. But you can also yourself film the ISS. You can measure its distance. You can measure its speed and all that, and this is happening because of gravity. When you look through a telescope and you see the moons of Jupiter orbiting it, that happens because of gravity. So when people say, do you have an example of something orbiting? Yeah, we can look at Jupiter and see moons going around Jupiter. You can see this. This is something you can't deny.
I heard you. Now, can I ask you a question? Have you verified what's causing those moons doing what they do around Jupiter, you said? Have you verified this yourself?
No, I haven't verified it. I'm not an astronomer. Okay, I could though. I could if I wanted to do that. I can become an hold on. I can become an astronomer and I can do that myself. But I'm not an astronomer. I'm not even an amateur astronomer. But if I wanted to do that, I can take the proper courses, get the proper equipment and devices, and I could verify it for myself. Now, but we were only talking about observation. You didn't say nothing about verification. You keep talking about observation. So let's leave verification out of it. Let's just deal with the observation. And the observation is we can look through a telescope and we can see these moons going around Jupiter. It's simple. Okay, then when we look at that, we see we got a moon. So Jupiter is an example of a moon orbiting a planet. We can see this. We can see the ISS. These are things you can't deny. These are observations.
Okay, here's where I'm having a problem with what you just said. You just mixed up two things. Now you're talking about Jupiter and its moons, and now you're talking about an ISS. Now let's keep those two things separate. Talk about one of them at a time. Don't try to lump them in together because that's just a nice, neat little trick.
Which one you want to go with first?
It's up to you.
Okay, let's deal with the ISS since it's very much closer and very easy to see. Let's go with the ISS.
All right.
Okay. We can, go to the transit finder and locate it, put our latitude in, whatever. We can locate it. We can film it. We can measure the distance. We can measure the speed. This is a perfect example of gravity having an object, a man-made object at that, orbiting the Earth. That's a perfect example of gravity that you can see.
Okay, sure. No problem. Now, have you verified that you are seeing an ISS?
Genetic fallacy, man. You keep talking about verification.
I just asked you a question because that's what it's all about.
But Slick, we just established that you haven't verified anything yourself. So why are you asking me to verify? I just asked you to take the verification out of it and let's deal with the observation. Forget the verification. Let's deal with the observation.
Sure, no problem. But the thing is, everything is about verifying. See, the point that you're doing is that you're making the observation and then you're just throwing in the verification. You're saying it is gravity. So you're throwing the verification in yourself. Without any verification, you're just making one up.
Okay.
Can I interrupt there and say something?
Like this. The reason why the ISS is even where it's at is because the smart people that went to school for this did the verification. They knew what to expect. They knew what to put out there. They knew how to build it, how to make it go out there, how to make it stay in orbit. These people verified it. I'm not a scientist. I'm not an engineer. I can't do that. So I take what they do. I see it. I can verify that it's there. I can verify its speed. I can verify its distance. So, what are you asking?
Can I say something?
So no, just real quick. Let me finish with him real quick. We're almost done.
I want to be real quick.
I know, but he asked the question, dude. I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose the thought. I'm trying not to lose the thought. I'm answering the guy. He just asked a question. I don't want to lose my thought. Just be patient. Okay. The thing is, guy, you said that there was a whole lot of people smarter than you and all that. So now, are you telling me that you just believe those people?
Okay.
No, I don't. No, I don't just believe them. I just told you, Slick, that what they said they did, I can verify that they did it by looking at it, filming it, recording it, measuring its speed, measuring its distance. That's me verifying what they said was the truth. How you don't?
I know, dude, but they're telling you that the cause. But they're telling you that the cause of that. They're telling you that the cause of that is gravity. And I'm asking you, did you verify the gravity?
Didn't you say that I could have my go? Thank you. Okay, because I want to make a point regarding something you said before, Slick. You're saying you can't verify it. You haven't verified it. But dude, what we do is we use our notions of gravity and the laws of motion, etc. We make our observations and we note that our predictions when we use those theories match exactly what we see. Regardless of whether we verify the notion of the existence of gravity or not, the notion that we use of gravity is able to predict what we see. And that's kind of like a verification.
like I said, man, I've already told you. I don't know why you think if you say something else again, that's going to change what I said the first time.
The notion
Slick, do you deny that?
What I was pointing out was that you asked, have you verified it? And that's the way that we verify things. We come up with a theory, we come up with an idea about gravity and forces, and we make observations, and we use our theory to make predictions about those observations, and we see that our predictions match exactly those observations. That, my friend, is verification.
Verification. That's right, Paul.
Okay. Now, based on what you just... Now, hold on. Let me respond to him now. Now, based on what you just said, sir, a kid can make a prediction that there's going to be some presents under the tree tomorrow based on some observations. Okay, so the kid predicts there are going to be some toys. Toys are there. Observation made a prediction. So what?
Hey, Slick, can I ask you
anyway,
this real quick? Slick, can I ask you this real quick, and then I'm back out. Do you acknowledge the fact that the ISS is orbiting the Earth? Do you at least acknowledge that much?
Dude, listen, that's your acknowledgement.
I'm asking you, what do you acknowledge? Do you acknowledge, or do you accept that, or do you?
Dude, I've heard. Listen, I'm telling. Let me put it to you this way. I've heard the stories.
But you don't believe the ISS really exists,
dude. I don't have beliefs, so I don't know what to tell you.
I'm asking you simple. Like, is the ISS okay? You don't have belief. Is the ISS?
No, we're not going to get into that.
Well, dude, like I said, that's your thing. I don't know anything about an ISS. I've heard the stories. I told you that. You keep on asking me.
See, I want to go back to the Santa Claus statement, okay? So
let's go back to that.
That's a pretty weak example, Slick, because all it would take is for that kid to wait up at night and observe his parents leaving the presents under the tree to negate the notion of the existence of Santa Claus, wouldn't it? Okay? So we could make a prediction. We could come up with a theory that Santa Claus exists and that he puts the presents under the tree. But any amount of further investigation would pretty soon and easily negate that idea, wouldn't it?
Okay, well then just do me a favor. Tell me how gravity works.
I don't require to tell you how gravity works. I've admitted we don't know how gravity works. We don't know how gravity works.
Okay, I do. I keep telling you, I require that you know how it works. Do you understand that? Why? Because I said so. Because that's the world that I live in. You can't just make a claim.
Slick, you
can't tell us what to do.
Let me try to E-Monk. I want to hear what you got to say. Just let me get this to him real quick. This is how gravity works. Mass warps space-time. When mass warps space-time, it creates a gravity well, and the warping of space-time brings on it makes gravity become a force. When it's in the gravity well, that's the force. So that's what gravity is. It's the warping of space-time. Within the gravity well, it's an acceleration. On Earth, it's 9.8 meters per second. Somewhere else, it will be different based on the mass of that object.
Okay. Has an experiment ever been done with space-time warping?
Sure. Lots of them.
Okay, I'm listening. Give me one. I'm listening.
Go ahead, E-Monk. I want to hear E-Monk.
The Gaia satellite. There's a satellite that's calculated and observed the positions of literally billions of stars. And
the what?
The Gaia satellite. It's a satellite that has observed and measured the positions of stars very accurately, and making predictions about how the sun warps space-time, the positions of the stars around the sun as it passes through that region of the sky, verified that space-time does get warped.
Okay, have you seen this satellite? Where did you get an idea that this satellite exists? Have you seen it?
I don't require to have seen it. You asked me whether any experiments have been done. Yes, those experiments have been done.
So you're telling me a story.
Whether I personally did them myself or observed them myself is irrelevant.
Okay, so are you telling me a story that you believe?
Sure.
Okay, no further questions.
I've got no reason not to believe it.
Okay, no problem. See, the thing that I'm trying to tell you is that
lose your thought, E-Monk?
Why you got that thought together, the point that I'm trying to make is that you just got some beliefs and you're holding those beliefs as reality. And that's not how reality works.
But our beliefs, Slick, but our beliefs, the things that we do believe, it comes with a shitload of evidence.
Okay, so then how come when
not to accept it?
Okay.
And
okay, so since you got some
Slick is quite wrong, because that is how reality works. We have beliefs. We use those beliefs to make accurate predictions, and they work. That is
Dude, you
how
keep saying
reality
that same thing over and over again.
Sure.
So since that's the case,
true.
then since you got so much evidence and you got all of this certainty, how come when I ask you how gravity works, you don't know? Tell me why you don't know.
Because
I just
we're
told
being
you how
truthful.
gravity works, Slick. I just told you how it works.
But why? But I know. But since you got all this ability, you've got all of this science, and you've got these great minds, you've got all of these things. How come you don't know how gravity works?
I just told you how gravity works. I just told you.
Hang on, because he's what he's asking. Paul is explaining. You're explaining the effects, and Paul's trying to explain how we don't understand the source.
Yeah. We don't fully understand gravity, and requiring us to fully understand it is a fallacy. We don't need to fully understand something to accept its usefulness.
Okay, don't make shit up. Based on what you just said, so can let's say somebody walked up to you and he had some oil, and he told you that this oil would help cure your skin. So, and then you ask him, well, what is this oil about? Where did it come from? And he told you, oh, I don't know. What would you feel about him telling you about the oil?
I'd be skeptical until I saw some kind of test of it.
Right.
But that's absolutely got nothing to do with what we were talking about.
I was just trying to come up with an analogy. If I failed, I apologize.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad one.
I apologize.
Yeah, hey, Paul, you were right. We don't know. We don't know the origins of gravity. We know how gravity works. We don't know the origins of gravity, but we absolutely know how it works. This is how we can predict eclipses. This is how we can predict where planets will be, what positions they will be in hundreds of years from now. We can make predictions.
I can predict too. So can I. I can make predictions without gravity.
Based on what?
Yes, I can. I can make a prediction. I can make a prediction that an apple will fall from the tree.
How fast will it fall?
What difference does it make?
Because your prediction is simply a repetition of prior observations. It's
I know,
not
but my
prediction.
Right, but so that's the same thing that you're doing. You're doing the same thing. Hold on, dude. Slow down.
And this is I will explain to you why we're not.
If you slow down, I will explain to you why you are.
I know what
I know. If you want to take over the conversation, just go ahead. I mean, knock yourself out. It's your conversation. You own it.
The reason why it's different is because we're not just saying that things will fall. We're making predictions based on what we know of how gravity appears to operate, the observations that we've made and the formulas that we've derived from those observations. We can make accurate predictions, not just that a thing will happen, but how it will happen and the exact characteristics of it. We can tell you where the planets are going to be. We can tell you where the moon is going to be based on orbital mechanics, based on gravity.
Okay, can I ask you a question, Monk? Monk, can I ask you a question? Let me ask you this. Before you saw something fall, did you know how fast, were you able to predict how fast it was going to fall?
Sure.
If I know the parameters of the environment, absolutely.
Dude, just answer my question.
I did answer your question.
Okay, so how did you know in advance how fast it was going to fall?
Because we have previous examples of everything else that falls. We know the characteristics of the environment, and so
so you're not answering my question. I said the first time. Now you're telling me about past times. So you're not answering my question. I said the very first time before
the very first time I saw something fall.
Dude, would you slow down? Let me get my question out.
The very first time I saw something fall. Your question is nonsense.
Let me
get the question out.
Why are you interrupting Slick's monologue?
Let me get the question out.
Why are you interrupting Slick's monologue?
Hang on, stop, Jose.
Before something fell for the very, very first time. Now, before anybody ever observed anything fall, were you able to make a prediction of how the rate of acceleration that would fall?
No.
Thank you. See, so you're not making a prediction. All you're doing is you saw an observation, you've measured that observation,
events,
and now all of a sudden, hold on. So now
that's what a prediction is.
Dude, you got to stop it, man. I'm trying to finish my point.
Are you telling me what to do?
Oh my God.
You can't tell me what to do.
Okay, don't worry about it. I'm done talking to you.
Good. So we can make future predictions from current knowledge. That's what we're talking about. Future predictions. We can tell you what's going to happen. That's what a prediction is. We can't tell you things that are going to happen that we've never observed before because that's impossible.
Hey, Slick said he can make predictions of what the planet's going to be. I want to ask Slick, where will Mars be?
No, he never said that.
Where will Mars be next year in June in the southern hemisphere? Where will you be able to view it at?
He never said he could predict planets.
No, don't save him. Don't save him. Let him make a fool of himself. Let him make a fool of himself. Don't save him.
Khaliq, you got to like again. The arguments you have are good arguments, but you're reaching so far out into an argument that no flat earther is gonna even have a conversation about.
Slick just told me when I told him that we can predict the eclipses and where the planets will be. He just told me he can make the same predictions. So I'm asking him.
Khaliq, what he actually said was he can make a prediction that an apple will fall. He never actually said that he could make a prediction about.
No. When I told him we can make those predictions, he came right back and said, "I can make those predictions too."
No, he said he can make predictions that an apple will fall. That was his whole point. He's not going to touch the planets because he knows that he can't.
I'd just like to bring this back to a more fundamental level. There's nothing wrong with a hypothesis that things fall because they have a natural resting place. That's a hypothesis. Sure, Aristotle made that hypothesis thousands of years ago, all right? But when we test that hypothesis and when we look at it at a closer level, we find that such a hypothesis doesn't help us. It makes no predictions. It's not useful. And so that is why we came up with other hypotheses about the notion of gravity, right? So we introduce this notion of gravity and we find that when we do measurements and when we make predictions using the mathematical laws that describe gravity, etc., we can make useful predictions and we can make useful discoveries out of that.
But you said that about 4 or 5 times now.
That's right. And I want to bring it back to that, all right? Because
it's
this
accurate.
this notion that we, have things fall because they have a natural resting place. Sure, it's a great hypothesis, but it fails miserably when you put it to the test.
Right, but didn't I tell you what my thing was? This is my thing, and I'm going to just say it one more time. When you say gravity did it, I'm going to ask you, what is gravity and how does it work? As soon as you tell me I don't know, then I'm already just dropping you like a hot potato, because anybody can make a claim and say that something is. If you can't back up the claim, you're wasting your time with me. So you can keep on, we can go round and round and round with this, but until you're able to do that with me personally, you're just wasting your time.
Slick. Okay. Yeah, Erebus, I'm going to make sure you start off, but I got to read a super chat. Thank you, Darwin. I appreciate it. He says, Slick is winning this debate. The only way to prove me wrong is to match or beat this super chat. Thank you, Darwin. I appreciate that. Erebus, Erebus, go right ahead, my friend.
Slick, I'm not sure if it's been asked already, but what's the natural resting place of fire?
What is the natural resting place of fire?
Yes.
Well, let's see now. That's a good question. Because what is fire? Fire is basically an energy. So energies kind of, they're not sort of like objects, like when you talk about like, things. Fire is really not an object, so to speak. It's more of an energy. So in other words, it's that's like asking where's the resting place of the energy of gasoline? You know what I mean? It's kind of one of those things. It's energy.
No, it isn't. And you can touch fire.
It's energy. Yeah, it's energy.
And I'm asking you, what is the natural resting place of fire?
And I just told you, we're talking about energy. When I'm talking about resting places, I'm talking about objects, things that are, Dude, listen, if you don't have to accept my answer. That's up to you. If you want to say that got a gotcha, because I'm telling you that fire, when I talk about things having a natural resting place, I'm not talking about energy. Energy doesn't have a resting place.
I said fire.
Fire is an energy.
You're going to have to prove that.
Show me how fire is not an energy.
That's not how that works. That's a deflection.
I know, but I'm telling you, fire.
The burden of proof.
Fire is okay. So I'm telling you, fire is energy. Fire is not an object like a rock or a glass or a cup. It's energy. In other words, like I can't get energy from a glass. You know what I mean? In other words, I can't warm myself up with a glass or a box or a. See, those are objects. Fire is energy. Fire can generate heat, and that's energy. So that's the difference. Now, listen, if you think you got a gotcha, knock yourself out. I mean, I don't, go ahead.
I agree that the heat is energy, but I'm not talking about the energy produced by fire. I'm talking about fire itself. What is the natural resting place of fire?
Okay, where do you find fire?
You tell me.
Well,
you're the one. This is your theory.
But I just told you about fire. I just gave you my answer. Now, if you don't accept my answer, I don't know what to tell you. Fire
claim that. Yes, but you can hold fire.
First of all, okay, so let's establish what is fire. So what is fire?
You can see fire.
So what is it?
So if you can touch, taste, well, you can probably taste it too, but you can touch, taste, feel, see, all the 5 senses involved. You could even hear fire. So by your own definition, it is an object.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
Where's the question?
Okay, I got something.
You're not answering it, and you're
I know. I'm going to answer it if you let me. It's just like, it's just like saying, where's the natural resting place of light? You're kind of asking the same thing. I know, but it's the same thing because fire is like light.
You can't hold light. You can't smell it, taste it, or even necessarily see it.
Dude, like I said, if you disagree, I understand. But I gave you my answer.
No, you gave me an answer to avoid answering the question.
Okay, whatever. If that helps you, fine. I said fine.
Then once again, what is the natural resting place of fire?
It doesn't have a natural resting place. I told you for the 5th time. Doesn't have one.
What about air?
Just like light, it doesn't have a natural resting place.
Does air have a natural resting place?
Crickets?
He put himself on mute to avoid answering you.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. I said, where do you find air? Air is at its natural resting place right now.
That really didn't say anything.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't.
Yes, any natural resting place?
But if I call air,
is that an actual term?
No.
If I hate air, it rises. Why is that?
Because you put energy to it.
Oh, so if you take energy away from it, its natural resting place becomes lower. How does that work?
Its natural resting place is where it is when a force is not applied to it.
You don't have an example of that.
Like I said, man, we can play this game all the. You know what you guys are doing? You're coming in late. Hold on. You're coming in late to the conversation, and these things that we've already established, and now you're coming in late to the conversation, like you're coming in with something new.
Say that. Hang on. I do want to say this. I get a lot of people want to have this conversation. Slick is doing it on his own, it's not a problem, but just remember, if one person's engaging, let them engage until they're done. And I know it's hard, but it can. There's at least 5 people here that want to have a conversation right now, and I know it sucks. C4, you were hot micing while you give a balloon a blowjob, I think.
That's actually very correct. That's what I'm doing.
But just keep that in mind, guys. But yeah, I mean, everyone's gonna have their point to talk. And I gotta give Slick this. If he doesn't want to have a conversation, please don't force it, because again, there are other conversations that he's forced kind of into. I just gotta give that out. He is alone. But other than that, continue. Damn, you know what? You know what, people? You're welcome, because when it's the other way around, you guys be like, help me. You don't know. People being the Hannah DMs me, please help. I'm scared. I don't know what to say. You guys,
yeah, Sean. You know, and the thing, Sean,
Hannah, prove me wrong.
Sean,
yes. What? I called for you? Are you kidding me?
What's up, Slick?
Sean, the thing is, I don't mind having these conversations, but what people don't understand is that they expect me to switch gears on a dime. Like, soon as this person stops, I'm supposed to switch just like that. Take my mind and down, switch it to you, switch it to you. All of these switching movements. Yeah, it don't work like that. These people got to understand.
I wanted
chill
a
out.
quick follow-up
Just
on
chill
what you
out a
just
little
said,
bit.
No, I
chill out a little bit.
I agree on that 100% because that was my problem at Ranty's. Me and Right to Hand were having a conversation, and all of a sudden, 3 people start spitfiring things at me, and it gets frustrating. I get that part, but again, I mean, as long as you guys let them breathe, then you calmly ask questions and you start your conversation like Dr. Bob was about to. I don't have any problem with it at all. No problem at all.
Yeah, and me either.
Hey, Slick,
So
I'm
go
very
ahead,
curious.
Bob.
Thanks, man. I'm curious. You said that air has a resting state, right? Unless a force is acting on it. What happens when a force acts on it?
Well, it does something. In other words, in order for you to have movement and a physicality, you have to have something to cause that movement. And that's where energy comes in. It takes energy to move something. You understand that, right?
Is it energy or a force?
Well, it's energy.
Okay, what's the direction of energy?
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. And there is no direction of energy. Energy is what you need.
Great question, Bob. Great question.
But
energy
there is a direction to a force, though. You understand that, right?
No, hold on. This is where you're telling me something about me understanding. What force are you talking about? First off,
I didn't ask what force. You just said that air has a resting place unless a force acts on it. Those were your words. So I'm curious about that, and I want to explore it a little bit. Then you started saying something about energy, and I asked you, what is the direction of energy? And then I said that there is a direction to a force.
Okay, so maybe you can explain this direction to a force thing, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, force has always got a vector. It has a direction to it. Like, for example, centrifugal force. You're familiar with a centrifuge or a merry-go-round of some sort. There's a force, a centrifugal force, that acts from the hub to the outer side of that turning wheel. And that's a force. It has a direction from the hub to the outside. Force has a direction to it.
Sure, I understand. Now, this centrifuge thing that you're describing, does this thing just spin by itself, or does it take energy to spin it?
Well, that doesn't have any matter. That doesn't have any bearing on it. The fact
that
it's spinning, it generates a force in a direction.
No, it has some bearing. It has some bearing. Yes, it does. You can't just say it doesn't, because it does.
Well, it does.
Because the thing ain't just spinning. Okay, well, I'm telling you. In other words, see, I'm trying to cover the energy part for you, because you're telling me about the thing spinning, but you act like this thing is just spinning all on its own. It's not.
No, I agree. You have to put energy into it to make it spin.
Exactly.
But
thank you.
The spin itself is what generates the force in a direction.
Right.
No,
but
you're correct on that, obviously. But
sure, but that's the only thing that I'm saying. My original statement was to move something, you need energy. Now that's all I said. You're the one that's coming up with this other stuff.
No.
It might be interesting to point out that the energy that you put into spinning the centrifuge acts in a totally different direction than the centrifugal force acts in anyway.
Whatever. Sure, whatever.
Yeah, but you see, that really doesn't have any matter. That doesn't have any bearing on the conversation. Yes, I agree with you completely. It requires energy to make that thing spin. However, the spin itself creates a force from the hub to the outside. You understand that, right?
Yeah, just like a car, like with gasoline, the energy is transferred and creates a force to turn the piston that the engine turns. Yeah, so same deal. So what's your point?
But if I turn a corner in a car, I get pushed towards the outside of that corner of that turn, though, right?
Now
that's
hold on.
Centrifugal force.
No, what happens is that you're moving forward in a straight line, and the car turns, and you don't turn with it. So what are you talking about?
That's called centrifugal force.
Okay, so go ahead. Let me just let you make your point, because I don't know where you're going.
That is my point. My point is that we set up something called centrifugal force, and that has a direction to it. You ask what I meant by a direction to force, and that's what I mean by direction to force. It has a direction to it.
Okay.
Now,
Do you have?
getting back
Okay,
to
go
your
ahead.
original statement,
Okay.
you said an atmosphere or air remains at rest unless a force acts on it. Do you
In other
stand
words,
by that statement?
yes, I stand by the statement
Okay.
of like when some hold on, let me finish. When somebody says air, it rises. So like if you heat up that air, it'll rise. Now that's the point that I'm trying to make. If you apply energy to that air, you can move it out of its resting place. Now continue.
Okay, but you understand though that you have to have a force acting on that air to make it move, right?
Listen, I know all you have to have is energy. Energy
No, you
will
have to
make
have a
it.
force to make something move. If I
Okay, but don't you?
electrify a
But you have
battery,
to start with energy.
well, no, if I have a battery, it's got energy in it. It's not moving. I have to actually physically apply a force to it. Now, I can use part of that energy to put it in, say, a toy car or something, and use
Okay,
that energy to apply a force to make the car move. But if
sure. But
something's
how?
going to move, it has to have a force acting on it. You agree
I
with that, right?
understand. Yeah, no, well, what I'm trying to establish, this battery, where is it getting its ability to have this force? Doesn't it have to have energy to do that?
You're kind of talking across purposes. I've already agreed with you on your point that energy is required to cause a force, but then a force must act on something to move it. You agree with
Okay,
that? That's the
so
first law
yes,
of motion.
right. So move. Okay, I'm trying to follow you, but you're not really making any points.
Well, my point is that you have admitted that air responds to a force.
Okay, do me a favor.
That's
Stop
all I
telling
needed.
Bob. Listen, I don't mind having a conversation with you. Stop telling me what I admitted. I haven't admitted anything.
You
So continue with your.
okay.
Just continue with your point. Don't without telling me what I admitted. Please continue with your
You
point.
specifically said that air remains in its resting state unless it's acted upon by a force. That's all I want to hear from you.
Okay.
Is that
Like
your position?
listen, I stated my position. Air has
That
a
was it.
resting. Listen. If you want to have a conversation, are you going to tell me what I'm saying? Because that's annoying. Now, like I said, I'll state my position. Now, what I see air, what I know of things in physicality, they have a place where they want to be in that physicality. And air is where it is in that physicality. Now, you can make some of that air rise and all of that kinds of things if you apply energy to it, like heat energy. Now, that's what I'm saying. Don't twist my words. Don't tell me I'm
Why did you
admitting.
use the word force then? Tell me what you meant by the word force.
What force is the result of energy.
Okay.
Okay. And what?
Does the force make an object move? Or does
energy
the energy
said,
directly, okay, what direction does energy make it move in?
It depends. Listen, energy doesn't have a direction. Energy just gives the ability. Hold on. Energy gives you the ability to do work.
Again, we're back to the original thing that I said very calmly and politely a little while ago. You have agreed that energy does not have a direction. I agree with you. Force has a direction.
Okay, so would you make a point?
What does force do to air?
What are you talking about?
Oh, for God's sakes, never mind.
I'm just saying, you're not, your point, dude, you got to learn how to make a point or something because you're just talking in circles. You're not even making a whole lot of sense.
Did anybody have any difficulty following my point?
Well, the thing is, I had difficulty with it. Now, okay, great. Then you talk to him, Monk. Since you didn't have a problem understanding him, y'all talk to each other.
So, like, I have a question for you regarding air. It's really simple, very simple. Have you ever experienced air that doesn't move?
Listen, dude, like I said, I made my statement about air, period.
No, you said it requires a force, but the thing is,
listen,
there's no point. There is no state. Air is not in a state of static. It's not a static state. You would agree with this? Air is in and of itself not static.
Dude, listen, I can make a statement and cover all your questions in the statement. In physicality, everything in that physicality has a natural place to exist in that physicality. Now, if you don't understand what I'm telling you, please don't fault me for that.
I understand the position of physics as Aristotle put it. which is all you're repeating.
I'm not repeating anything.
Yes, you are.
I don't know anything about Aristotle saying that, so I'm not repeating anything.
You know how I know is because you're literally giving it verbatim. Now,
okay.
My question
so hold
is,
on. Yeah, but if you're just going to sit up here and accuse me of getting to something, I don't want to talk to you because I'm not into being accused.
I'm sorry, but when you do a thing, I'm going to say a thing.
Okay, well then don't talk to me. Talk to somebody else.
My question is, you're not the boss of me, Slick. My question to you is very.
As long as you're not talking to me, because I'm not talking to you.
Well, that's fine. You don't have to. Your non-answers will be answers enough. I asked you what the resting state of fire is, and you avoided it like the plague. You gave it. It has more properties of physicality than actual air does, and yet you claimed it wasn't a thing.
Well, the bottom line is my entire point was that Slick has admitted that a force can move a gas, and quite frankly, he's just admitted to the atmosphere. That's all I can
Okay, I haven't admitted to anything. To this shit Bob talking about, everybody listening, I ain't admitted to a damn thing. Bob's full of bullshit.
You did say it is moved by a force.
I know what I said.
You can't deny it. You can't deny it.
I know what I said.
Caught.
Listen, I said what I said. Caught my ass. You're a pole. Shit, I don't nobody want to hear that pole bullshit. Nobody want to hear that bullshit.
Let's keep.
Listen, I don't mind. Like I said, Sean, would you
let's
tell
keep
them, please?
Let's keep the Poe things and stuff to a minimum. I mean, we can discuss the details of these explanations and everything to help. I mean, but I do want to. I don't want it all to turn into a complete shit show all of a sudden. I kind of want to keep it at least talkative like it has been. So let's just keep it all to that.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate it.
There is a record of this conversation. It's on Sean's channel. If you listen back, I'm fairly certain that you'll find that you did use the word force. Whether or not you intended to is a different question.
Or you can just watch the video that I'm putting out, because I'm going to pull the recording of this and I'm going to make a full video about it. This is something I've been waiting for a flat earther to do for a while, and you did it. Thank you.
Let me tell you something. You can do whatever you want, Bob. And if you really think that you got a trophy, like you got to win, more power to you. Enjoy your win. Congratulations. Next time I get a chance, I'll bake a batch of Christmas cookies in your honor.
Well, I'm going to go have a Corona right now, thanks to you. You've given me reason to celebrate.
Hey, Bob.
Do it.
Hey, Bob.
Yeah.
Speaking of Coronas, here you go. Cheers, bud.
You're the man. You're the man. I'm going to go get mine right now. I even have lines.
Hey, funny, these people with these self-proclaimed victories. Man, that's annoying. What's up?
Hey, Slick, man, you know, you're a cool dude, man. I don't know you, but you seem like a cool dude. But you be really triggered, man. You be like, you bring this energy like everybody is against you, or like I want to know why are you so against science and education? Why do you look at education as somebody just telling you something, you got to believe it?
Okay, let me answer your question. First of all, you just made a whole lot of assumptions. I'm not against science and I'm not against education. Where you got that from, but that's not the case. So hopefully you understand that now.
Well, I got it from, because every time we explain something in science to you, the only thing you can say is, well, you believe that because somebody said it. Have you did this yourself? Have you did that yourself? And I'm saying, like, dude, if you was to take the time to study physics and study science and study math, you would know these things too, and you would, you would come to the only conclusion that there is to accept it, because you can do these observations and experiments yourself.
Okay, now I remember when you just told me that a little while ago. Now you can also learn from me. See, these things that I'm telling you, you can go and do some observations and you can learn this for yourself. You understand? See, I can tell you the same thing. Learn from me. Instead of you pointing me to go learn from some scientists, why don't you take this opportunity to learn from me?
Well, I hear what you're saying, and the things that you're saying is demonstrably wrong. This is what I'm saying. Like, the things that you're saying is because you coming with this natural resting place thing, and you're going with that. This is something that you came up in your mind because you're a smart dude. I understand. You can think for yourself. I understand that. But the thing about this natural resting place, is demonstrably false. But you're coming up with this so you can deny gravity. And that's why I asked you the question in the chat, and I came in and asked it again. what is the natural resting place of meteors? Because we see these meteor showers come. Hold on, I'm not done. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real brief. We see these meteor showers. We see meteors, like we can see this, but it's people that do this that really go out and pick these rocks up and discover these rocks, and they test them, and they know that they didn't come from Earth. So I'm asking you, what is the natural resting place of these meteors?
Okay, now you know these same people that's telling you about the meteors and what they're doing and how they go and pick up the rocks and they analyze them and all that. That's the same people that's telling you that they put man on the moon. Those are the same people.
No, they're not.
And
no, they're not.
Well,
no, they're not.
And they all come from the same background. They're all from basically the same place.
But Slick, one thing we can observe, Slick, you and I can observe meteor showers. We know these things happen. So
I hear you. Listen.
Okay.
Listen,
so
dude. I hear you. Okay, let me respond, dude. Let me respond to you. It's an observation, right?
Right.
Okay. The only point that I'm trying to make to you is that I'm not into making shit up about what I see. I see what I see. If I don't have an explanation for it, I'm not going to make up a story and say this is causing it, because that's not how science works. Now, whatever the explanation is for those meteorites, that it is. If it's a fact, whatever facts that's causing those meteorites to do what they do, those are undeniable facts that cannot be denied. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, we see these meteor showers. What is going on? Do you know what's going on when we see these meteor showers?
Dude, I told you, I see the observation. I can't just make shit up about what I'm seeing, because all I can do is see the observation. I'm not into making up stories, dude. You're not going to get me to make up a story.
No, I'm not trying to get you to make up a story. Now I'm asking you this. Okay, you see the observation. Do you acknowledge that there are people in the field that study this stuff, collect the samples, and analyze them? Do you acknowledge that?
What I acknowledge is that there are stories about people that do this stuff. Yes, I acknowledge the stories.
You can meet them. You can look at the rocks yourself, Slick. Come on.
Dude, what is you talking about? Meet who?
You can meet
Slick,
the
do you know what the
scientists that
scientific
analyze
method
these
is?
Let me ask you something. Have you met them?
See, here we go with
Slick,
another
do you know what the
genetic science.
scientific method is?
Listen, I'm trying to talk to one at a time, Bob.
Go ahead, Bob.
Master, no, I'm talking to you. You're telling me that I can meet them, but have you met them?
No, I don't desire to. I don't care.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, so hold on. So how do you know I can meet them and you have it? How do you have this? Dude, let me finish my question. How do you have this knowledge of something that can be done, but yet you haven't done it yourself? That doesn't sound right.
Okay, I don't have a desire to meet them and study the rocks. If I really question it or I don't believe it, I am at the liberty to meet these people and analyze these things for myself. I could do that. It's not impossible. I choose not to do it because I don't care much. And that's why I asked you, have you ever been to Egypt? And you said no. I say, well, hold on. And I said, well, do the pyramids exist? You want to say, I don't know. So I'm like, come on, man. Like, you know Egypt is there. You haven't been there, but you know it exists. You know it's there.
Okay,
you haven't been there, though.
Okay, Master, let me ask you this question. Have you ever heard the story about somebody had a rock from the moon and they come to find out it was a piece of petrified wood? Have you ever heard that story?
Yeah, do you know
it was debunked long ago.
Do you know the real story?
No, I'm just asking, have you ever heard that story before? That's all.
Go ahead, Big Blue. You probably know this more than me.
But do you understand what I'm saying, Master? See, anybody can say anything. That's what I'm saying. Just because you read something in a book, that doesn't automatically mean that it happened. See, this is the power of, this is where belief comes in. So you read something, then you take your belief powers and turn that reading into reality. So you created a reality. I was talking to Master. You created
Science
a reality.
Is not a belief.
But I was talking to Master, Bob.
But like I told you earlier, Slick, I do have beliefs. I'm not going to come in here and say I don't have beliefs. The difference is my beliefs are evidence-based. It's based off of evidence. Okay? If I want to go further, I can become an astronomer. I can become a meteorologist. I can become a paleontologist. I can become these things and get the facts and know it for myself. But I don't do that. I accept the professionals. You wouldn't go to a lawyer for heart surgery. Come on, man.
Dude, I understand, but that still doesn't change the fact
I've
that
had
you
lawyers
read.
cut my heart out.
That still doesn't change the fact, Master,
Me too,
that you
Bob.
read something, and just because you read it and believe it, your belief in it doesn't turn it into a fact. I'm just trying to get you to understand that.
I understand.
It's up to you whether you.
What you're not
Okay, then, so that's it.
understanding, what you're not understanding, Slick, is the scientific method is not belief. What is the scientific method? Do you know?
Yes, we've talked about the scientific method
Okay,
earlier.
the first
We've already
one is you
established
ask
what
a
science
question.
is.
You ask a question, you propose an answer, and then you test that answer. That's the difference between faith and science.
Exactly.
Faith, you accept things without evidence.
We're not disputing this.
In science, you have to verify the evidence, which means that you test it. That's
Nobody's
the difference
disputing
between faith. Okay, then quit calling science faith. It's
I
not.
didn't say science was faith. Where did you get that from?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I never said that science was faith.
How many times have you said, well, that's your faith?
He said we believe. He said we believe people, and I was just trying to get Slick to understand. I was trying to get Slick to understand that my beliefs are evidence based. I don't have a faith based belief. I have an evidence based.
And I hear you, Master. I hear you. But Bob, would you do me a favor and get your facts straight before you just kind of start rumbling off, because you're saying things that are not true.
Hey, Slick. Hey, hold on,
I'm
guys.
just telling you now. You don't have your facts
Slick,
straight, and you're just coming in saying stuff that's not the. Wait, can I finish, please, Bob? I'm
Well,
saying
actually,
you just
someone's
coming
been
in.
wanting to ask questions.
I know, but I want to finish saying my statement to Bob, please. You coming in from the side and you're saying things and you don't have the facts. So please don't do that.
All right, cool, Slick. Cool story, man. Hey, do you you were talking about the I just want to interrupt. I'm sorry, guys. You were talking about the moon rock that was petrified wood. Is that what you're talking about? Do you know the story behind that?
That's the story that I was bringing up. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, what's the story? What's the story?
The story in the short version is that it's supposed to be a rock from the moon. They come to find out it's a piece of petrified wood. That's the short of the story.
All right, why?
What are you talking about? Why what?
Well, there's a reason why the person got a piece of wood and not a moon rock.
Dude, listen, like I said, I'm just telling you the story. It's just a story.
So you don't know the facts.
How did they verify it wasn't a moon rock, Slick?
Dude, listen, I'm just said it's a story. If there's a story that I heard that somebody was supposed to have a piece of rock from the moon, and they come to find out that it was petrified wood. I just asked if you ever heard the story. That's
exactly.
all.
Yep, I agree with you 100%. My point is, though, you're saying that because you're saying that it's a piece. It's not. The wood or whatever that story is not factual.
This is what I was doing. I was giving you an analogy.
Guilt by association fallacy.
I was giving you an analogy with what I was doing.
Slick.
I know, but I want to
ask a question.
Yeah, so soon as I finish with C4.
Can you give her a breath?
Soon as I finish
Take a
with
breath,
C4.
dude. I got it.
C4.
I understand you want
I
to
said
continue.
I'm talking to C4. Now, C4, what I was doing, I was using that rock analogy as an analogy to represent that just because somebody says something is, that doesn't mean
it's
that
a great
it is.
analogy, Slick.
That's all I was using
absolutely
it for.
Brilliant analogy.
Okay, go ahead, whoever that. Hold on, there's somebody in front of you, Bob. Bob, there's somebody in front of you.
Brilliant analogy.
Bob, somebody's in front of you.
They tested it to verify it.
I know, but somebody's in front of you, Bob. I know somebody's in front of you. I know somebody's in front of you.
Slick want to have his monologue. I mean, conversation, guys. Come on, move on.
Go ahead, Andrea.
I want to hear the story of the petrified wood. Who's going to answer? Who's going to? Because I want to hear it. I want to learn.
Hi, Slick.
Hey, what's going on, Andrea? Long time.
Yeah, it has been. Just if I could take you back to the start when you started talking about the apple on the tree.
Sure.
Sorry. You said that the tree gets energy from the sun.
Yes.
Is that the only place that it gets the energy from?
Well, that's the only known place that the energy is from. I mean, like I said, we fast tracked. In other words, we're assuming that all the tests have been done for tree growth, and it's been come to understand that you need water and sunlight to grow tree. So we made a lot of assumptions just for the sake of speeding up the conversation. So sure.
Well, you can't really do that because it's not just water and it's not just sunlight that you need.
Right, you need good soil, and we understand all that. There's a lot of things that you need, a lot of variables.
So how did you 100% confirm then that it's sunlight that was needed?
Well,
if you
that's
grow
the
a tree
thing.
without water, it's going to die. The same
Right,
as
see,
if you grow a tree without sun, it's going to die.
Right, we've established that. See, that was part of our understanding that you need these different things. It was just to keep it simple that we were talking about these energy coming from the sunlight, just to keep the conversation from being complicated, because we know that there's different things involved in tree growth. But so it was just for simplicity.
Okay, so where does that energy come from then? If it doesn't come from the sunlight, and if it doesn't come from the soil, and if it doesn't come from the nutrients, where does the tree get the energy from to grow the apple? So
well, that's what I'm saying.
Then fall back to its natural resting place.
Right, it does get the energy. That's what we established. It gets the energy from the sun, the water, the soil has to be fertile, and all of these things. That's where it needs all those things to grow. We've established that. We're not fighting that.
You were, though.
No, I wasn't. I'm just saying you misunderstood. We weren't fighting that at all.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Slick.
Okay. What's up, Erebus?
Did you read that in a book?
Did I read what in the book?
Everything you just said.
About what? The tree?
Yes.
Erebus, if you got a trick, a gotcha, would you just go ahead and get the gotcha? Because it's annoying, man, this gotchas.
It's just a question.
I know, but the gotcha game is just really tiring, dude. I'm just playing it all day long gets so old.
It's just a question. Your fear
just
of the question.
Dude, do you have a point? Why don't you just make a point instead of just asking me questions?
Slick, did you get the process at which the tree grows? That information, did you get it from a book?
Okay. A tree can be verified. It has been verified. I can verify it myself, okay? That a tree needs water. Hold on, because I have. Question. Okay, well, dude, if you want to answer for me,
before you did any of those things, before you went out and verified everything, did you get the information from a book?
No, I got it from observations.
No, I just want to show you, Chonji, look how nice the layout looks on my computer. All of the icons are in. Yeah, it looks really cool. Yeah. It might be maybe when you reboot the computer or something. It's just the layout. It's really cool.
Oh.
So in answer to your question, Erebus, I have experience growing things. I've grown things before.
But I asked you before you experienced growing things, did you read it in a book?
No, I observed things growing.
Oh, so you determined how the process of photosynthesis is involved from just looking at a tree?
No, I observed things growing and I just repeated it.
That didn't answer my question, but you understand.
Well, I don't know what your question is. What is your question, first off?
You were claiming
I've heard the stories about how photosynthesis work. I don't have it stored in my memory banks, if that's what you're asking.
But you read it in a book and you took it for granted.
Dude, like I said, I've heard the story. Now, what else do you want?
Was the story a fact?
Dude, I don't know. All I know is I planted the seeds and the tree grew from experience, because that's what happens when you plant seeds. If you use sunlight and you use water and the ground is fertile, it'll grow. I can do that without having any knowledge of photosynthesis or how the energy transfers from the tree. I'm just telling you the energy comes from the sunlight. Sure, there are chemical processes. It's just like gasoline in a car. There's a chemical process that takes place that takes the chemical. I'm not finished. There are chemical processes that take the chemical energy of gasoline, convert it to mechanical energy, and that's how the car moves. So these things are done, and all of these things can be verified. No problem.
That's nice. That didn't actually answer my question. I didn't ask if they could be verified. I asked you if you read them in a book. And you're avoiding it like the plague.
What are you talking about? Read them in a book. Listen, I understand how cars work and converting energy from auto highs.
You didn't always know these things.
So what is your point, dude? Make the point.
Do you claim to know all these things, whole cloth?
Damn. Would you just make a point? Because you are one of the most annoying son bitches I've ever talked to. What is your point?
Know, because I have a tendency to do this to you.
Okay, so you got a trophy. Okay, so you've annoyed me. You've got a trophy for your ability to annoy me. That's great. Let's tell everybody that Erebus has the ability that he can annoy me. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, where is SC Montreal? SC Montreal, where you at, man? Come on, SC Montreal, where you at?
Slate needs help.
Is the Earth an open, closed, or isolated system? SC Montreal.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Is it? Answer the question. Is it isolated?
Fine. I'm half asleep here, buddy.
Definitely not isolated. Definitely not.
Hey Jose, man, we're not. Hey Jose, we're not on your show, man.
That's for sure.
Definitely not isolated.
Definitely. Hang on. Definitely not isolated. Definitely not isolated.
Yep. Yeah. 100%. Yep.
Okay.
Hey, guys! I just want to say something real quick. Hey, SC Montreal, man. How you doing,
Hey,
man?
Steve, what's up, bro?
Hey, I'm good, man. How you doing?
Very good, very good. Like I said, I'm half asleep.
I can tell.
Wake that ass up. Wake that ass up. Is the Earth an open, or closed, or isolated system, SC?
Are you in
your
Lapland land?
Come on, my friend. What is it? Hey,
how's your ISS doing, Master Khaliq?
Yeah, you know this me. How you doing?
You got just one thing, dude. You got just one thing. Your ISS. I heard you talk about it before.
That's what I got. Thank you, SC. Thanks for the observation.
Excuse
Did you
me?
answer my question though? Hey, Hannah.
The Earth. You're asking me if the Earth is open, closed, or isolated?
Yeah, I'm asking you because you seem to know.
I don't seem to know. I just give my opinion.
So what is it? Which one is it? Is it open, closed, or isolated? Which one is it?
You want to know my personal opinion?
Nobody else.
Oh my goodness! Answer the question.
I will. It has to be a closed system.
Is it, or does it has to be?
It has to be.
Okay, it has to.
In order for us to have gas pressure, it has to be.
We don't have. We're not talking about gas pressure.
Now, I answered your question. Now you're going to answer mine.
Okay.
What do you think the Earth is?
I told you a long time ago. I don't know.
You don't. So you guys are too much. You're asking me a question, and now your answer is I don't know. When I ask you,
this is your straw man. So
it was an honest answer.
So look. You said in order to have gas pressure. What about atmospheric pressure? Can we have atmospheric pressure?
What's the atmosphere?
The atmosphere is made up of hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, and other small.
What are those? What do we call those?
A collection of fluid.
It's a fluid. We
call those gases, right?
Yeah, it's a fluid.
Gas pressure and atmospheric pressure are not the same thing.
That's what I'm asking you.
They're gases, and taken together, they're called atmosphere.
Sorry, Blue.
Here we go. The whole gang's up. Oh, man,
they scrambled.
Hold on, SC. Can I ask you a question though? Like for real though, you've been explained many times the difference between gas pressure and atmospheric pressure. You know this. You even explained it. What is the disconnection?
Every time you explained it to me, C4, I've told you that you guys don't get it because they're the same thing. Gases are gases. Now, anything you guys say to the contrary ain't going to change that, man. You can tell me later.
Okay.
You can tell me this and that. It ain't going to change it. A gas is a gas.
So gases are gases. That's what you're saying. That gases are gases.
Yeah. I'm not pressure. That's what it is.
But all right. So gas pressure is different from atmospheric pressure. What do you know the difference between those two?
I know the difference. What you claim, yeah.
All right. So what don't? All right. Cool. All right. Thank you. All right. What don't you do? What don't you believe about it? The difference between those two. What don't you believe?
There is no difference. Don't say believe. You're not understanding. You're making up a story. I'm telling you, gases are gases. That's it.
You're using another story.
But you're making up a story how these same gases operate differently in your story. In one way, they operate in layers, and another way, they operate in a container.
Yes, they do.
All right,
because,
cool. All right, I see.
Hold on, C4.
All right, yep.
Hold on, C4.
Sorry.
This is my point with him. Is it propane? Is it propane in our atmosphere?
Wait, Master, me and you got an issue here now. Now you asked me a question. I'm going to ask you a question. How does your ISS leave a closed system?
Okay. To be honest with you, it is irrelevant because we.
No, you're going to say, I don't know, because that's all you have, dude. You just come, open your jaws, you flap your jaws. When the questions are put to you, my friend, you say, I don't know. Now,
this has already been answered to you repeatedly.
Bob, the no science guy or somebody else. Come to your rescue, boy, because you got nothing. Go ahead, Master. Hold on, guys. Let the big mouth who challenged me. I was half asleep, and he woke me up. He's going to pay for it. Go for it. No, sorry. No white knight. It's Master Khaliq.
Let me answer your question.
No. Master Khaliq.
Okay, let me answer your question.
Right.
I'm telling you, and please let me finish. I'm gonna be real brief. I don't be long-winded. The question you're asking me is irrelevant because we can make the see, you're gonna laugh. You're not gonna listen.
You woke me up from sleep. I was half asleep, my friend. You're gonna pay for it. Answer the question.
You don't want to hear this, do you? You don't want to hear this, do you?
You got nothing, man.
Listen, it's
irrelevant. Flapping jaws.
Listen, it's
You'll never know.
because it's irrelevant because we can make an observation of the ISS. We can measure its speed and distance. So what you're asking is irrelevant. Look at the observation. Deal with the observation,
dude. As usual.
Not your straw man. Deal with
before you challenge somebody, make sure you got something, my friend.
Let me ask you a question.
Now go back to sleep. And let me fall asleep. This was so nice.
I know you don't want to answer.
Why are you in here if you're trying to sleep?
I know you don't want to answer this.
I was in here from 3 hours ago. I was enjoying the conversation with Khaliq. But Master Khaliq had the open.
Hold up, everybody. Hold up for a second. Let Blue talk for a second.
Yeah, let's see. Are your car tires open, closed, or isolated?
Blue, we had this conversation 7 times from Sunday. Let's do it in the daytime.
No, let's do it now.
Exactly.
Are your car tires open, closed?
We can do it on Jose's tomorrow or the day after if you want.
You don't want to do it now? Why?
I told you guys, I got to get up early in the morning, man.
That's a simple question. I mean, you only got 3 things to pick from. Pick one.
Blue, we did this 100 times. I'm going to tell you it's open. You're going to tell me, no, it's closed. How come? And we're going to go around in circles.
No, we're not going to go around in circles. It's a real simple point. Obviously, you think your car tires, we consider your car tires to be closed, don't we?
No, I say open. We've had this many times.
Well, there you go, S.E.
How could it be?
There you go, man.
Just like your car tires, it's open then.
Yeah, there you go, buddy.
Thanks for agreeing with me,
S.E. Yeah, there you go, buddy.
Hey, Big Blue, I got a slow leak in my tire right now.
Yeah.
No, Master, what you got is a problem. You got a problem. With your eyes, that's my friend.
Okay, hang on.
Every
hang on.
time you
By the way,
I got a
I'll
super
challenge
chat.
you anytime I want. You
Okay,
and wipe the floor with it.
Yeah, I can see
So
the ISS
don't worry
whenever
about
I want to.
All right, guys, I gotta
Yeah,
read the
that's
super
what
chat.
he
Hang
controls
on,
people.
guys.
Hey guys,
Hang on,
Hey,
guys.
we
Hang
want
on,
to stay on the
guys.
show.
Hang on.
We want to
Hang
stay
on.
here.
Hang on.
This
I
is
gotta
fun.
read this super chat. Thank you, John Rapp. He says flat
Super
Earth.
chat.
Yeah, flat earthers need gas pressure and atmospheric pressure to be the same. Compressed air contained in a vessel, not the same as free air contained by gravity.
Well, that's because they don't
I
believe in
think
gravity.
I think we all want to stay.
No,
I
it's
think we
not
all
a
want
boom.
to
Hey,
stay in the
did you hear
show a little
Professor
longer.
Bell what he
Well,
said yesterday?
Montreal, I
Yeah.
think we all want to stay in the show
Yes.
for a little bit longer if we respect and we don't go crazy shouting over each other. I think
Hey,
John is all right to
Yes.
keep the show going a
I,
little bit. You know.
exactly. I'm
who
going
are
to.
you? This isn't
Hey,
your.
But
Oh no,
definitely shout out to John
I
Rapp.
said,
John Rapp is the man.
I said that earlier, guys. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I'm just repeating.
Hey, Jose,
shit.
are you in the
I
swamp?
said that earlier.
Jose,
As
you in
long
the
as it
swamp?
stays calm, I'm going to continue
White
to
knight
live stream.
Hey,
Jose.
Jose, are
White
you
knight
in the
Jose.
swamp?
Hey, Sean, hey, Big Blue, let me take a Big
Just
Blue.
really,
Hey,
really
Jose, are you in the
one
swamp?
second. I put that story about the petrified rock in the chat. Okay, in the side chat. You
Hey,
can
Blue,
read
can you
read
give
all
us
about it.
Can you give us the explanation of the petrified rock? I've been wanting you to give us that. Can you break it down real quick for us?
It's actually a cool story. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, really quick. An ambassador to the Netherlands from the U.S. presented the prime minister, whatever the guy's name, whatever they call him over there, with that thing. It was a personal gift from a U.S. ambassador to let's call him the president of the Netherlands. I don't know what the correct term is for him. Anyway, after this guy's death, the president's death, they found this thing that was supposed to be the moon rock thing in all of his belongings, and they took it as being a real deal, and they gave it to the museum, the Netherlands Museum, and they displayed it for years, quite a while, I think, believing it was a real moon rock. When in fact the thing was, the best anybody can tell really is it was probably just a gag gift. The gift was made to the Netherlands, not officially. It was a very unofficial thing. That gift was only about 2 or 3 months after the moon landing, and it was when the Apollo 11 astronauts visited the Netherlands. Well, at that time, nobody was getting moon rocks. I mean, nobody. They didn't give those things out to any country until the 70s. So really, the whole thing was just a fluke and a misunderstanding. But it got latched on to people for, various nefarious reasons and represented as if it was, some trickery on the part of NASA. NASA didn't have anything to do with it.
So what you're saying,
hang on, guys. I got to read another super chat because it's in response to the one that just happened. Opinionated Assholes says John Rapp said the dumbest shit said so far. You guys don't have to super chat. You guys can talk in the chat. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. You go ahead, my friend.
So Big Blue, what you're saying? Hold on. So real quick, Huey, real quick. So Big Blue, what you're saying is the same scientists that's lying to us told us the truth about the moon rock or the petrified wood. The same ones that's lying to us told us the truth.
Yeah.
But my understanding is that they found the item, which turned out to be petrified wood, in his belongings. They also found a little plaque to say it was presented to him by the U.S. ambassador. Nowhere did it say this is moon rock. They made that. That was
exactly.
And it ended up in a museum.
Yeah, exactly. It was inferred.
It was a gag gift,
rock,
and they found it when they tested it.
I don't even know it was a gag gift. I think it was assumption.
When you're finished with that story, Blue, I want to talk to you about the tire. When you're finished with this story.
Yeah, the same scientists that's lying to us about everything told us the truth.
Actually, it'd be more surprising if there were no fake moon rocks. There's probably tons of them out there. But
we could talk about this for hours, but we're not going to get anywhere.
Hang on, Slick.
That's how we feel sometimes.
Slick, you brought it up, Slick. You brought the story up, Slick.
That's
why we're talking about it.
Okay, well, go ahead. Keep talking about it. I don't mind. Go ahead. Keep on.
It's like finding a fake
Rolex. Are you trying to control us?
No, I said let's find. I'm not damn. I'm backing
Hot
off.
damn. Hot damn.
Are you trying to start some trouble or something, Han? I'm just backing off. Take it
Hey,
easy.
hey. All right.
Yeah,
All right.
You find one fake Rolex, and you conclude they must all be fake. That's basically what the argument is.
Okay, somebody else got something
Okay,
they want to add
come
to
on,
the
Slick.
story?
Talk about the tires. You know you want
Okay,
to.
I just wanted to ask Blue about the tire
After
because
you.
he brought up the tire and it was talking about it being a closed system. So it was just very interesting. So Blue, is the tire a closed system? Because I would think that it's a closed system, you would think, in order to hold air pressure, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we consider it a closed system. But you and I both know that over time, every tire is going to leak a little bit.
Okay.
You're going to lose a little
Sure.
bit of air pressure.
I understand. Now, hold on. I understand that. Now, my point is, isn't that air pressure only going to come out in certain places?
Well, it could come out in all kinds of places, but yeah.
I know you mean like around the rim. Some might come out the valve, right? But other than that, it's going to be pretty sealed, right?
I would,
Okay.
It should be. Yeah.
How did the air
when
get
you,
in there?
Hold on. Now, when you compare that system to the Earth, now when the ISS goes out into space, does it only go out in certain little seeps and things like the valve or the edges, or can it just go out any place?
It can go out anywhere it wants to.
Okay.
Obviously.
So, okay, sure. So now we can't really use that tire because with the tire, the air can only escape out of, hold on, let me finish, Blue. With the tire, there's only certain places that the air can seep out. But with the ISS, it can go out anywhere. So the only point that I'm trying to make is that your tire analogy doesn't really work as far as the closed system goes.
No, the problem is, just a moment, hey, hold on. Just a moment, Slick. The problem is you don't understand the analogy. The analogy I'm making is simply this. When we say the Earth, we consider the Earth to be a closed system. We do that not because it's a closed system, it's because it behaves so closely to a closed system that there's no point in going to the lengths of trying to account for the very little bit of mass that we lose in terms of, say, a kilogram of hydrogen per second, which amounts to absolutely nothing based on how much atmosphere we have. And it's convenient to say, okay, it behaves close enough to a closed system that we'll call it one. Just like a tire behaves close enough to a closed system that we call it a closed system.
Right. I hear you. I understand. I understand. I just wanted to make the point out that it's not a real analogy because, like I said, with a tire, you got little places that it can go out, but with your Earth, then it can go out anywhere. And the only point that I'm making is I'm just pointing out that difference. That's all.
That's a ridiculous difference because the analogy holds still. There is a slight exchange between the tire and the outside. It doesn't matter that it comes through a certain area. The fact that there's a slight exchange makes the analogy and it makes your argument irrelevant.
My argument is very relevant. So just because you say it's not, it is. My argument is very
relevant, just like you.
Well, how is it relevant? Where, like he said, where does it matter where it leaks?
Right, because in other words, you can't just take something and get it right out of the top of the tire. You know, just go right through the top like you do your Earth.
Slick.
Are you suggesting the atmosphere has seams?
Wait a minute. The analogy is not comparing where the leak is. The analogy is the amount of material, the amount of material that's leaking compared to the amount of material that's being retained. That's the analogy, not where it's happening.
Okay, I hear you. Now, when your ISS goes into space, does it leak into space?
Pardon me?
The ISS, when it goes into space, does it leak into space?
Leak into space.
Yeah, like a tire. See, a tire leaks air. I'm asking you,
when
the ISS go up into space, it doesn't leak into space, does it? So that's why I'm saying your analogy just is not a good one. That's all I'm saying.
Are you suggesting the atmosphere has a seam, a rim, or a valve stem? Slick.
It's still misunderstanding the whole point of the
analogy.
He's not misunderstanding it at all. He's trying to be
for Slick because it goes against what his belief is.
Oh, come on. You know, I don't have belief.
I'll do it this way. Thank you, John Rapp, for that super chat. Opinionated asshole, I be done educate real goody. Oh, jeez.
Yes, man.
Okay, do you really want to start this? Because I'll do it with you. I have
No,
no
I don't,
problem.
but you do.
Okay,
I'll take you
I
on
don't.
anytime,
I
Slick.
keep saying, okay, well, let's take me on. Let's go.
I win.
Okay, no, you sit. Bob wants to step up to the plate. No, let Bob step up to the plate. Now, Bob, step up to the plate. Come on up, Bob. No, I want Bob.
Now
where you at?
Your
Let's talk about this.
Your concrete ideation says that unless the atmosphere has a rim or a valve stem, you can't
we're talking
use
about
the
beliefs,
analogy
Bob.
of a tire.
Bob, we're talking about beliefs now. That's what
Yeah,
you stepped up for. Okay, so that's
So-
what we're
No,
talking
I
about.
said beliefs.
What?
You have them.
Yeah,
Okay,
you
now
most
Bob.
definitely have beliefs. You have
Okay,
a
so
narrative.
I don't know how I'm supposed to do this. Opinion asshole. Thanks for the super chat. Is a be good foe now on Sir John Rapp? I don't know.
Please, Bob can handle himself. Let Bob handle himself. I know. Let Bob handle himself. I know you want to protect him, but let Bob handle
never said he'd
himself.
step up to the challenge.
I know Bob said
I
he
did.
would step up. Bob will step up. I'm volunteering, Bob. Bob, step your ass up.
Volunteering.
That's not how this works.
Just mighty big of you.
Now, what?
You gotta do me a favor.
Yeah, what's up?
We have had
What's
an
up?
ass in or foot and an ass free night. Please, no foot and asses tonight.
None of that. I just want to talk to
okay.
Bob. I just want to have a nice conversation with Bob. Come on, Bob. I want to talk to you. Now, Bob, I have a question for you. Now, you said that I have beliefs. Now, what I want to ask you is beliefs a natural law that everybody has them? Is this a natural law?
No, I'm going to
Okay.
say that beliefs are different than science.
Not
Belief
what I'm
means
asking.
that you accept things without evidence or in the face of evidence, whereas science requires verification.
Okay, I appreciate the word salad, but that wasn't my question. My question is
Word salad? Word salad?
listen.
Remember,
I
Bob, when you ask a
apologize.
question,
I said I apologize.
Okay,
I
Bob, when you are
apologize.
asked a
No
question
word
by
salad.
Leake,
Bob, what I'm
you are
asking you
requested
is
to give
that
a
what
yes
I'm
or no
asking you is
answer.
that is
No,
beliefs a
no
natural law?
lies.
That's the question that I'm trying
When
to ask.
Sleek is asked
Is
a
beliefs
question,
a
you have
natural
to
law?
allow
That's it.
him to
So
give
that's what
the
I'm looking
why
for.
and all the explanations. Remember that Sleek is the only one that can give a yes or no and why. When he asks a question, you have to say as he says. Just a friendly reminder. Thank you.
Okay, Bob. So
I'm not
that's
going to
my
discuss. I'm not going to discuss with somebody that
Boom,
sits down and
Jose.
says word
okay.
salad.
Thank you. So
Bullshit.
I said I apologize about the word salad remark. I said I apologize. I take it back. My mistake. It's
Then
just
we're
that you
going to sit down and we're going to talk about the difference between belief and science. Then.
Okay, well, first of all, I want to talk about you saying that I have beliefs. I just want
Of course
to
you
get
have
that out of the way.
beliefs.
Okay, now, so here's my question. Is beliefs a natural law?
Who the hell knows?
Okay, but you're saying I have beliefs. You must be basing that on something.
I'm basing that on the fact that you make assertions that are in the face of evidence and have
Right.
concrete ideation that follows your dogma. That is a belief by definition.
Okay, so you're not saying that I have beliefs. You're just actually saying that that's what you're describing that I
You're
have.
demonstrating beliefs.
Okay, so in other words, you just think that. In other words, that's what you're getting. That's the vibe you're getting.
We're not
You
going
are
to think
such a
anything.
manipulator.
We're going to sit down.
Dude,
I'm
it's-
not going to sit down and argue philosophy with you, kiddo. You're going
Well,
to
it's just
sit
that
down.
it's just that you made a statement.
No, you have dogma.
What is
and
dogma?
you promote a narrative in
I
the
don't promote
face
any.
of
What the hell are you
evidence.
talking about? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking. You're right, Bob. You're not the guy for this conversation. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, Slick's belief system is he has no beliefs. Boom.
I wish you sit your.
Hey, Slick.
You know what? I wish you
Hey,
sit your
Slick,
two
why do you
face.
deny gravity?
What?
Slick, why do you deny gravity?
Okay, so first of all, in order to deny something, it has to exist. Have you proven its existence?
No, that's not what I asked you.
Here we go again. Back
Can
to
you just
square
answer?
one.
Can you just answer
Well,
the question?
I answered your question. You asking me about
That is
denying
incorrect.
something that
Your statement is
listen,
incorrect.
like I said, okay, are we just going to talk over each other? Is that how this is going to
No,
go?
I'm trying to
You
have a
remind
real
me
quick.
of.
I've been trying to get a word in
we got all
edgewise
of
for
this
about half
talking
an hour.
over each other. I'm just trying to, you know.
I've been trying to get a word in for about half an hour. So what you just said was actually actively false.
What are you talking about? I'm talking to 5 people. I don't even know what I said to who. What are you talking about?
So you can't remember 20 seconds back.
Well, I'm talking to 5 people, dude. Give me a break. Remind me. You forgot?
I actually wanted to talk about beliefs, but
Okay, well, let's talk about it. I'm willing. Go ahead.
okay. How do you define belief?
The same way that you define it, like in your definition.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
I want to
If you
know
would
how
let-
you define belief.
Sure. I can give you the breakdown, simple term without looking it up. In other words, just a simple explanation. A belief is something that you hold to be true that you haven't verified or can't verify. That's the short answer.
False.
Okay.
Wrong.
Hang on. See, I don't use that definition.
No, that's
so
a good answer,
you're
Slick. That's a good answer.
hang on. I don't use that definition, but I will use it for the term for this conversation.
Okay.
Okay. What is your position with regards to why the apple falls?
It's a theory of an observation. In other words, it's like when you do science, you see an observation and then you come up with a hypothesis.
Okay. Do you consider that hypothesis to be likely true?
Well, I haven't actually went into the lab, you understand, and did an experiment. No, I haven't done all of that.
That's not what I asked.
I know. So I'm at, what are you asking?
I asked you very clearly, do you consider that to be likely true?
I don't get into that.
So the alternative is that you do not consider it to be likely true.
No, like I told you, it's an observation.
Hang on.
I have okay, I'm telling you, just let me, maybe if you listen to me, you'll hear what I'm saying.
I did listen to you.
I know, but I make an observation and I have a theory about the observation. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, what you have is what we would call a hypothesis. That's
sure, a hypothesis, okay. Yes.
Right. Do you consider that hypothesis, so there are only two options, either A, you consider that to be likely true, or B, you do not consider it to be likely true. There's a logical negation. You have to be in one of those two.
Sure. In other words, simplified form, it's either a fact or it isn't. That's the short answer. Yes. Go ahead.
that's not what I asked.
I know, but I'm just telling you that's what it is.
Facts are not about what you consider to be true or likely true.
Don't worry about it while you ask.
I know, but I just told you what a fact is. In other words, a fact is something that either is or it's not. Now that's how you're asking me my view. I'm just telling you what my view is.
Yes, but that's the fact aspect is irrelevant to what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is whether or not you consider it to be likely true.
Listen, why do you keep asking me this likely true?
Because
I don't understand.
Because
I don't function like that. That's what I keep telling you. I don't function in likely true.
The weakest form of belief is holding the attitude that a thing is true or likely true, and to extend into the definition that you gave earlier without without evidence to support it.
Sure, I don't function like that, so that doesn't apply to me. Right.
So why did you give me that definition of belief?
Because that's the definition that I have about beliefs. You asked me and I answered you.
Yes, but you just contradicted yourself by saying that's not how you function.
No, I didn't. You just misunderstood. See, you're misunderstanding and you're taking that as a contradiction.
No, you contradict yourself.
You're faulting me for you're faulting me for your misunderstanding.
That contradict each other.
No, your fault. You misunderstood and you're faulting me for your misunderstanding.
Then
no, that's your interpretation of the situation.
I'll be happy to clarify it let's just clarify it for you instead of you accusing me of being contradictory.
I'm not accusing you. I'm saying that the two statements are in contradiction.
I know, and I'm trying to tell you that they're not. So let's investigate further so that I can show you that they're not, or you show me that there are. You just making that statement ain't gonna fly. Now, show me what I said that was contradictory.
You said first that you find belief as being accepting a thing as true without verification. Is that correct?
Yeah, let me define it again. A belief is something that you hold to be a fact that you have not verified.
I think that's an accurate. I think that's somewhat of an accurate definition of belief from Slick. I think that belief, the dictionary definition that I'm paraphrasing is the acceptance of things to be true without knowledge.
I would agree with it as well. So please
proceed. I'm not really much into the philosophy side of things, but this belief is a philosophical term as far as I can tell, and as far as I can tell from philosophy, sorry, Bob, belief is simply and most narrowly defined as holding the position that a thing is true or likely true. It doesn't necessarily need to be qualified. We all have beliefs under that definition.
Okay, well, I don't have beliefs at all, so I don't. When you say we all, no, I don't. Just say we all. I know. Just say we all except Slick. That's all. Then you'll be straight.
Slick, under the definition that a belief is simply holding the position that a thing is true or likely true, then you have beliefs.
I don't do that. I keep telling you, I don't do that.
No, but under this definition that I just gave you, not your definition, I'm saying this is a different definition of belief.
Yes, under that definition. Yes.
Then you do have beliefs, yes?
I told you, I know. I keep telling you no. What the hell is your problem?
Okay. Is there anything that you consider to be true?
I just told you a fact either is or it isn't. This truth.
That's irrelevant.
Listen, dude, hold on.
That's irrelevant. Is there anything you consider to be a fact?
Dude. Let's Slick monologue, Monk.
No, I don't want to let him monologue. Is there anything in this world that you hold to be true? Are there any things that you would call facts?
There are facts in this world. That's
then you have beliefs under that definition.
Now hold on, slow down. Just because you're trying to move. I know, but you're just trying to move so fast, like you're trying to slip some shit on me. Now let me ask you a question. Aren't there some facts in this world?
There are facts in this world.
Okay, so what's the problem?
The problem is that you deny that you have beliefs when under that definition you patently do.
Okay, hold on. This is where I'm confused. Are you telling me that the only way that there are facts is if I have beliefs?
No, I'm saying that the acknowledgement that there is any fact, one fact is all we need. The acknowledgement that there is a fact about reality, any fact at all, says that you have a belief. You believe.
Okay, why are you? See, you're trying to be slick. Now you're talking about facts.
No, I'm not trying to be slick.
Hold on, dude. You're moving too fast. You said facts about reality. I didn't say anything about reality. I said facts are. I said facts are. You the one trying to put these extra.
Slick,
hold on, dude. I'm talking to Monk.
Not.
I'm talking to Monk, please.
Yes,
now
you
the thing that I know, but would you let me talk to Monk, please? Because I can't switch gears. Like I'm not a transmission.
Slick haven't spoken tonight. Slick haven't spoken barely tonight. Let him speak, damn it.
Now, Monk. See, now I'm just lost my track because all of these fucking interruptions.
Just let Slick speak.
Let me go back to the beginning.
Now, Monk. Okay, now I got it back. Now,
Jose, let me go back to the beginning.
No, I got my mind back. I got my mind back. Hold on. Now, I said that facts are. Now, you came along and slipped and said facts of reality. See, so you're adding to what I said. Don't do that and we'll be fine. Go ahead.
Facts about reality is the only facts that exist.
Okay, all I said is facts are. Now that's what I'm saying.
I will hold it down to that.
Okay,
I will hold it down to that. All right.
Hold on.
So
I want to correction. Slick, you said facts. A fact is or is not. That is what you said earlier.
Dude, listen, come on,
that's
Monk,
okay.
Monk, continue, please.
Erebus.
Thank you. Yeah, he's just trying to get it. He's just looking for a gotcha. Go ahead.
Sorry, Slick.
Okay.
Using this definition, are you ready for my definition of belief?
Go ahead.
Are you ready? My definition of belief is holding the opinion that a thing is true or likely true.
Okay, I heard you plain and clear.
Right. Under that definition, sorry, let me go to step 2. So that's the first thing is definition of term. Step 2, you believe that there are some true facts. Is that correct or incorrect?
No, because I don't have beliefs, so that can't be correct.
Okay. Do you hold? Sorry, let me take the word belief out of that question then and rephrase it. Do you accept as true the statement that some facts are true?
Okay, now I need you to do me a favor. I'm gonna ask you.
That's a yes or no question. No,
I know. I heard you.
That was a yes or no question.
I heard you.
All I need is a yes or a no. I don't need a discussion.
Slick,
it's a yes or no question.
Okay, Slick, you gotta ask the questions.
That was a yes or no question. All I need is a yes or a no.
How dare you ask Leake a question, Monk?
All I need is a yes or a no. Do
Okay,
you accept as
would you
true
ask
that
your
some
question
facts
again?
are true?
Oh, okay. Now I told you that is not a qualifiable yes or no question, so I can't answer it.
That is actually a fully qualified question. There is
I said
no
it wasn't.
wiggle room.
I can't answer it, so it's not
Why
a
can you not
qualifiable
answer it?
question. Okay,
What's wrong with the question?
if you will let me explain, I'll tell you. But if you're just going to talk over me, I can't tell you. Now, are you willing for me to let me tell you why I said what I just said, or no?
So you've just rambled on for 10 seconds.
Dude, I'm asking you a question. Are you willing to let me explain it or not?
I asked you a direct yes or no question, and you wouldn't shut up. You just monologued and monologued and monologued.
Hopefully, for the first time tonight, we'll hear Slick
Jose.
Sean, could you please do something about Jose? It's really getting annoying. Please, I'm asking you as a favor. Now, Monk, what I'm trying to tell you is that your question is not qualifiable. Now, you have to let me explain why it's not qualifiable.
I'm trying to let you explain. Explain already.
I haven't, because you cut me off.
So explain.
Oh, okay. This is why. Because facts.
There you go. Now you got the floor, Slick. Go ahead.
Man, you little two-faced fucking prick. Now, the reason
no swearing, sir, no swearing.
Language, Slick.
Now, the reason that I'm saying that is because facts do not require belief in order to exist. Now, do you understand? I'm just asking you, do you understand that or no?
I do understand that, yes.
Okay. So
that's not what I asked you, though.
I know,
that's
but
not what I asked you.
I know, but
that's not what I asked you.
Oh my God, this dude is a hard head. Listen, if you want to just overpower me and all that, that's very annoying, dude. I'll have a conversation with you, but you just
a conversation is where you actually listen to the questions and answer the question. That's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you whether facts require your belief. I asked you whether or not you accept any fact as true. Let's make it that. Do you accept any fact as true?
I'm not into acceptance.
And this is the dishonesty that you're displaying throughout this entire conversation.
Fine. That's fine. I don't care. If you want to call me dishonest, knock yourself out. I gave you my answer. If you don't like it, that's too bad.
Okay.
I accept Slick's non-acceptance.
Let's do this. If I hold an apple in my hand above the ground with nothing in between, and I drop that apple, is it a fact that it will fall to the ground?
In my experience, yes, that's a fact that it'll fall to the ground.
You have a belief. Thank you. You've accepted as true the proposition that an apple will fall. You've accepted as true a fact. Therefore, you have a belief under the definition I gave. Thank you very much for playing.
That's well great. Done, sir. That's great, and you're wrong.
I've gone through the logic of it, and no, I'm not.
Dude, listen, dude, let me tell you what happened. Let me explain. Hold on, before you go. The only thing is, dude, you're just playing gotcha games. You don't have a gotcha. So I'm just letting you know that your gotcha games don't work. Don't nobody want to play that shit.
Hey, Slick, I just want to say this. I want to say this to you and everybody else. There's nothing wrong with having beliefs. If your beliefs is evidence-based, there's nothing wrong with having beliefs. If your beliefs are faith-based, there's nothing wrong with that. But the problem comes when the evidence is presented to you and you refuse to accept it because it goes against what you've been previously believing in. That's where the problem with belief come in. So belief is okay, man. You like everybody has beliefs. Slick, you have beliefs. Everybody I used to say the same thing. I don't have any beliefs. I don't have, but everybody has beliefs, man.
Master, I heard you. Master, I heard what you said, but I don't have beliefs. Now, if you have beliefs, that's fine.
That's dogma and narrative.
I'm talking to Master, but Master, I'm sorry, I don't have them. That's just all there is to it. I
understand. Slick, I understand where you're coming from because I used to be like that too.
Dude, I don't have them.
I don't have beliefs and all that. Like when I kind of got away from believing in, the concept of God and devils and all that stuff. I got away from those concepts. But those were concepts that I held. Those were beliefs that I held at one point in time. But now I don't have beliefs. That everybody has beliefs.
I don't.
You don't. Except Slick.
You believe you don't have beliefs.
Yeah, everybody.
You just demonstrated you did.
I haven't demonstrated anything. You just don't understand.
Guys, I gotta read a super. Hang on, I gotta read a super chat. Thank you, Anamorphic Minds.
Super chat.
Thank you. He says Slick is just getting wrecked. Slick's BS will not fly.
Sure, that's fine. You could say, let me respond to his super chat. You could say whatever you want. I don't have beliefs, and no matter how many times everybody says, yes, you do, you might as well be talking to a wall because I'm in control of my mind and not you.
Right. And Slick, I'm not saying you have beliefs, Slick. I'm excluding you for that. I'm saying
I understand.
I'm saying everybody except Slick has beliefs. It only becomes a problem when your beliefs allows you to negate and reject evidence. That's where it becomes a problem. See, I
hear you,
but my beliefs are evidence-based. I don't have faith-based beliefs, but I have evidence-based beliefs, and that's
I understand.
okay. Everybody has those.
I'm not knocking you. Listen,
Are you guys afraid? Are you guys afraid? Why don't you allow Slick to have a conversation about his belief systems, guys? Are you afraid?
Master, I'm not knocking you for that. That sounds fine to me. I have no problem with that. So I'm with you on that one. I'm not knocking that.
Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I understand, but I understand where you're coming from. Like, I don't
I
have
hear you.
beliefs. Like, I always said that, but I had to come to grips. Like, damn, I do have beliefs. I believe.
In other words,
I believe I'm gonna wake up in the morning. You know what I'm saying?
Master,
I believe the sun is gonna rise in the morning. You know what I'm saying? These are beliefs that I have, but these are evidence-based beliefs.
Now, Master, let me ask you a question. Is this something that you came to on your own? This is your own thinking, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, and that's because you are in control of your own mind, right? You decide what you're going. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell them. I control my mind, and I decide I don't have beliefs because I don't need them because I'm in control of my mind and I operate without them.
But can I say this?
That's what I'm trying to get them to understand. Yes.
But can I say this to you, Slick?
Go ahead.
I understand where you're coming from, bro, and I was there. And the reason why you hold fast to the idea of not having beliefs because so many of your beliefs has been shattered.
No, it hasn't. That's not the case. No, that's not the case.
I got guys.
Yeah, you can finish, but that's not
another super chat.
Yep, I got two more. Hang on. So thank you again, Anamorphic Minds. He says Slick's belief is that he doesn't have beliefs. And the second super chat from Opinionated Asshole. Thank you, my friend. He says Slick shut the panel down 3 times, but not bias.
Okay, but like I said, I appreciate that, but I don't have beliefs. People just gonna have to accept it. I know it's hard for them, but that's just how it is. You're just gonna have to live with that.
I respect your belief system, Slick.
You don't believe that? You don't believe you're gonna?
You don't?
Is you gonna wake up tomorrow, Slick?
I have no idea.
That's what I was gonna ask.
Hang on, Slick. Do you hold as true the fact that you have no beliefs?
I told you I don't deal in that hold is true shit.
Slick was right. I asked him.
Either you have an opinion on something, or you.
I know. I keep telling you. You keep asking me the same thing over and over again.
Guys.
I don't hold to this hold to true shit.
I hate to do this again, but
Slick, I'm on your side.
I hear you. Like to thank RT96 for a super chat. He says, Slick, I command you not to have beliefs. Obey.
Whatever works for you. I hear and I obey, Master. How's that?
Hey, Slick, I'm on your side, man. I feel you.
I hear you, Master. Master, I hear you, bro. I appreciate it. Thanks.
So Slick, you don't believe the sun's gonna rise tomorrow. You just hope it is going.
I have listen, dude. I have no idea what the sun's gonna do tomorrow. I don't live in tomorrow.
All right, I get it. Yeah. I get it. So you like Master was just saying, you don't know if you're going to wake up tomorrow.
Yeah, how am I supposed to know that? How am I supposed to know that?
Right. But like me, like I believe that I'm gonna wake up tomorrow.
I hear you.
Okay, now what you just said that you hope you believe that you wake up tomorrow, is that gonna count into whether you wake up tomorrow or not?
Well, if I don't wake up tomorrow, I'm not gonna know, so I don't give a fuck.
That's not my question. My question is you believing that you're going to wake up tomorrow? Is that going to play any role in you waking up tomorrow?
He gave you his answer.
Hey, no, this is going to do it. Slick, do you have plans for tomorrow?
No.
You don't have any plans for tomorrow?
No, and Listen, let me put it to you this way. Like if I have a car appointment or something, yes, and that kind of a plan, yes, those type of
whatever plan. I just want to know, do you have plans for tomorrow?
Not for tomorrow, no, but I have had plans where like I have a car appointment like would be scheduled for tomorrow.
Yes, it could be anything. It could be
in other words, what I'm saying is yes, these things do happen. Yes, I'm not.
Okay.
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if you have ever had a plan for tomorrow, or you probably don't tonight, you probably don't have a plan for tomorrow, but I hope you do. I hope everybody has a plan.
Let's just say for the.
But what I'm saying, hold on, Slick, hold on. Let me finish, bro. I'm just saying, I hope you have a plan for tomorrow. I hope everybody do. But if you do have a plan for tomorrow, or when Friday come, if you got a plan for Saturday, you believe that you're gonna wake up and accomplish that goal. You believe that. But what if you don't wake up? Then you know what I'm saying? But you having a plan for tomorrow gives you a belief that you're gonna wake up tomorrow.
Okay, now can I explain this to you how it doesn't require belief at all? Let's say that I got a car appointment for tomorrow, right? Now this has nothing to do with me.
Heard this one before.
So this has nothing to do with me believing about the car appointment, because I call the dealership, my car needs service. They say, okay, come in tomorrow at 10 o'clock. I say, okay, fine. Now, I have no idea whether I'm going to make it to that appointment or not, because I can't predict what's going to happen 2 seconds from now. I have no idea. But just in case it so happens that tomorrow comes around at appointment time, I can attempt to make that appointment. Now, that's how I approach it. It has nothing to do with belief.
So you're counting on it.
So Slick, so Slick, let's say
That's
you
how
get
you
to that.
rationalize it. It's not how you approach it.
So Slick, Slick, you get to that appointment, right? Let's say you wake up and you get to that appointment, right? You wake up, you get to that appointment, and they're working on your car. Do you believe that they're going to fix your car correctly, or is that just a hope?
The thing is, I don't have any beliefs at all. I won't know what they're doing to my car.
So you're hoping. You're hoping.
Dude, do you want to let me fit? Dude, you just gonna cut me off or what? Now, I don't know what. Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, but you.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. I don't know what they're going to do to my car until they're finished doing whatever it is to my car.
You have an idea of what's going on,
right?
So I'm in the waiting room. I don't have any idea. Shit, I'm in the waiting room.
So you believe? So you have a belief that you're going to drive away? So you have a belief?
I don't have.
Slick.
No, I don't have belief.
All right. Listen. So you believe? Oh, all right. So
I don't have belief.
You all right. I'll retract that.
So you do.
So you're hoping when you drive away from that parking lot that they didn't fuck up your car intentionally and you crash.
Dude, listen, I'm not doing. That's your game. I don't do all of that. That's what I keep trying to tell you.
No, it's not my game.
Listen, I know, but listen, guy, I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain to you what I do. What I do is I live in the moment, because that is what exists.
All right. So in the moment, are you hoping or are you believing?
Dude, I was
all right. No. In the
Never
moment,
mind.
are you hoping or believing that they didn't fuck up your car?
Oh man, like I said, I was trying to explain it, but you just got some fucking issues.
Yeah, it doesn't matter anyway.
When you scoop a scoop of mac and cheese, do you believe you're putting 1 scoop of mac and cheese on a plate?
So, like I said, in answer to the serious question, I live in the moment. In the moment, there's no belief.
Gary or someone different.
Yeah, go ahead. I'd be glad to go on mute.
I think they have a question for you.
I'll hand out
Question
go, Terry.
for me?
Yeah.
I had
sure.
a question about the. Hey, Slick.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Terry. What's that?
Good, man. I had a question about the analogy you're using with the car one, because I'm a car guy, so I thought I could figure this one out with you. You said that the car was due for a service. Now, what led you to know that, to have that knowledge that to be true?
Sure, many of different ways. The car comes with a manual. You get emails, all kinds of different ways. They alert you when you have a service ready. Even in the dash, my dash thing will light up and say, oil change soon. So that's how I get alerted.
And how do you know that those things are to be true?
I don't know.
Listen, you can't verify that.
In other words, it's information. I am getting information, and I am acting on the information that I'm getting.
You're relying on it?
You're trusting
Do
it.
you understand what I'm saying? No, it's not. Listen, it's not about trust. I got two choices. I can either get the oil changed or not. I got two choices. Now, they tell me you write in the manual, because it's a brand new car. They tell you right in the manual, if you do not get the oil change fixed, if your car breaks down, your warranty is going to be void. So I got an option. I can either ignore that and take a chance on the car breaking down and not getting warranty covered, or I can listen to it and take the damn thing in for service like they suggested. So I'm just taking my choice. It's got nothing to do with belief.
So you read
No,
the book.
I wasn't mentioning anything about belief. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I?
Ladies
Go
first.
ahead, Hannah. Hannah, I think Hannah's trying to say something.
Yeah, ladies first.
No, it's not Hannah.
No, Andrea.
Oh, Andrea, sorry.
How do you accumulate knowledge, Slick?
I don't use that to process information.
Well, that explains a lot.
See, what I do is I just
knowledge.
see. Right. See,
No,
what I
hold
see,
on.
all you're doing is you're taking a word and you're just substituting it for information. I just go by the information. If you feel the need to take information and transfer that word into knowledge, then do whatever works for you. I don't do that. I just take information and I use the information accordingly. It's just that
But
simple.
you accumulate knowledge because you remembered from yesterday to come in here today to talk. How do
I
you
accumulate
that knowledge.
because I accumulate experiences.
What's the difference between knowledge and experience?
Well, if there's no difference, then why try to make one?
I'm asking.
I said if there's no difference, why are you trying to make a difference?
You
So
made the
you think
distinction.
there's no.
I said I just go off experience. You're the one that keep on bringing up this knowledge thing. Why are you doing that?
You just said you go off in information.
Yes, I operate off of information. Yes.
That you read in a book.
If that information if that's the information that I have to operate off, then I'll operate off that. Like my manual. My manual about my car is information that's in the book. So what's your point?
Which is
So
no.
if the manual is wrong, but then you acted accordingly, you believed in the manual, and then it was wrong.
No, I just told you. Right, I just told you. I got two choices. Either I can ignore the manual and get my warranty voided, or I can follow the instructions and at least have a chance to get my car fixed if it breaks
So
down.
how do you know that manual is correct?
Third option.
No,
Because it's not whether the thing is, it's not whether I know the manual is correct. It's all I got. I don't have anything else. I have no choice but to go by that manual that they gave me with the car.
Believing on the manual.
It's not about believing in the manual.
Hold on.
It's not about believing in the manual.
Can I ask a question?
I know, but Andrea, I don't think she was finished yet. But if you want to overpower her, go ahead.
Quiet. Sorry if but can I ask you, Slick, is inference and induction a belief?
Dude, I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm not into
Let me give you an example then.
Listen, I told you what my example, this is how I view things. This is how I operate. I know, I'm trying to tell you.
You said you didn't know, hang on. You said you didn't know what inference and induction means. I was just going to give you an example. Do you want to hear it?
Sure. I didn't say I didn't know what it was. I said I don't operate off of those.
All right. Okay. So at your house, you have a fence and it needs painting. You go out and buy the paint and the materials you need to do the job. And then you remember there's a kid that lives on your street who's a painter by trade, but he's unemployed. So you go and see the kid and say, do you want to make some money? I've got a fence that needs painting. Okay. He agrees to do it. You agree a price. You go to work on the day he's going to paint the thing. You come home. You go to the fence and you inspect it and you can determine that it's been painted. You go to your shed, you can see that the materials have been used, the brushes are all clean. Now, can you infer from that evidence that the kid painted your fence?
No, the only thing that I can know for a fact is that the fence wasn't painted before and it's painted now. Now, from that's at that point, that's all I can go by. Those are the facts.
So you wouldn't use inference and induction to conclude that the kid did it? You wouldn't do that?
No.
Oh,
So
wow.
how
you get through life? I don't know how you function.
Well, I function just fine.
How do you not go into the kid and demand your money back?
Listen, see, like I said, you're trying to bring up all these scenarios and then you're trying to, put together a nice little gotcha thing. So if I answer wrong, you can say, I gotcha. Slick admitted to beliefs, so I don't feel like playing that game. Because in reality, listen, in reality, when I come home and see the fence painted, do I really know how that fence got painted?
Well, no, you don't. That's the point I'm making.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying. My point is, I'm trying to tell you, I don't know how the fence got painted.
I'm just shocked that you can get through life without using inference and induction. That's what gets us through day to day.
Not me. I get through day fine without them.
That's what I find interesting.
See, I know. And Huey, let me tell you how I can do what I do. It's very simple. It's called living in the now. See, when you live in
now, Slick.
Okay, dude, let me explain this to Huey, please. I want to explain this to Huey real quick. How I function is I live in the now, in the moment. And in my reality, there is no yesterday, there is no tomorrow, there's only now. And now always is. So as long as I'm in the now, I am always operating in the experience. And that means that because I operate like that, I don't have to have beliefs. You have to have beliefs when you're not operating in the now.
Slick, there is no now.
Guys, hang on, guys. I got a super chat I gotta read. Thank you, John Rapp. I appreciate that, my friend. He says you cornered him. He'll never admit true or not. And then I also wanted to say, guys, just so everyone got the heads up, the timer on there, I am going to go start the warrant. It was a 15-minute warning. You guys can continue in this on the panel. If anybody in the chat wants to join, I'm going to put the link out there again. And then as long as I'm at my computer, I will accept you, and you guys can listen in. But go ahead, guys, continue.
Hey, Slick, let me ask you something, Slick. Do you have a job? Like, you know what?
Well, I'd really like to stay away from my personal thing.
Yeah. I don't want that. But so let's just say hypothetically, you had a job and you work, you work your week, you work your 40 hours a week or 60 hours if you're doing overtime, hopefully. Do you know you're going to get your check, or do you believe you're going to get your check? Like,
I don't. Okay, I hear you. I understand. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to get my check until I get my check.
Exactly. But you believe you're going to get it. Like, you might.
I just know. No.
What
Listen.
you're going to do with it, right?
Listen. It's not anything to do with beliefs. All I know is that I made an agreement with a person. He said that if you do this amount of work, at the end of that work, I am going to give you a check. Now, it's not based on belief. I have two choices. Either I can say, you know what? I'm not doing that. I'm just going to maybe starve or just not eat. If that's my only source of money, I might say, you know what? I'm going to take a chance with this guy, because the only way I'm going to get some money is if I take a chance and do this work. So I go ahead and do the work.
But you did the work, Slick. You did the work.
So, Slick, by you even taking that chance, you're trusting this person that they're going to pay you for the work that you do.
That's a belief.
Right,
Yep.
and this is right, but I'm trying to tell you why it's not. If you care to listen. Now,
you can tell us as much as you like. You can tell us as much as like how it's not a belief, but it actually is.
If you're willing to listen, I'll tell you why it's not a belief. If you're not willing, then don't.
I'm not willing to listen to nah.
Then don't worry about it. Then don't worry about. I said then don't worry about it.
Nah, and we don't care about
Master, if they were to, no, I want to say this to Master, if they would have let me tell you, I would have told you why that's not a belief, but they refuse.
All right, so just fucking tell them, man. Tell them.
Okay, Master, here's the deal. What you forgot about what I said was that I got two choices. If I don't take a chance and go and do this work, then I'm not going to eat. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the best chance that I got to eat, and I'm just going with that chance.
Okay, now Slick.
Lady want to speak.
That has nothing to do with it, Slick.
Ladies want to speak.
I'm about to be gone. All right, can I answer Slick real quick, and then she can have it?
Well, go ahead, Andrea.
Ladies wants to speak.
Go ahead, Andrea.
Do you believe that you'll do the work?
Now here you go again. You're asking me if I believe something.
No, you don't. You don't. No, hold on, Slick. I know you said that, but that means by that fact that you don't believe in yourself, because you don't trust yourself to be able to do the work.
Ooh.
Like I said,
Can
I
you
don't
get where
really.
I'm going with that?
No, not really. I'm not really following you. I'm trying, but you're not making a lot of sense. I'm sorry. I don't.
No, she made perfect sense, man.
Okay, well, to you.
I asked you, to you, when you go to work, do you believe that you can do that work?
It's
Yes
not
or no?
about.
Do you believe that you
Okay, listen. I'm trying to answer you. It's not about whether I believe
So
I
you
can
don't
do
believe-
I'll tell you what. Why don't you
don't
answer
believe-
for me, Andrea? Just answer for me.
No, so do you believe in yourself then?
I said, why don't you just answer for me? Because as I try to answer you, you start
I
talking.
wasn't trying to answer your question. I was just clarifying. Do you believe in yourself then?
I don't have beliefs.
Yeah, you do.
You don't
So you don't even believe in
Basically,
yourself.
what he's saying is he
I just
doesn't
told
believe
you.
in himself.
Yeah, if I don't have beliefs, then how can I believe in myself? That doesn't make any sense.
So why do you go to work
Man,
then?
if this man say he don't have beliefs, I think we should end it right there and go to another topic.
I actually may have a different attack at this. So I do have a question at Sleek, but it's a bit different from what everyone else has been asking. So my question would be, it seems to be a common rule that people have beliefs. Now, Slick, you want to say you don't. That's fine with me. But isn't that a special bleeding fallacy? Isn't it breaking a commonly known rule without any good reason?
Okay. Now let me know when you're ready for me to answer.
I'm ready for you to answer.
Okay. My answer to you is this. If beliefs is not a law, that means that I have a choice of whether I want to have them or not. Now, since there is no natural law of beliefs, like it's a natural law of energy transfer and these types of things, I choose not to have them because I have freedom of choice. And I am exercising. Dude, can I?
I can actually talk to this if need be.
Yeah,
so I'm waiting
right.
for Slick, and I would love if others would wait as well.
Sure. So what I am doing is I am exercising my right to be in control of my own mind, to make my own choices. And since belief is not a law, I choose not to have them because I don't need them.
Okay. So my response would be, belief is actually a natural law, and everyone.
Can you explain how that is?
In the same way that people having lungs is a natural law. So I cannot just because I say I'm a master of my own body, I cannot decide not to have lungs.
Okay, so what body part is a belief?
A belief is not a body part, but we still have them.
Then where is it? I know. But where is it connected, Lori? That's my question to you.
You have to have a brain.
Where is the part? In other words, what part of the brain is the belief wired to have?
What's the problem? You ain't got one.
It's a pattern of thinking.
So what you're saying is you're just making it up that beliefs is a natural law.
No, you would be inserting
okay.
your words
So with
to
somebody, can you provide a citation that belief is a natural law, please?
Sure. I would have to go into psychology, but if you look into psychology, yes, it's a natural law.
Okay, so are you saying that psychology are natural laws?
Yes, psychology has some natural laws.
I don't know where you're getting that from, Lori.
Yep, go ahead.
The belief system is getting asked as to whether it's true or not, but there is one big factor that Slick misses out on, and that's the fact that you're able, not believing in anything, you're also at the same time able to pick up beliefs and use them for whatever purpose you need at that time and then drop them again.
No, I don't need them at all. I don't even have to pick them up and drop them. I just don't need them, period.
Yep. Khaliq is an exception, and I actually have asked Khaliq to provide some kind of evidence for him not having beliefs, and he cannot do that. He will reverse the question on you and ask me back. Can you prove that I don't have them?
Okay, Lori, can I ask you a question?
Slick has is his living.
Yeah.
Is his.
Andrea, let me ask Lori a question. Lori, am I required to give you evidence that I don't have beliefs? Am I required to do this?
No. By no means.
I believe so.
So if you don't want to answer a hard question, it's okay by me if you don't.
I know, but don't try to flip the words around. I'm not required to do this. All I have to do is make up my own mind. See, the thing about controlling your own mind, Laura, you don't owe anybody any explanations. I can make up my own mind, and I don't owe you anything.
Yeah, I don't. The problem with that is no one is a controller of their own mind and body in a way that they can just break the rules that operate in the world. So I cannot be a master of my own body and decide I don't have lungs.
Well, okay, so why are you
cannot decide you don't have beliefs?
Okay, why are you equating lungs? Why are you equating lungs with beliefs?
Okay, I will fix the analogy for you. So I can for the sake of the argument, I can claim I don't think, I just exist. Now your philosophy would have to be, shit, Laurie is a master of his own mind. If he says he doesn't think, then he doesn't think, and that's it.
All right, guys.
Well, that's up to you.
I hate to do this. See, this I'm not going to do a final thoughts because there's a lot of you guys. I'm only going to give mine real quick. That's mainly so you guys can continue your conversation. But I did want to say a huge thanks to Slick. Thank you for you sticking it in there and not blowing up or anything like that at all, even though it was everyone on you. I do appreciate the shit out of that, man. You have no idea.
No problem, guys.
You to be real, you kept the stream going, and I appreciate the shit out of that. For real.
We were nice to him.
Absolutely, everyone was very nice. And
Jose was the nicest. Jose was the best. He was absolutely awesome.
Ass motherfucker.
But I do thank everyone as well.
For maybe a couple.
But it was a great conversation, and big thanks. I'm not sure if he's still here. Let me see. Hang on. Paul, yeah, he's not here anymore. Big thanks to Paul who came in. Those of you who don't know, Paul is he's a veteran of this conversation. He's been around a long time, and I will say is probably was the largest component of me helping me understand what we live on this globe. So mad respect to Paul, and thank you, Paul, if you're still listening. I appreciate the hell out of everything. Again, Slick, thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and just
I want to invite Slick to have a one-on-one with me on my channel about his belief system. Thank you.
No, I'm done with you, Jose. You kind of got the 3-strike rule. I've had it with that.
No mac and cheese for you, Jose.
Okay.
No soup for you.
There you go.
Hey, Slick, can we continue eventually, or maybe a one-on-one, or
Dude,
now?
We can continue now. I don't have to get off. We can talk for as long as you want.
All right, cool, man. Yeah, I'm probably going to bed soon. I just, me and you were talking a while ago, and it kind of got sidetracked. That's cool.
Yeah, anytime, and hook me up on Sean's VC or something. We'll get in a room or something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, sounds cool, man.
Okay, you guys can go ahead and continue. I'm gonna go ahead and end it so they can't hear you anymore, and you won't be able to hear me. But again, Slick, thank you. Everyone, thank you. But God, you guys got to give it up to Slick for at least sticking it in there, and for for 5 hours, Slick. So I do appreciate the hell out of that, man.
No shading.
All right, you got it, Sean.
You too, Jose. I appreciate you being here too. All right, guys. I'll talk to you guys later on.
Bye.
All right, YouTube. Again, the link's out there. You guys can join. If I'm at my computer, I'll let you in, and you guys can hang out and no hose bar. I'm not going to be there to police anything, so enter at your own will. Again, guys, thank everyone for sticking with me the whole time. Today, I think I got probably my best numbers, and I really appreciate the shit out of it. It's you guys are the one that keeps it going and keeps the panels full and going in the conversation. And real big thanks to John Rapp and Opinion Asshole and Anamorphic Minds for the super chats. You guys really stepped up today and really just laid out a bunch of them. So I do appreciate the hell out of that. And for the record, Anamorphic Mind, I shared the link in the panel. So and said Slick watch. So that's the best I'll get, but I'll get taken down if I watch that. But again, guys, I do appreciate everyone being here, and I will talk to you guys soon. Possibly fight right the hand tomorrow 1-on-1, but I can't guarantee it. I don't know what time I'm going to be off, so I'm not going to tell you I'm even going to be for sure going on live. So Again, thank you guys for being here, and I will see you guys soon. Peace.
Ninja. Ninja.
we go. This one. Fast and slow. Okay.
All right, now pause it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll pause it in the right moment. Okay, right there.
Yeah, this is right. Yeah, Slick. Now you've just experienced that, right? You've just experienced